Chapter 428. Steward Su Xing had been acting a bit strange recently. He rarely went out to patrol, leaving behind all matters of interrogating criminals and locking himself up in his room all day. When he occasionally came out, he would appear absent-minded. Many subordinates secretly guessed that the usually cold and aloof Lord Steward had also begun to yearn for love, but they hadn't heard of any young miss that the steward had come into contact with these past days. The confused subordinates began to speculate as much as they could. Of course, none of their guesses were close to the correct one. Su Xing absolutely wasn't yearning for love, but was considering something far more important than this. For instance, his future, his heart that had already accepted its fate. In Heavenweight Temple's gambling fight, if one were to seriously think about it, Su Xing should be the most nervous person. He was also the Black Demon Sect cultivator whose profits were second only to Qin Yu. When he first learned that Jiang Taisho had mentioned the gambling fight, Su Xing had been frightened into a cold sweat. He thought that this surname Ning was finished and he would be buried with him. After all, although Jiang Taisho hadn't fought much, his cruel and merciless style was clear in the eyes of this old man from the Black Demon Sect. After a period of despair and resentment, Su Xing hardened his heart and threw everything he had into the gambling pit, betting that this surname Ning would win. This was his only choice. Otherwise, if this surname Ning was killed, he would absolutely be buried with him. What use would it be if he left behind so many spirit stones? But the result was, he actually won. Standing in the square outside Heavenweight Temple, Su Xing would never forget the tears of joy that flowed down his face when this surname Ning came back to life and overturned the entire situation. Only those who had been close to death would understand how precious life was. After receiving the spirit stones he won from the gambling pit, Su Xing was only happy for a few days. Then, he began to think about his future life. He originally thought that after being controlled by this giant monster sect remnant, even if he managed to keep his life, he would fall into a situation where he would never see the light of day for the rest of his life. But who would have thought that he would actually hug onto such an incomparably thick thigh? Tuba and Tutu, these two barbarians, had strength comparable to a blue sea. And most importantly, Su Xing was well aware of Qin Yu's background. Where did these two barbarians come from? This surname Ning was covered with secrets. Although secrets sometimes represented danger, they could also be lucky chances. At the very least, he knew that this surname Ning's alchemy skills could hang on to Jiang Taisho. Although he didn't know what his cultivation was like, if he could subdue these two blue sea-level barbarians, how could he be weak? If he had a chance to hug onto this thigh, he might be able to reach the peak of his life and break free of his destiny. If he could, he would have this thigh and he would reach the peak of his future. There was a chance. But what left Su Xing depressed was that, after the gambling fight at Heavenweight Temple, that surnamed Ning had gone into seclusion and had no intention of summoning him. Thinking about it, Xiao Chen was nothing more than a chess piece he had casually taken in. Xiao Chen had never considered using Xiao Chen more. Just as Su Xing was feeling anxious and distressed, someone knocked on the door. His face sank and he said coldly, "Come in." A subordinate had a restless expression. Even a fool could see that the steward was in a bad mood right now. But since he had received orders before, he didn't dare to delay. He braced himself and said, "Steward, Grandmaster Yao has sent someone here. He said he has something to tell us." "What did you say?" Su Xing stood up abruptly. His body shivered as he nearly cried. "Grandmaster Yao has sent someone." "Ha ha ha ha. Good, that's great." Su Xing reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "Well done, you have a bright future ahead of you." After he finished speaking, he ran out, leaving behind a dumbfounded subordinate. He didn't know when the manager had become so temperamental. At the main entrance of the residence, Su Xing looked at the person in front of him and frowned. "Aren't you Jiang Taisho's disciple? Are you here to make fun of me?" "Steward Su, please do not misunderstand. I have already been accepted as a disciple by Grandmaster Yao. Today, Grandmaster Yao ordered me to come here and ask Steward to send several prisoners over to be used for experiments. Su Xing's heart skipped a beat. He maintained his composure and said, "So that's how it is. Brother has actually become Grandmaster Yao's disciple. That really makes one envious. Please wait here for a moment, I will immediately go to the dungeon to pick you up." As he walked towards the dungeon, Su Xing's thoughts raced. The surname Ning had replaced the surname Yao, so there was simply no need for the prisoner to conduct experiments. Moreover, even if he could use it, there was no need to go through so much trouble to send someone to inform him. If they just sent a direct message, would he dare to refuse? There was definitely something here, and it definitely wasn't small, otherwise this surname Ning wouldn't be so careful. If this surname Ning wanted to use him for this sort of matter, didn't that mean that he was in fact highly regarded by this surname Ning? Su Xing's spirits rose. His feet began to move like a tiger. This was an excellent chance for him to handle this matter beautifully and win the approval of this surname Ning. An hour later, Su Xing brought several prisoners to Grandmaster Yao's residence. As he thought about the gloomy expression of the chief steward just now, Su Xing sneered inwardly. In the past, he had used the matter of sending the prisoners to beat him up, and now he wanted to take back this task so that he could be on good terms with Grandmaster Yao Humph. A single sentence of Grandmaster appointed me to send the prisoners over had left this old fart speechless. Just thinking about it made him happy. As long as he could truly become a Grandmaster, there would surely be more opportunities like this in the future. Su Xing took a deep breath. He absolutely could not miss out on this chance. After the report, the prisoners were taken away. As expected, Su Xing obtained the chance to see Grandmaster Yao. He quickly entered the main hall and fell to his knees, respectfully bowing. Subordinate greets Master. Congratulations on winning the gambling fight and becoming the #1 alchemist. Qin Yu had a light expression. Rise. The reason I called you here today is because there is something I need you to do. Bring this jade slip outside the Black Demon sect and crush it. Remember, I do not wish for a second person to know of this matter. Su Xing cupped his hands together. This subordinate understands. He received the jade slip with both hands and carefully put it away. Is there anything else Master needs? Just this one. Go. Su Xing bowed once more. He drew back several steps and then turned to leave. After sending away his subordinates, Su Xing walked out of the sect. His complexion was cloudy and uncertain. The matter that this surname Ning gave him was beyond his expectations. He only needed to bring a jade slip out of the sect and crush it? This matter was much simpler than he had imagined. But there was a high chance that there was some great danger hidden within. Who was this surname Ning? He was a remnant of the giant monster sect, and his enmity with the Black Demon sect was as deep as the sea. Once he crushed the jade slip, it might represent a storm of blood. But if he didn't, Su Xing clenched his teeth. He wasn't a saint who would sacrifice himself to save others. Moreover, in the Black Demon sect, he didn't have too many people that he cared about. At most, if he really did attract a disaster, he would think of a way to protect the several trusted aides that followed him. Pooey. Su Xing, you idiot, this is the best way to prove your loyalty. If you do this surname Ning will definitely approve of you. Schwa. After a moment of hesitation, Su Xing's speed rose and he soon arrived at the exit of the sect. He was the steward of the dungeon and was responsible for interrogating those that committed crimes within and outside the sect. Although he didn't have much authority, no one wanted to offend him. After all, no one knew whether or not they would end up in the dungeon one day. Even if they were fine, there was always a chance that their relatives or friends would be there, right? Steward Su, where are you going? A Black Demon sect cultivator greeted him with a smile. Su Xing strangely chuckled. Brothers, you should know that a place like the dungeon is far too depressing. I've been feeling a bit uncomfortable recently, so I'm going out to vent my frustrations and quell the fire in my heart. Haha, I understand. Steward Sue must have suffered a lot to interrogate criminals for the sect. The cultivator lowered his voice. I know a good place that will definitely satisfy Steward Sue. The two whispered to each other and then laughed together, a tacit understanding on their faces. Su Xing cupped his hands together. Brothers, I will be leaving first. In the future, when I have a bit more experience, I will come and drink a cup with you all. He easily left the sect and flew to a place where there was no one around. Su Xing took out a jade slip and crushed it to powder with his fingers. After doing this, he let out a long breath of relief. The last bit of worry in his heart also dissipated. In any case, he had already done what he wanted to do. No matter what the consequences were, he would just let them be. After hesitating for a moment, Su Xing turned into a beam of light and flew straight towards the brothel of pleasure. Since he was putting on a show, he might as well go through with it. It just so happened that the pressure on his heart had been too great recently, and he was feeling haggard. He might as well take this chance to cheer himself up. Hee, little monsters, your great-uncle Su is here. In the grand hall, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a smile on his face. Su Xing was an extremely intelligent person. He would likely be able to think of many things from a single jade slip. If he could honestly follow orders while his thoughts were racing, then he could be considered trustworthy. The matter of the jade slip was originally meant to test him. Even if Su Xing had second thoughts, he still wouldn't reveal anything. However, it was best if everything went smoothly. Tuba should have received the message by now, and he could avoid buying the 4 types of high-level monster beast souls and blood. As for why he had gone through so much trouble to have Su Xing run out of the Black Demon sect to do this, it was to prevent any accidents. As for why he had gone through so much trouble to have Su Xing run out of the Black Demon sect to do this, it was to guard against the unexpected. The monster-raising mystic art involved a great deal. If it were him, he would have to be extremely careful in a situation where he had the necessary conditions. He couldn't guarantee that he had completely dispelled all of the Black Demon sect's worries about him exchanging for souls and blood. There was nothing wrong with being careful. The chief elder didn't seem too old. Even if his sideburns were white and there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, they still couldn't hide his elegant demeanor. When he was young, he was absolutely a handsome man. At this time, he took a sip of tea, his eyes light. How is the monitoring situation? Below, the purple-robed cultivator knelt to the ground. He respectfully said, reporting to the chief elder, we have intercepted all of the messages that have been transmitted from the sect. Although there are many mentions of the monster-raising mystic art, there isn't anything suspicious about it. You reminded us to focus on monitoring several areas. Although there were several abnormalities, after investigation, we found that they had nothing to do with the monster-raising mystic art. The chief elder had a thoughtful look. What about Yao Bin's residence? The purple-robed cultivator said, after Grandmaster Yao exchanged for the high-level monster beast soul and blood, he has been in seclusion. Besides summoning several prisoners from the dungeon to conduct experiments, he hasn't contacted anyone else. I have already monitored Su Xing. His behavior is normal and there isn't anything wrong with him. He paused for a moment and continued to say, because you ordered me to pay extra attention, I thought of a way to obtain a batch of trash from Grandmaster Yao's alchemy room. In this batch of trash that should have been incinerated, I found several waste pills. After inspecting them, I found that they indeed contained the 4 types of high-level monster beast soul and blood that Grandmaster Yao exchanged for. The chief elder frowned. I understand. Go and do what you need to. Remember, do not relax your monitoring. If you discover anything abnormal, immediately report back to me. Yes, Chief Elder. The Black Demon sect cultivator bowed and quickly left. The Chief Elder laid down his teacup. He paced back and forth several times and said in a low voice, "Yao Bin. I don't know why, but I always feel that there is something wrong with you." In the blink of an eye, another half-year passed. Grandmaster Yao purchased spirit plant materials. Not only did he pay a high price, but the quality of the pills he delivered were all top-quality goods. This caused the entire Black Demon sect to praise him without end. There were several times when elder-level masters of the sect came to ask Grandmaster Yao for help. Although they didn't know exactly what pills they refined, they could guess the result just by looking at how the elders praised Grandmaster Yao without end. Nowadays, the Black Demon sect's alchemy Grandmaster, Yao Bin, had an illustrious reputation. On this day, a yellow-faced and stout cultivator arrived at the entrance of the Black Demon sect. He took out a token for inspection. Grandmaster Yao's token. Several guard cultivators immediately smiled. After asking a few questions, they directly let him pass. This cultivator entered the Black Demon sect. After leaving the line of sight of the guards, his eyes flashed with a bit of joy. It seemed that His Highness hadn't encountered any trouble during this time, and his status had even risen. This person was the one who had left for half a year to purchase high-level monster beast souls and blood, Tuba. A moment later, Tuba arrived in front of Qin Yu. His bones crackled and popped, and he soon restored himself to his original appearance. An invisible and fierce aura swept out, causing the excited Tudu in a corner of the hall to hoarsely cry out, "Tuba, you broke through!" Because of the mysterious purple moon above his soul, Qin Yu's divine sense was extremely sharp. He could sense the terrifying blood energy fluctuations coming from Tuba's body. The current Tuba was several times stronger than before. If he erupted with his full strength, he might even be able to contend with a revered blue sea. "Tuba greets your highness." Tuba fell to one knee and bowed his head, respectfully bowing. Qin Yu smiled. "Tuba, congratulations." He was indeed happy. Although he knew that Tuba and Tudu would no longer be suppressed after leaving the infinite realm, and with their talent they would quickly grow stronger, Tuba's speed of growth still surpassed Qin Yu's expectations. Although the Titan race only cultivated the mortal body, it was because of their single-mindedness that they were even more terrifying. Even his undying true demon body might not be able to compare with Tuba's. Tudu anxiously said, "Tuba, how did you break through? Tell me." He had also been stuck at this bottleneck for many years. Now that he saw someone from his race make a breakthrough, how could he not be worried? Tuba was silent for a moment. He said, "When I was fighting with others, I experienced life or death dangers. In that desperate situation, my potential was stimulated and I was able to take this step. So, Tudu, I cannot pass on anything to you." Tudu had a disappointed expression, but there was admiration in his eyes. "Tuba, you were able to make a breakthrough under the suppression of your enemies. This means that your enemies were absolutely terrifying. It wasn't easy for you to survive. If it were me, I might have already died." Tuba smiled, not saying anything, even though what Tudu said was correct. Qin Yu earnestly said, "Tuba, you've worked hard these past 6 months. I cannot guarantee you anything, but as long as I have the ability, I will definitely save your people." Tuba was overjoyed. He repeatedly kowtowed. "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness." Tudu also knelt down, his face filled with joy. "All right, you can all rise." Qin Yu revealed a solemn expression. "Tuba, where are the souls and blood?" Tuba suppressed the excitement in his heart. He took out a storage ring from his chest. "Your Highness, 6 types of high-level monster and beast soul blood cost a total of 194 million spirit stones. They are all in here." Qin Yu took the ring and probed it with his divine sense. After several breaths of time, he nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, these souls and blood all meet the requirements." He stood up. "I will immediately go into seclusion. Guard the hall well and do not allow anyone to disturb me." "Yes, Your Highness." Qin Yu entered the training chamber and activated all the array formations. After thinking for a moment, he took out the 9th province furnace and had it isolate the aura of the outside world. The monster-raising mystic art was mysterious and formidable. In the process of raising the purple-back blue-wing ants, one needed to summon the immortal remnant soul of the ancestral monster. Who knew what sort of commotion this would cause? It was always better to be cautious. Chapter 429. Qin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. He flipped his hand and 10 jade bottles appeared. Each jade bottle was the same size and mysterious runes flowed on their surface. These were specially refined items used to seal the monster beast's soul and blood within the bottles. Looking down, one could see the dark red monster beast blood essence within the bottles, as well as the monster beast soul floating above the blood essence. This blood was refined from the body of a monster beast, the essence of its flesh and blood. This soul was a complete monster beast soul without any damage at all. To refine a complete monster beast's soul and blood was astonishingly difficult and also required an incredible amount of luck. It was because of this that the price was so high. In order to gather these 10 portions of soul and blood, Qin Yu had gone to great lengths and Tuba had experienced countless life or death trials. It had to be known that everyone kept a close eye on good things. If you obtained it, there would surely be others who coveted it. However, all of this was worth it in the end. As long as the purple-back blue-wing ants completed the first level of cultivation, they would possess a formidable strength. Qin Yu revealed a solemn expression. He lifted a hand and the 10 jade bottles flew up at the same time. He formed a law formula and the runes on the jade bottles began to tremble. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the jade bottles. The 10 jade bottles shattered at the same time. The soul and blood within were no longer suppressed. The monster beast souls immediately revealed looks of ecstasy. They reared their heads back and roared, flashing into the blood essence. In the next moment, 10 balls of blood essence exploded at the same time, expanding into 10 monster beast phantoms, each one emitting a powerful aura. Even though this was only the first stage of cultivation, the souls and blood that had the qualifications to be used were at least at the blue sea level, equal to a monster king. Although they only had the initial strength of a monster king, when 10 of them were placed together, it was still astonishing. The purple-back blue-wing ants emitted threatening buzzing sound. Their eyes revealed a look of longing. After swallowing the cultivation pills, they instinctively knew that the monster beast phantoms in front of them were the key to their advancement. Qin Yu calmed them down with his divine sense. He took out the soul-summoning bell and gently shook it. The 10 monster beast phantoms revealed looks of fear. They turned to flee, but at this time, an icy cold will descended upon them. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He shook the bell even faster. Although he didn't make any sound, the monster beast phantoms became even more anxious. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void. It was as if a pair of invisible hands came from the other side, grabbing the 2 sides and slowly pulling them apart. Therefore, through the hole that appeared, they could clearly see that on the other side was a boundless grassland. Amidst the green grass, there was a gray hare standing on the ground. Its short and thick legs were crossed in front of its chest as it arrogantly walked through the spatial passage. Its eyes were incomparably deep, like an unfathomable abyss, and it emitted the vicissitudes of time that had practically condensed into substance. Its gaze swept past the 10 fearsome demon beast phantoms, and their bodies suddenly stiffened as if they had been immobilized, and they were actually unable to move in the slightest. It didn't linger for too long. Its eyes swept around and fell onto Qin Yu. It was hard to describe what Qin Yu was feeling at this moment. He never imagined that the ancestral monster that was born between the heavens and earth and possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth would actually form a connection with a hare. What he was even more unable to accept was that he actually felt terror from the bottom of his heart under this rabbit's indifferent gaze. He didn't dare arouse the slightest intention to resist, and he even had a terrifying feeling as if he'd been seen through and had no secrets left. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu cupped his hands together and bowed. Junior greets Lord Ancestral Monster. The hare's funny three-petal lips curled up, revealing a taunting expression. Judging a book by its cover, your temperament is still stuck at this stage. You really disappoint me. Its eyes flashed and it continued to say, moreover, I'm really curious. You haven't even recognized a master for the soul-summoning bell, and yet you dare to summon a part of my soul. Do you want to die? Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. But before he could ask anything, the hare closed its eyes and lightly said, Since I have awakened, the process cannot be stopped. Let's see your good fortune. The 10 monster beast phantoms all cried out in pain. Their condensed bodies shattered, turning into countless tiny fragments that were sucked into the hare's body. The hare's fur immediately turned blood-red. An inexplicable aura began to release from it. As the purple-back blue-wing ants smelled this aura, they instantly fell into a frenzy. They crazily flapped their wings. A connection was instantly formed between their auras and the hare's. Blood threads appeared from the hare's body and submerged into the purple-back blue-wing ants. An overbearing, tyrannical, cruel, and icy cold will. In the blink of an eye, the purple-back blue-wing ant's fragile consciousness collapsed. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and blood gushed out from his head. This was the will of the ancestral monster's remnant soul. Through the purple-back blue-wing ants, it descended a terrifying suppression. In that moment, Qin Yu was enlightened. If he couldn't resist the crushing will of the ancestral monster's remnant soul, then not only would his cultivation fail, but he would also be buried along with it. Damn it! Why didn't the monster-raising mystic art mention anything about the soul-summoning bell recognizing a master? Qin Yu only had time to roar out loud in his heart. Then, he couldn't divert any more of his attention. He could only mobilize all of his strength to resist the crushing will of the ancestral monster's remnant soul. The ancestral monster was the ancestor of all monsters born before the heavens and earth. Even a tiny fragment of its soul possessed unimaginable might. Beneath the crushing will of the ancestral monster, Qin Yu felt as if he had fallen into the turbulent undercurrents of the deep sea. If he wasn't careful, he would be crushed to pieces. Within Qin Yu's soul space, the phantom of a wild rabbit appeared. It looked at the purple crescent moon that hung above Qin Yu's soul, its eyes flashing with interest. This junior actually controls the lunar star art. No wonder I felt something was wrong with his aura. The wild rabbit grinned. But, just by relying on the lunar star art that isn't even at the basic level, he still can't resist the test of my will. What a pity for this junior. As if to confirm its words, just as its voice fell, several cracks appeared on the surface of Qin Yu's soul. Because of the pain, his entire soul violently trembled. The wild rabbit curled its lips. After sleeping for endless years, I thought I would be able to play with you for a bit longer after being awakened. I never thought it would be such a weak little fellow. It turned to leave. But at this time, the wild rabbit's complexion changed. It turned to look at the skies above Qin Yu's soul. Beside the purple crescent moon, the phantom of a blue sun had appeared. Purple moon and blue sun, their light intertwined and fused together, turning into a strange milky white. Beneath this light, the cracks on the surface of Qin Yu's soul began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the aura of his soul became much stronger. Sun Palace secret art. The wild rabbit's eyes widened and it instantly vanished. Then, it appeared in Qin Yu's Dantian Sea. Looking at the faintly formed blue sun in the skies above 5-element mountain within his Dantian Sea, it was silent for a long time. Then, it sighed with emotion. It looks like I've slept for far too long this time. Great Yin and Great Yang, these two super influences, have actually experienced some changes. Otherwise, how could their inheritance techniques appear in the same person's body at the same time? This boy is quite lucky. But, he doesn't seem to know the function of the Sun and Moon Palace's secret arts. He's only using their most basic functions. The wild rabbit thought for a moment and then sneered. His success this time can only be considered good luck. It can't be acknowledged at all. I naturally don't have any obligation to remind him. Moreover, cultivation always has to rely on one's own exploration, right? After an unknown period of time, Qin Yu's eyelids trembled and he struggled to open them. His eyes were dim and his expression was one of extreme weariness. The ancestral monster's remnant soul had already vanished. As he looked at the slumbering purple-back blue-wing ants, Qin Yu's lips pulled up in an ugly smile. He had finally made it through. Several times just now, he thought he had reached his limit. Luckily, his will didn't collapse in the end. With a flick of his sleeves, he received the purple-back blue-wing ants into the Imperial Spirit Bag. Then, he took out several black and red pills and swallowed them down, refining them with all his strength to restore himself. These pills were pills of the demonic path. They were refined from the flesh and blood of living beings and their essence. Although their medicinal efficacy was tyrannical, their effects were much better than those of spirit plant pills. 2 hours later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. There was still a bit of lingering fear in them. He had originally thought he had a 90% success rate, but he had nearly failed. The soul summoning bell recognizes a master. As he thought about what the monster race's remnant soul had said, Qin Yu's complexion darkened. This was clearly the most crucial step of the monster-raising mystic art, but he simply didn't know about it. Could it be that the monster-raising mystic art he obtained was also fake? But that couldn't be right. If it was fake, then how could he summon the ancestral monster's remnant soul? The greatest possibility was that the monster-raising mystic art in his hands wasn't complete, and there was a critical part missing. As Qin Yu thought of this, his mood worsened. At this time, there was a fluctuation in the Imperial Spirit Bag. The slumbering purple-back blue-wing ants had awakened. With a thought, the purple-back blue-wing ants flew out. Their appearance had greatly changed. Their wings had turned gray and white, and a gray shell had appeared over their fragile bodies. Their auras had clearly risen by several levels. But what caused Qin Yu's heart to sink was that beneath the crushing will of the ancestral monster, the purple-back blue-wing ants' consciousness seemed to have been erased. Now they only obeyed his will. After losing their initiative, the purple-back blue-wing ants' abilities were greatly reduced. Qin Yu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. He never imagined that after spending so much effort to complete the first step, he would obtain such a result. Suddenly, Qin Yu's complexion changed. He discovered that the purple-back blue-wing ants had formed a mysterious connection with some existence. Moreover, from this connection, it seemed as if the purple-back blue-wing ants were the supreme being. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu followed this connection and carefully probed it with his divine sense. Then, he felt a cruel soul filled with a destructive aura. This soul didn't seem to discover the arrival of Qin Yu's divine sense. At this time, it was in a deep slumber. As Qin Yu was surprised, information suddenly spread out from this cruel soul. Qin Yu was startled. But soon, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu opened his eyes, his face full of admiration. What a good giant monster sect! They actually divided the monster-raising mystic art into two. If it's the real one, then the fake one also hides the most crucial part of the real one. Chapter 430. It was only today that Qin Yu could be considered to have truly grasped the monster-raising mystic art. As for the soul-summoning bell, it wasn't only used to summon the remnant soul of the ancestral monster. As a supreme treasure of the soul-summoning bell could counterbalance the overwhelming will of the ancestral monster's remnant soul. Otherwise, as one continued to cultivate it, the ancestral monster's remnant soul would become stronger and stronger. At that point, no one would be able to withstand its will. Furthermore, the most important thing was that the soul-summoning bell could disperse the undying will of the ancestral monster's remnant soul, allowing it to be truly absorbed. Otherwise, even if he managed to swallow it, the ancestral monster's remnant soul would condense once more, and the result would be that all of the purple-back blue-wing ants in his hands would die. Qin Yu's complexion was dignified. He was originally rejoicing that his soul cultivation wasn't weak, and in addition to his firm will, he was able to withstand the crushing will of the ancestral monster. But he never imagined that this matter would lead to hidden dangers. The soul-summoning bell's recognition process could not be delayed, and it had to be completed before the ancestral demon's will condensed once more. He closed his eyes and carefully read through the information regarding the soul-summoning bell's recognition process. After a long time, he opened his eyes, a thoughtful look on his face. For the soul-summoning bell to recognize a master was not a simple matter. The degree of difficulty far surpassed Qin Yu's expectations. In order to refine this treasure, one needed to build a soul-guiding altar with 36 different soul treasures. Then, by relying on this altar, one could summon a soul from another world. This kind of soul had no consciousness of its own, but it had the innate ability to fuse with all treasures. By inserting a wisp of one's divine sense into it and then using the soul of nothingness to fuse with it, the soul-summoning bell could recognize a master. Moreover, summoning the soul of nothingness from a different world had an extremely high requirement on the summoner's soul cultivation. Just gathering the 36 soul treasures needed to construct the soul-leading altar was extremely difficult. For instance, ebony wood. Only in a land of extreme een and a massive number of departed souls would there be a small chance of it being born. In the eyes of soul cultivators, it was a supreme treasure. It could attract a massive number of departed souls, and every piece was priceless. For instance, the bitter mulberry flower. This was a supreme treasure that was born with the ability to condense the soul. It had an unimaginable ability to restore soul injuries. It was rumored that a 10,000-year-old bitter mulberry flower could even remold the soul. There was also the soul storage stone, soul origin water, ancient frost soul, etc. These things all had two things in common. One was that they were rare, and the other was that they were expensive. Although Qin Yu still had over 600 million spirit stones on hand, if he took them all out he might be able to use them. But the key point was that there were some treasures that you couldn't buy even if you wanted to. Qin Yu took a deep breath and carefully sensed the purple-back blue-wing ants. Indeed, he could feel the existence of the ancestral monster's will from them. Although it was extremely weak, it was still recovering. If nothing went wrong, it would take at most 4 months for it to recover. Unless he gave up on the purple-back blue-wing ants and chose another monster beast to raise, he would only have a short 4 months to resolve the matter of the soul-summoning bell recognizing him as its master. Without further consideration, Qin Yu vetoed the option of abandoning the purple-back blue-wing ants. Disregarding how troublesome it would be to choose a new monster beast, just the early stages of training would require a massive investment. Not including the cultivation pills, the 10 types of high-level monster beast souls and blood were worth 300 million spirit stones. If it weren't for the Black Demon sect making such a great profit, then even if he obtained the monster-raising mystic art, he wouldn't have been able to play around. In that case, he could only try his best to make the soul-summoning bell recognize him as its master within 4 months. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. The Black Demon sect also knew that the materials needed for the soul-summoning bell to recognize a master could only be collected elsewhere. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu made his decision. He went into seclusion for another 10 days, doing nothing but refining pills and then purifying them with the little blue lamp. 10 days later, he handed over a massive number of pills to Tuba and Tudu. Qin Yu ordered them to continue purchasing spirit plant materials and announced that he was going into seclusion. The next day, Qin Yu changed his appearance. He borrowed the identity of one of Grandmaster Zhang's disciples and left the Black Demon sect. Of course, this real disciple had already fallen into a deep slumber after taking the pills. At the very least, it was impossible for him to wake up before Qin Yu returned. Zhao Empire, Four Seasons City. The city was named after this city. The rumors said that in the distant past there was a sect called the Four Seasons sect. The Four Seasons sect was originally an ordinary sect, but it had once given birth to a peerless proud son of heaven. This person overcame all obstacles in his path and finally became an almighty being that suppressed an entire era. Although everything had been erased by time and the peerless powerhouse that illuminated the entire era had long since vanished without a trace, perhaps out of basic respect for powerhouses, the name of Four Seasons City was preserved. Even though it was located in the southern part of the Zhao Empire, the climate was still cold. Snowflakes fluttered down from the dark skies and a thick layer of snow had piled up on the ground, nearly submerging one's calves. As the wind and snow intertwined, a black-robed figure walked in from outside the towering Four Seasons City. As he walked through the snow, he didn't leave behind a single footprint. Compared to those beams of light that flew up and down from the skies, he seemed low-key and unremarkable. In such cold weather, even if a cultivator didn't fear the cold or the heat, no one was willing to stay outside for long. Whoosh, whoosh, another beam of light howled in from the distance. This group of travel-worn cultivators was led by a white-eyebrowed old man. His expression was dignified and there was worry in his eyes. He emitted a faint aura, like a dragon swimming in the deep sea. He was impressively a Blue Sea Realm powerhouse. "How is the miss doing?" He turned and glanced at the speed car in the middle of the crowd. A tired maid carefully replied. Her voice was buried in the wind and snow, but looking at the increasingly gloomy complexion of the white-eyebrowed old man, it was clear the result wasn't good. "Let's go." The group didn't stop. They howled into Four Seasons City. As for the figure that was slowly walking through the city gates, they didn't even spare half a glance at him. The Qin and Zhao empires were bitterly cold land. Every year, there would only be a short period of time where the earth would recover. If it weren't for cultivators having their own methods to change the climate on a small scale, it would have been nearly impossible to survive here. It was because of this that the Qin and Zhao empires had fierce customs. Their cultivators acted in an overbearing and direct manner. It wasn't that they didn't have city defenses, but they were very lax. Of course, if anyone dared to cause trouble in the forbidden areas, they would soon taste the taste of the Zhao Empire's standard long spears. It seemed that it was rare to see someone obediently enter the city through the gates. Several soldiers guarding the gates had strange looks in their eyes. One of them teased, "You don't even dare to fly, just how low is your cultivation? Boy, I advise you to hurry back home and cultivate for a few more years. If you come out too early, it's easy to lose your life." In the villages of the Qin and Zhao empires, there were many young cultivators like this. Most of them held on to the dream of becoming a powerhouse and left their hometowns to wander the outside world. But what awaited them wasn't a good ending. But it was because of this that they continued to pour out in batches and batches that the Zhao Empire was constantly replenished with new blood, allowing this powerful empire to remain strong. So although this soldier was teasing, he had good intentions. "All right, speak less and stand guard obediently," the captain berated. The guards were a bit puzzled, but they all revealed resentful expressions and didn't say anything else. The black-robed figure didn't stop. He soon vanished into the wind and snow. The captain watched him leave. He furrowed his eyebrows and revealed a thoughtful expression. A subordinate said, "Captain, is there a problem with that person?" The captain shook his head. "I just feel that this person isn't normal. I can't say why, but he gives me a very terrifying feeling." The complexions of several subordinates changed. The captain was an old man who had retired from the front lines. He had survived hundreds of battles and his senses were incomparably accurate. If he could make the captain feel fear, then that black-robed person could likely crush all of them with a single hand. Humph! Let this be a reminder. Don't underestimate anyone. With our strength, we aren't even worth a fart in the eyes of a true master. The captain coldly snorted. Several subordinates hurriedly nodded, helplessly complaining in their hearts. They thought that a master like him had nothing better to do than keep a low profile. After entering Four Seasons City, the black-robed person casually chose an inn to stay in. He rented a small courtyard and sent the servant away. Then, he took out a token and opened the spell. As he stepped into the small courtyard, it was as warm as spring. Flowers and plants flourished in the courtyard and lotus flowers bloomed in a pool. The black robe was pulled down to reveal a young face. Although he wasn't too handsome, he was still pleasing to the eye. This young man was Chin-yu. After he left the Black Demon sect, he spent several days hurrying on his way. He borrowed the strength of a transmission array to leave the range of influence of the Black Demon sect. The reason he chose Four Seasons City was because there were several famous auction houses here. If he wanted to find 36 different soul treasures, he naturally couldn't rely on his own strength. After resting and restoring his spirit and energy, Chin-yu pushed open the door and left the small courtyard. Not too far away, he saw a group of cultivators hurrying towards him from the snowy skies. Chin-yu moved to the side of the road. His eyes flashed. This group of cultivators was the group of people he met at the city gates not too long ago. Compared to before, the atmosphere of the group was even more somber. The white-browed old man's complexion was even gloomier than the sky. This caused the servant leading the way to pale with fright. He trembled in fear, afraid to make the least bit of sound. Both sides passed each other. Chin-yu only glanced at them several times before turning and leaving. He wasn't in the mood to inquire about other people's matters. The pressure of searching for 36 different soul treasures had already left him gasping for breath. An hour later, Chin-yu appeared in an extremely grand and magnificent auction house. On both sides of the entrance were 16 tall and burly men. They wore strange black trousers and shirts, and giant black glasses that were clipped to the bridge of their noses. All of them exuded a fierce aura. This should be a genuine barbarian. The power of blood and chi in his body was indeed very strong. Of course, compared to the titans like Tuba and Tudu, there was still a considerable disparity. In particular, after making a breakthrough, Tuba could likely overturn these 16 strong barbarians with a single hand. Of course, to order these 16 strong barbarians to guard the entrance, that was more than enough momentum. Moreover, those big fellows gave off a sense of deterrence as well as a sense of security. Chin-yu stepped up the steps. The black jade stone platform was incomparably clean. Beneath the shining lights, it added a bit of grandeur to it. "Welcome, guest. May I ask what esteemed guest requires?" 2 hours later, Chin-yu revealed a helpless expression. He stood at the entrance of the auction house. He hadn't found a single one of the 36 materials he needed. This caused a shadow to cover his heart. Chapter 431. The speed car stopped at the entrance of the auction house. Several young cultivators and maids stood guard beside the car. The white-browed old man spoke a few words and then led his people through the entrance. Four Seasons City was extremely large. To be able to meet them 3 times in a single day, this could only be explained by fate. Chin-yu's eyes flashed. He was a bit curious about these people. However, curiosity was just curiosity. Chin-yu wasn't in the mood to care about anything else today. Just as he was about to leave, a cultivator chased after him from the main entrance. "Fellow Taoist Ning, please wait a moment." This person was a steward of the auction house. Chin-yu had already used his spirit stone card to prove his purchasing power, so even though he spent a great deal of time and didn't purchase anything in the end, the steward still had a bright smile on his face. Chin-yu stopped. Stewardly, is there something you need? Stewardly handed over an invitation with both hands. Fellow Taoist Ning, my auction house will be holding a large-scale auction half a year from now. At that time, there might be items that fellow Taoist needs. If fellow Taoist Ning has time, please do come. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Half a year, he simply couldn't make it in time. But this person had good intentions. He received the invitation and nodded. I will remember it. Thank you, Stewardly. Stewardly smiled and bid his farewells. Qin Yu flipped his hand and put away the jade slip. At this time, a group of cultivators walked out from the entrance. They were the white-browed old man and the others who had just entered. At this time, he squeezed out a smile. Brother Chai, you and I can be considered old friends of many years. I have already inquired about your auction house's stock of condensed incense pills, so why can't you trade them to us? Could it be that my price isn't high enough? Qin Yu had seen the cultivator surnamed Su just now. He was the auction house's steward and was responsible for daily affairs. After a moment of silence, he forced a smile and said, Brother Ning, why must you make things difficult for me? Can't you guess the reason? Grand Authority Chu's face is something that not only our auction house but everyone else has to respect. If Brother Ning really wants to save your niece, then convince your family to take out that treasure. Otherwise, that's all I have to say. I ask Brother Ning to forgive me. He cupped his hands together and left. Ning Yuntao's complexion paled. It really was Chu Taidu's doing in secret. But his eyes immediately lit up with sorrow. The treasure at home was simply too precious. Even if the old master spoke, there would still be a lot of resistance. Not to mention, with Big Brother in his current state, the possibility of taking it was not high. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the pain in his heart and said in a deep voice, Let's go. The several cultivators of the Ning family followed behind, their faces filled with grief and indignation. Their Ning family could be considered extraordinary, but now they were being manipulated by this enemy and there was nothing they could do. Ning Yuntao immediately squeezed out a smile. Lin Ling, it's too cold outside. Close the window. Behind the window was a pale, bloodless face. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was enduring pain. Uncle, don't run around for me anymore. Let's go home. Lingling, Ning Yuntao shouted in a low voice. He immediately softened his tone. There will be a way. There will definitely be a way. Don't worry. Uncle will not lie to you. Ning Liang hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Be a good girl and close the window. Your body cannot withstand the cold. Ning Yuntao clenched his fists, blue veins sticking out. As the dark-colored glass rose up, Ning Liang suddenly felt something. She looked up at the entrance of the auction house and saw a black-robed figure standing on the step. In the wind and snow, his entire figure was blurry, making it hard to see clearly. Just what was this person doing? Ning Liang subconsciously thought this. Then, a wave of pain spread out from within her. She coughed and covered her mouth so that her uncle wouldn't be worried if he found out. She scattered the thoughts she had just now. On the steps, Qin Yu's heart shook. After he awakened his bloodline and cultivated his spirit eyes, his vision had reached an astonishing level. Even in the wind and snow, he could clearly see the woman's face behind the window. Although this woman was incomparably beautiful, it wasn't enough to shake Qin Yu's mind. What truly shocked him was that this woman's appearance was 70 to 80% similar to Ning Liang's. In addition, he had heard the words of the auction house's chief steward Chai just now. The white-browed old man's surname was Ning and the young woman in the car called him uncle. Naturally, her surname was also Ning. Her surname was Ning and she looked so similar to Ning Liang. If this was just a coincidence, then it was too much of a coincidence. Qin Yu regained his composure. The group of Ning family cultivators had long since disappeared, but he wasn't worried. Listening to the white-browed old man's words, they wouldn't be leaving Four Seasons City for some time. Since they were staying at the same inn, it would be easy to find them. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu didn't visit any other auction houses. Instead, he flew straight towards the inn. As the saying went, loved the house and its crow. Towards this group of people that might be related to Ning Liang, Qin Yu could no longer regard them as passers-by. Now that they seemed to have encountered a problem, he couldn't sit idly by. After returning to the inn, he asked a young servant about the guests in the courtyard next door. They hadn't returned yet. It seemed that the Ning family was still trying something else. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He took out several spirit stones and said, "I'm a bit curious about this group of guests. Can you help me inquire about why they came?" The young servant's eyes brightened. He repeatedly thanked Qin Yu and received the spirit stones. He lowered his voice and said, "Guest, you must have seen the young miss inside. She is truly a fairy-like beauty. If it were anything else, I really wouldn't dare to reveal the privacy of a guest. But this matter has already spread out, so there's no harm in telling you." Before this, a secret disciple of Grand Authority Chu came to the inn and publicly announced that he wanted them to exchange a treasure from their family for condensed incense pills. Through the young servant's words, Qin Yu gained a general understanding of the situation. To sum it up, it was simple. The Ning family's young miss was gravely ill and needed condensed incense pills to suppress her illness. This pill was created by Grand Authority Chu. Recently, he wanted a treasure from the Ning family, so he used this matter to threaten them and stop the supply of condensed incense pills. The young servant sighed. That pitiful Ning family's young miss. With such a weak body, she still had to travel a long distance to Four Seasons City to ask for medicine. But it's clear that the two sides weren't able to come to an agreement. I reckon that the Ning family cultivators are looking everywhere for condensed incense pills right now. But they didn't even think about it. Grand Authority Chu has already spoken, so who would dare to trade with them? After sending the young servant away, Qin Yu ordered a table of food and wine. He chose a seat near the window. Although it was snowing outside, it was actually as warm as spring inside the inn. The sky gradually darkened and the wind and snow became even greater. With the sound of a door opening, a group of Ning family cultivators arrived in the wind and snow. Perhaps it was because they were in a bad mood, but when they opened the door, they attracted many eyes. As they saw Ning Yuntao at the front, most of their eyes shrank. But there were also many people who looked at the quietly moving speed car with interest. Several young Ning family cultivators revealed angry expressions. Ning Yuntao shouted out loud, "Enough, don't cause trouble. Have the young servant bring the food and wine to our room." Soon, the Ning family group disappeared from the path leading to the living quarters. Several youths in the restaurant revealed disappointed expressions. "I heard that the Ning family's young miss is a true beauty. What a pity, she entered the inn and stayed in the speed car. Beautiful women are unfortunate. If the Ning family isn't willing to part with a treasure, I fear it won't be long before even a beautiful woman turns to dust." Humph humph. If Grand Authority Chu asks, who dares to not give him face? The Ning family doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Not only will they send the life of a beautiful woman to ruin, but they will also offend Grand Authority Chu. This is simply unwise. That's enough. The Ning family flourished for a time in the past. If it weren't for that person committing a great taboo and having his cultivation crippled and being expelled from the demonic path, they would have already soared to the skies. I heard that that person has many old friends in the demonic path. Although we don't fear the Ning family, there is no need to provoke unnecessary trouble for ourselves. That's right. Let's drink, let's drink. Qin Yu calmly listened to this. His eyes flashed. He called over the young servant and paid the bill. Then, he stood up and walked towards the back courtyard. Although these youths were frivolous and their words were annoying, their words revealed some information that caused Qin Yu's suspicions to deepen. In the wind and snow, Qin Yu arrived in front of the residence. He hesitated for a moment and then knocked on the door. The door opened from within. The worried attendant's complexion changed and a cold intent flashed in his eyes. "Who are you?" Qin Yu cupped his hands across his chest. "I am Ning Qin, an alchemist. I heard that your family's young miss is seriously ill, so I came to recommend myself." This was the best method he could think of to approach the Ning family. With the Ning family's current mentality, they shouldn't refuse him. As he thought, the attendant's eyes brightened. But then, he immediately turned vigilant. "Are you really an alchemist?" Qin Yu smiled. "I guarantee I am. I wouldn't be so bored as to make fun of you all." "Attendant, why haven't you brought the food and wine in yet?" Another young man walked over, scolding him in dissatisfaction. The attendant hurriedly cupped his hands across his chest. "Young master, this person claims to be an alchemist and wants to treat the young miss' illness." Zhong Yingming frowned. "You fool. Do you think just anyone can treat my cousin's condition? Hurry up and send him away." Qin Yu lightly said, "Hold on. If you don't try, how do you know it won't work?" Hearing this young man's voice, Zhong Yingming revealed a look of disgust. "Shut up. I want to see just where this lecher came from. He actually has evil intentions towards my cousin. Since you won't leave, don't blame me for being impolite." He lifted a hand and the aura of a fifth-level nascent soul erupted. For him to have such a cultivation at his age wasn't bad at all. But today, Zhong Yingming was blind and had chosen Qin Yu instead. Nascent soul, he could have chased him down many years ago. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhong Yingming was sent flying away in a distressed state, crashing into the courtyard. If it weren't for Qin Yu holding back, at least half of his bones would have been broken. The attendant was frightened. He instinctively wanted to attack Qin Yu, but as his eyes swept over him, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake and all the blood drained from his face. "Stop!" With a loud shout, Ning Yuntao's figure appeared. His eyes fell on Qin Yu and the pressure of a blue sea came crashing down, causing wind and snow to tumble backward. Qin Yu's body relaxed and his black robes fluttered in the wind. He lightly said, "Fellow Taoist Ning, don't worry. I had no intention of harming them to begin with." His calm voice penetrated through the wind and snow, clearly spreading into everyone's ears. Ning Yuntao's complexion changed. He hesitated for a moment and his pressure scattered. He said, "Who are you and why did you attack my Ning family's juniors?" Qin Yu's expression was calm. "Let them explain themselves." Zhong Yingming screamed, "Uncle, he dared to attack me. I cannot let him off." He had a fierce expression. "Brat, do you know who I am? You're dead." Chapter 432. Zhudo didn't dare to hide anything. He explained what had happened. Ning Yuntao relaxed. It seemed that this person wasn't someone sent by Chu Taidu. He immediately cupped his hands together and said, "Fellow Taoist, it was a junior of my Ning family who was rude. I ask for your forgiveness if he offended you. May I ask for your name?" To be able to ignore his pressure, just this point alone proved that this person wasn't any weaker than him. If he could turn hostility into friendship with this sort of person, that would be for the best. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "My name is Ning Qin." Ning Yuntao was stunned. Fellow Taoist is also surnamed Ning. Even if it was an alias, this person clearly knew they were from the Ning family and it was unlikely he would use the surname Ning. There was a high chance this name was real. Although they were strangers, they shared the same surname. Ning Yuntao's eyes warmed a bit more. What a coincidence. Perhaps many years ago we were from the same family. Qin Yu didn't want to waste time. He went straight to the point. "I came here to diagnose and treat Miss Ning's illness. I wonder if fellow Taoist Ning agrees?" Ning Yuntao hesitated. "Fellow Taoist, do you know that we have provoked some trouble?" He didn't say it clearly, but anyone with some understanding of this matter would know what he meant. This person's thoughts weren't bad. Qin Yu smiled. "Since I came, I naturally don't fear trouble." Ning Yuntao's eyes brightened. He cupped his hands together and said, If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist. Zhong Yingming panicked. Uncle, how could you allow someone to approach my cousin? Who knows what goal he has? Don't speak nonsense. Ning Yuntao angrily shouted. With fellow Taoist Ning's status, how could he do something so improper? If you dare to disrespect fellow Taoist again, I will surely punish you. He turned and apologized. This nephew was worried about my niece's illness and offended you in any way. I ask fellow Taoist Ning to forgive me. Qin Yu lightly said, It's fine. He came here for the Ning family's miss and didn't care about anyone else. This sort of attitude of disregard was naturally revealed, causing Zhong Yingming's complexion to darken even more, and a trace of hatred appeared in his eyes. Qin Yu suddenly turned around. You don't know who I am, and I don't care who you are. I only came here to treat someone's illness and save someone. I don't want to cause any trouble, so you had best not provoke me, otherwise you will regret it. You will regret it deeply, deeply regret it. Although he was willing to investigate because of Ning Ling and waste precious time, this didn't mean that he could truly relax in his heart. Thus, Qin Yu wasn't in a good mood right now. As he vented his anger, that powerful and icy cold will nearly caused one's blood to freeze. Zhong Yingming froze where he was. His face was deathly pale, and he couldn't suppress the panic that gushed out from deep within his eyes. Luckily, after Qin Yu finished speaking, he withdrew his gaze and stepped into the courtyard. Zhong Yingming spat out a breath of cold air in the wind and snow. He looked at Qin Yu's back, his eyes full of fear. Ning Yuntao's complexion changed. Although he had guessed that Qin Yu was strong, the aura that Qin Yu revealed left him secretly startled. The other party's strength was far greater than he had imagined. If the other party truly intended to harm him, he might not be a match for him. Fortunately, it seemed that the other party really had no ill intentions. But why would he help the Ning family? Lusting after her beauty? Ning Yuntao didn't believe that a person who had reached this level of strength would be blinded by beauty. The inn delivered food and wine, but no one was in the mood to enjoy them. The sudden appearance of Ning Qin caused all the Ning family cultivators to feel restless. Although the other party didn't seem to have any ill intentions, what kind of vicious person would write their thoughts on their face? Luckily, Ning Yuntao's existence gave them some confidence. Moreover, this was Four Seasons City, a large southern city of the Zhao Empire. There shouldn't be anyone who would dare to casually cause trouble here. It wasn't hard for Qin Yu to guess what the Ning family members were thinking beneath their vigilant gazes. But he didn't care. He directly said, "Where is Miss Ning? I need to diagnose her." Ning Yuntao said, "Niece's heart meridians were damaged from birth. In addition to her innate ice-cold physique, this has caused her meridians to be blocked and withered. I am well aware of the situation, so there is no need to investigate further. No. If I want to save someone, I naturally need to determine the situation." Qin Yu flatly refused. Ning Yuntao hesitated for a moment. "All right, I will lead fellow Taoists there." He wanted to see just what medicine Ning Qin was selling in his gourd. Moreover, in his heart, he held a trace of anticipation towards this matter. Although he didn't know how good Ning Qin was at treating illnesses, his cultivation alone gave him some confidence. What if it was effective? It was this anticipation that caused Ning Yuntao to back down and agree. This was also why he chose to approach the Ning family cultivators with the identity of an alchemist. The courtyard that the Ning family rented was large enough to accommodate everyone. In the most secluded room, several maids were standing guard outside. As they saw the group arrive, they quickly bowed towards Ning Yuntao. "How is the miss?" Reporting to second old master, "The miss is tired today. She drank some fire ginseng soup and just fell asleep." As she spoke, she revealed an awkward expression. Ning Yuntao revealed a pained expression. "Go in and wake up the miss. Tell her that I have invited an alchemist to treat her." "Yes, second old master." A maid pushed open the door and walked in. Ning Yuntao turned, a bit apologetic. I'm sorry, but I must ask fellow Taoist Ning to wait a moment. Qin Yu nodded. It's fine. Soon, the maid pushed open the door and walked out. She bowed and said, The miss has woken up, but she doesn't seem to be in good spirits. Second old master, it would be best if you didn't delay her for too long. As she spoke, there was a trace of suspicion in her eyes as she looked at Qin Yu. The miss's illness was so serious, and even if there weren't 100 alchemists she had found over the years, every single one of them had said that they were helpless against an innate problem. Could this person do it? From his voice, he seemed very young. Ning Yuntao gestured with his hand. Fellow Taoist, please. Qin Yu stepped into the room first. The fragrance of a young girl wafted towards him. The room wasn't too bright, causing the girl leaning against the bed to appear even more delicate. Her eyes were dim, revealing a deep weariness. Her lips moved and she smiled. Uncle. Then, she looked at Qin Yu. Grandmaster, I'll have to trouble you. As Qin Yu saw her familiar appearance, he paused for a moment. Then, he gently said, It's no problem. I will do my best to help rid the miss of her illness. These weren't empty words. Seeing the current Ning family's miss, the softness in Qin Yu's heart that only belonged to Ning Ling was gently touched. He had already decided that even if it was a coincidence that their appearances were similar, he would still do his best to save her. He would only do this to accumulate some good karma for Ning Ling so that her life in the immortal sect would be a bit smoother. Ning Liang revealed a look of surprise. This alchemist was so young, and his words seemed a bit too confident. In these past years she had seen many alchemy masters, but in the end none of them had been able to do anything. In recent years, no one had dared to come and treat her. Was a newborn calf not afraid of a tiger? However, this young alchemist seemed a bit familiar. Where had she seen him before? Qin Yu walked in front of the window. The fragrance of a woman lingering in his nose became even richer, like a flower blooming in the night, cold and pure. A maid brought over a chair. Qin Yu sat down and reached out a hand. Let me examine the miss. Ning Liang hesitated for a moment. Then, she pulled up her sleeves, revealing her white and tender wrist. I'll have to trouble the Grandmaster. Qin Yu smiled. 2 fingers fell down. Don't resist. As he spoke, he carefully probed her with magic power. At this time, within Qin Yu's body, the demonic bloodline that Ning Ling had given him suddenly became lively, emitting a joyful feeling. Then, he felt a familiar aura from the Ning family's miss. As he thought, the bloodline that flowed within her came from the same origin as Ning Ling. In fact, it was highly likely that the two of them were half-sisters, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to form such a close bloodline connection. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's examination became even more cautious and careful. He was sure that if Ning Ling knew that she had relatives in the land of divinity and demons, she would be extremely happy. Ning Liang blinked in surprise. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that this alchemist who was examining her had become much more amiable. This was a strange feeling, as if she were facing someone close to her. For instance, her father or her uncle. But wasn't today the first time they had met? It was unknown what she was thinking, but a faint blush appeared on Ning Liang's pale face. A moment later, Qin Yu lifted a finger. He smiled and said, Miss Ning, if I offended you before, I must apologize. This person was likely Ning Ling's little sister, so Qin Yu believed he should maintain sufficient courtesy. Ning Liang shook her head. Mr. is too serious. Ning Yuntao hurriedly asked, Fellow Taoist Ning, how is it? Qin Yu said, Miss Ning's meridians are severely blocked. Moreover, because of the accumulation of cold energy in her body is extremely weak. The situation doesn't look too optimistic. He paused for a moment and said, I heard that Miss Ning was relying on condensed incense pills to suppress her illness. I think you should still have some left. I wonder if I can examine you? Ning Yuntao hesitated for a moment. He flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle. He earnestly said, "Fellow Taoist Ning, condensed incense pills are my niece's life-saving treasures. We only have 2 left, so fellow Taoist must not damage them." Qin Yu nodded. He took the jade bottle and opened it. A deep blue pill the size of a knuckle rolled into his palm. Qin Yu lowered his head and sniffed it several times. Then, he used his fingernail to scrape off some powder and placed it in his mouth. After several breaths of time, he frowned and a cold intent flashed in his eyes. "This grand authority Chu has gone to great lengths to obtain your Ning family's treasure." Ning Yuntao's complexion changed. "Fellow Taoist, what do you mean?" Qin Yu sneered. "This condensed incense pill can indeed suppress the cold energy in Miss Ning's body. But it has a side effect, and that is that it will accelerate the accumulation of cold energy in her body. May I ask fellow Taoist Ning, as time passes, does Miss Ning take condensed incense pills at an increasing frequency? Does she even need to increase the dosage?" Indeed. The explanation that Chu Taida gave us was that the cold energy in Ning Liang's body was too strong, so it naturally increased. "I never thought." Ning Yuntao's complexion paled. He wasn't an idiot. He naturally understood the meaning behind Qin Yu's words. Many years ago, Chu Taidu already had thoughts of obtaining the Ning family's treasure. It was no wonder that he had taken the initiative to deliver the condensed incense pills. It was because he was waiting for the cold energy in Ning Liang's body to grow stronger and stronger until she couldn't leave the condensed incense pills before revealing his true colors. Suddenly, Ning Yuntao's complexion changed. "Fellow Taoist Ning, are you saying that even with the condensed incense pills, you still can't save Liangling?" On the bed, Ning Liang's eyes dimmed. Then, she relaxed a bit. After struggling for so many years, she was already tired. Perhaps death was also a release. Qin Yu nodded. "That's right. The condensed incense pills can delay her for a period of time. But, at most 3 years, the cold poison in Miss Ning's body will erupt and there will be no way to alleviate it." "You bastard!" Ning Yuntao roared. Chu Taidu already knew all of this. From the very start, he never planned on saving Ning Liang. As he thought about how Ning Liang wouldn't be able to live for much longer, his eyes gradually turned red. Ning Liang smiled. "Uncle, if it were anyone else that received this cold poison, they would have already died. I should be satisfied that I was able to live until now." She looked up. "Thank you, Grandmaster, for unraveling Chu Taidu's plot and preventing the Ning family from suffering any losses. Ning Liang is filled with endless gratitude. But I will soon die, so I fear I won't be able to repay you in this life." Qin Yu coughed. "In truth, it isn't impossible to cure Miss Ning's cold poison." Schwar, the entire room fell silent. Ning Liang's eyes widened. She looked at this fellow who was talking nonsense. She thought that his method of comforting others wasn't too clever. "I have already accepted my death, so why give me any more hope? Don't you know that when hope appears and then shatters, it hurts me greatly?" Chapter 433. Four Seasons City. The eastern part of the city was a luxurious area. Most of the prominent figures of the city's great families lived here. At this time, in a luxurious residence that could be ranked in the top 3 of all the luxurious residences in the eastern part of the city, Chu Taidu walked out from his alchemy room. He had a head of silver hair and a loose white robe, making him seem even more transcendent and otherworldly. "What is the attitude of the Ning family?" Chu Taidu wiped his face with a hot towel and casually handed it to a beautiful maid. Then, he looked at the disciple beside him. Qi Qing respectfully bowed. Reporting to teacher, the Ning family doesn't seem willing to agree. They are still in the city, constantly looking for condensed incense pills. But teacher has spoken, so no one dares to agree. Chu Taidu had a light expression. He wasn't surprised at all. How did the Ning family react? Qi Qing said, "According to the latest news from our spies, the Ning family's old master has agreed to exchange treasures for the formula for the condensed incense pill, but most of the Ning family's high-level figures are opposed to it. This matter has yet to be concluded. Chu Taidu furrowed his eyebrows. Continue to investigate. In addition, pass down orders to have them move out and exert pressure on the Chu family. We need to force them to submit as soon as possible. After he inadvertently learned of the Ning family's treasure, his heart began to burn with a fiery heat. The Ning family actually didn't recognize such a precious treasure. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that his methods would draw the attention of others, Chu Taidu would have spared no cost to seize it. Yes, disciple will do it immediately. Qi Xing bowed, turned around and left in a hurry. That brat Ning Liang was Ning Yunhai's daughter. Chu Taidu's pupils shrank. If it weren't for the accident that befell Ning Yunhai in the past, he feared he would have already become a great figure that soared through the highest heavens. He naturally didn't dare to have any thoughts towards her. Now that Ning Yunhai was crippled, his daughter, Ning Liang, had his bloodline flowing through her veins. Because she was valued by the Ning family's old patriarch, Ning Liang was regarded as the future hope of the Ning family. It was because of this that Chu Taidu started with Ning Liang. As long as the Ning family's old master was willing to save her, he would only need to spend some time and he would eventually achieve his goal. Therefore, Ning Liang was the key to this matter. Of course, Chu Taidu never thought of curing Ning Liang. The demonic path had once placed great importance on the continuation of their bloodline, so he couldn't be careless in the slightest. Only by dying would he be able to eliminate all future troubles. Because of this, he had taken the condensed incense pill and sent it to the Ning family. Now, the cold poison in that girl's body had settled, and it would only be a matter of 2 or 3 years. Ning Yuntao's eyes widened with excitement. Fellow Taoist Ning, do you really have a way to dispel the cold poison? The others also looked pleasantly surprised, but most of them were muttering in their hearts. They were well aware of Ning Liang's situation. In these past years, countless alchemy grandmasters and medical saints had been left helpless. Wanting to cure her was easier said than done. Qin Yu's voice was calm. Although it will be a bit troublesome and the treatment will take some time, there shouldn't be any problems if there aren't any accidents. Everyone could hear the confidence in his calm voice. It wasn't strong, but it was precisely this calmness and indifference that made people trust him even more. Great. That's great. Ning Yuntao's face turned red. Lingling, you're saved. You're saved. I knew you wouldn't die. Ning Liang's thoughts surged. Her weary eyes erupted with an unprecedented light. Although she had already prepared herself to accept the arrival of death, she was still able to do so. However, even an ant wanted to live. How could she not have any expectations for her future? At this moment, it was like a crack had been torn open in the thick layers of black clouds above her head. Warm and bright sunlight sprinkled down, making her feel an unprecedented sense of warmth and relaxation. Tears unknowingly flowed down her cheek. Ning Liang wiped them away and was helped off the bed by a maid. She knelt to the ground and said, "I'll leave everything to Grandmaster." Qin Yu tried to stop him but was stopped. Ning Yuntao's eyes turned red. Fellow Taoist Ning, you deserve this bow. This is what Lingling should do. As long as you can cure her, you will be the benefactor of my Ning family. If there is anything you need in the future, I, Ning Yuntao, will not hesitate to go through fire or water for you. Ning Liang's tears tumbled down once more. Uncle. Qin Yu was moved. This sort of sincere affection was something he longed for in his heart, but he would never be able to feel it again. However, after cultivating for so many years, his will had already been tempered to a formidable degree, so he didn't reveal any of it. All right, if you really want to thank me, then wait until you've recovered. Right now, Miss Ning's body is still weak, so it's best if you don't have too many emotional fluctuations. After a brief pause, Qin Yu passed over the condensed incense pill in his hand. Although this has its drawbacks, it can temporarily suppress the cold poison and allow the body to catch its breath. Miss Ning, eat it and rest for several days. Once your body recovers, it will be easier to treat her. Ning Liang obediently received it. But as she thought about how Qin Yu had been holding this pill the entire time, she couldn't help but blush a bit when she ate it. All right, let's go. Let Miss Ning rest. Qin Yu turned and left. Ning Yuntao ordered several maids to take care of the miss and then hurried after. Along the way, he wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Yu didn't have any thoughts of speaking. Instead, he focused on thinking of a treatment method. As they returned to the main hall, he directly said, "Fellow Taoist Ning, Miss Ning's body is weak right now and it will be difficult for her to withstand the killing effects of the medicinal efficacy to dispel the cold poison within her body. So, I will need to refine some pills to help Miss Ning restore some of her origin energy. The next step will be to dispel the cold poison." He flipped his hand and took out a jade slip. With a thought, he marked information on it. The things inside are the materials needed to refine a cold poison dispelling pill. Immediately start gathering them. I will come back in 3 days. After speaking, Qin Yu didn't stay any longer. He turned and left. The cold poison within Ning Liang's body was extremely troublesome. He needed to use a pill called the Blazing Sun Integration Pill in combination with several other supporting pills in order to slowly dispel it. Refining pills wasn't difficult for Qin Yu. But, in order to help Ning Liang dispel the cold poison, he needed to take pills every day for a month and then personally stimulate the medicinal efficacy. Only then would he be able to ensure that nothing went wrong. There wasn't much time left for Qin Yu to gather 36 different soul treasures to begin with. Now that several days had passed, saving Ning Liang would take at least another month. In other words, even if everything went smoothly, Qin Yu would only have 2 months left to gather them. To gather all 36 rare and precious soul treasures in this amount of time was nearly zero. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He was a bit unwilling, but he had no other choice. He had to save Ning Liang. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The training chamber opened and Qin Yu stepped out. He stretched his waist. His bones crackled and he revealed a weary look. For these past 3 days he had been refining pills. Ning Liang's physique was extremely weak, and she wouldn't be able to withstand the powerful medicinal efficacy. Even taking supplements could destroy the fragile balance within her body and cause the cold poison to erupt ahead of time. Thus, the choice of pills was extremely important. Qin Yu rummaged through Grandmaster Yao's memories and finally found a pill called the Minor Marrow Nourishing Pill. This pill wouldn't directly improve a cultivator's physique. After taking it, the medicinal efficacy would sink into the body and strengthen the activity of the marrow, allowing the cultivator's body to naturally recover. However, this sort of recovery speed would be relatively slow. The estimated time needed to treat her would be longer than he had expected. Qin Yu sighed. He no longer thought about it. He crossed the courtyard path and flicked his sleeves, opening the courtyard doors. "Greetings, Grandmaster Ning." The attendant respectfully bowed, his eyes filled with gratitude and anticipation. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. It seemed that this was one of Ning Liang's admirers. A fair and graceful woman was a gentleman's desire. This was normal, so there wasn't much to say. "Let's go." Qin Yu nodded to the attendant and walked forwards. The attendant quickly sent out a message as he hurried after. The Ning family's courtyard was already open. Several juniors of the Ning family respectfully welcomed Qin Yu in. Ning Yuntao isn't here?" Qin Yu frowned. The attendant hurriedly explained, reporting to Grandmaster, "The second old master left in a hurry this morning. He said he was looking for a precious material. This junior has already informed him of your arrival, and the second old master will soon return." Qin Yu nodded. He flipped his hand and took out 2 jade bottles. "There are 10 pills in each bottle. Give them to your families, miss. Every day she will take 1 in the morning and 1 at night. After using it she will feel drowsy, but this is a normal phenomenon. Don't disturb her and let her rest." The minor marrow nourishing pill seemed ordinary, but it was a genuine 7th grade pill. Even though Qin Yu had the little blue lamp and the 9th province furnace in his hands, the refining process was still extremely difficult. Luckily, the Black Demon sect had purchased a massive amount of precious spirit plants and was able to gather enough materials for the pill, otherwise it would have taken much longer. The other 10 weren't ordinary pills either. They were 6th grade water mist spirit pills. These pills had incomparably gentle attributes and were most suitable for those with weak bodies. Moreover, the medicinal efficacy complemented the minor marrow nourishing pill, so the effects were even better when used together. The pretty maid received the pills with both hands. She bowed with gratitude. "Thank you, Grandmaster Ning. I thank you on behalf of my family's miss." As she spoke, she was about to kneel. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and stopped her. He rubbed his temples and said, "If you really want to thank me, then pour me a cup of tea. I'm quite tired right now." "Yes. Grandmaster Ning, please wait a moment." Soon, steaming hot tea and several kinds of snacks were brought into the main hall. Qin Yu lowered his head and took a sip. The fragrance of tea rippled through his tongue and faint traces of spiritual strength spread out, making him feel refreshed. This was a rare and good tea. At this time, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Ning Yuntao hurried in. Before he even arrived, he cupped his hands together in apology. "I'm really sorry to have made Grandmaster Ning wait for so long." Qin Yu laid down the teacup. "It's no problem. It's just that the materials I need shouldn't be too difficult to purchase. Has fellow Taoist Ning prepared them?" Ning Yuntao revealed a solemn expression. "May I ask, what Grandmaster Ning wishes to refine is the long-lost Blazing Sun integration pill?" Qin Yu nodded. "That's right. It wasn't strange for the Ning family to know that he had given them most of the materials." Ning Yuntao hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm not proficient in the Tao of alchemy, but I've heard people mention that the Blazing Sun integration pill is divided into a large pill and a small pill. The two pills are almost exactly the same, only a few of the main ingredients are different. Of these materials, the most important one is the Deva Soul. For these past 2 days I have run all over Four Seasons City and even asked for help from my clan, but I couldn't find any news of the Deva Soul. The reason I left today is also because of this." Ning Yuntao hesitated. When he first learned of the Blazing Sun integration pill, he had been incomparably excited. But soon, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. This Blazing Sun integration pill's large pill was known to be like a blazing sun above one's head. It could dispel all cold poisons in the world and relieve Ning Liang's illness. But the small pill's effects could only be considered above average. Ning Liang had taken many pills with similar effects, but most of them had been useless. If Ning Qin was relying on the small Blazing Sun integration pill, then he feared they would have rejoiced in vain. And what left him even more anxious was that the list Qin Yu gave him didn't include the Deva Soul. There were several treasures needed to refine a large pill. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He knew what Ning Yuntao was worried about. He directly said, "Fellow Taoist Ning, don't worry. What I will be refining is a large pill." Ning Yuntao revealed a pleasantly surprised expression, but it soon disappeared. He said with a troubled expression, "My Ning family can provide the other materials, but the Deva Soul." He bitterly smiled. The Deva Soul was said to be able to instantly create a divine soul cultivator. No matter what influence it was an extremely precious treasure. Unless one had a lucky chance, it was impossible to purchase it with spirit stones. Qin Yu lightly said, "I have already prepared the Deva Soul and other materials. Fellow Taoist Ning, please give me the materials you have collected." "What?" Ning Yuntao exclaimed in a low voice. His eyes were wide with shock. After that, he was in a daze. It was only after Qin Yu left that he managed to regain his composure. His eyes moved. He swept his eyes over everyone in the room and took a deep breath. "Grandmaster Ning said that he has prepared the Deva Soul. is that right? Zhuo gulped. His throat was dry and tight. That is indeed what Grandmaster Ning said. How could that be possible? This is a Deva soul, a priceless Deva soul. Ning Yuntao whispered to himself, his eyes cloudy and uncertain. Although he didn't believe that someone of Qin Yu's status would swindle materials, he still couldn't believe what was happening. A stranger that he had never met had suddenly come to treat his illness, and even offered a treasure as precious as the Deva soul on his own initiative. No matter how he looked at it, it was extremely strange. The maid hesitated for a moment. Second old master, Grandmaster Ning left some pills for the miss just now and also explained how to take them. Ning Yuntao's eyes brightened. Where are the pills? Hurry and bring them out. The maid quickly took them out. Ning Yuntao first opened the first pill. As he looked at it, he sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because Qin Yu had said that Ning Liang's body was too weak. She would need to recuperate before she could expel the cold poison. Thus, in these past 2 days he had been paying attention to some body-nourishing pills. He just happened to see this pill in the jade bottle. Water Mist Spirit Pill. Amongst 6th grade spirit pills, this was the highest quality nourishing pill. It was especially suitable for those with extremely weak bodies, and its price was astonishing. But now there were a total of 10 water mist spirit pills in this jade bottle. Moreover, whether it was their appearance or their fragrance, it was clear that their quality was far better than those he had seen before. Just these 10 superb quality water mist spirit pills were enough to purchase over 10 sets of materials provided by the Ning family. Ning Yuntao's face flushed red. He felt ashamed of his own guess just now. He carefully placed it down and picked up the second jade bottle. After opening it, he discovered that he didn't recognize this pill at all. The pill was round and the medicinal fragrance was pure and refreshing. Moreover, since Ning Qin had given him such precious water mist spirit pills, the chances of his motives being impure were close to zero. But for some strange reason, Ning Yuntao took out his handphone and took several pictures of the pill. He sent them to several alchemists he knew in Four Seasons City. Soon, Ning Yuntao received a reply. The other party was an alchemist from a large auction house who was responsible for appraising pills. Not only was he skilled in alchemy, but his field of vision was also extremely high. Yesterday, when Ning Yuntao had asked for his contact information, this alchemist had displayed a cold and aloof expression. In the end, he had reluctantly given it to him. But now this alchemist's words were filled with excitement and excitement. Minor marrow nourishing pill? That's right, it must be the minor marrow nourishing pill. He never thought that there would actually be someone who could refine this 7th grade spirit pill that was known as the mildest attribute. Fellow Taoist Ning, are you preparing to sell it? You must come to our auction house, and we will give you the fairest price. Moreover, is fellow Taoist Ning convenient right now? I would like to personally visit and observe and appreciate it. Of course, if there is a fee, I am willing to pay it. Soon after, several more messages came in. The contents were similar to the one above. Although some people said that it was impossible to determine the pill's nature just by looking at the picture, with the cloud mist spirit pill before him, Ning Yuntao already believed that this was the minor marrow nourishing pill. His mind was a mess. Over and over again, all he could think of was the word 7th grade. 7th grade pill, 7th grade pill. It had to be known that in the entire land of divinity and demons, anyone who could refine a 7th grade pill had the qualifications to be called a Grand Master. A so-called Grand Master was someone who had reached the peak of their field. For instance, Grand Master Chu Tai. It was because he could refine a 7th grade pill that he had his current illustrious status. With his status as an alchemist, he suppressed the entire Ning family and even caused countless influences to dread him, not daring to trade with the Ning family. Chapter 434. But soon they were puzzled. Honorable Ning was such a character, so why would he help their Ning family? In this world, there was no such thing as love or hate without reason. Ning Qin must have his reasons for doing this. With Honorable Ning's status, besides the treasure in his family, there was nothing in the Ning family that could move him. But from start to finish, Ning Qin hadn't mentioned anything about rewards at all. The chances of him coming here for treasures were extremely small. Ning Yuntao was deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of a possibility. Lingling's beauty was unparalleled. If it wasn't for the fact that she was weak and had little contact with the outside world, her beauty would have long been known by all. He had absolute confidence in his niece's beauty. Honorable Ning's alchemy skills were unfathomable, but listening to his voice and sensing his aura, he shouldn't be too old. If this matter was really as he thought, then that would be wonderful. Thinking of this, Ning Yuntao broke into a run. He couldn't sit still anymore. He had to confirm it with his niece immediately. Ning Liang leaned against the headboard. She looked at her uncle, who had a dignified expression as he dismissed all the maids. She couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. "Uncle, is there something wrong?" Ning Yuntao waved his hand. "Don't be nervous, Lingling. Uncle just wants to ask you something. But before that, you should take a look at these pills in the jade bottle." Ning Liang's heart relaxed. She pinched the bottle with her pale fingers and opened it. "Water mist spirit pill," she cried out, her face full of surprise. Because of her body, Ning Liang wasn't able to cultivate for long periods of time. She had a great deal of free time to study, and she naturally poured a great deal of effort into alchemy. Although she hadn't truly studied alchemy, she still had an extremely high level of theoretical knowledge. Ning Yuntao took out another jade bottle. "Take a look inside." Ning Ling looked at his lips and saw that he couldn't suppress his smile. Even though she was prepared in her heart, she was still frightened. "Uncle, this is the small marrow-nourishing pill?" "Ha ha ha ha. My Lingling is indeed knowledgeable." Ning Yuntao laughed. Ning Liang fell silent. "Uncle, although Grandmaster Ning is willing to give it a try, we have no idea whether or not he will succeed. You must have spent a lot of money to buy these two kinds of pills. I'm afraid you'll get into trouble when you get home. Actually, my body is still fine. I can just take ordinary medicinal pills. There's no need to buy such expensive ones." He looked over. "Let me tell you something. The water mist spirit pill and the small marrow nourishing pill were just delivered by Ning Qin for you to restore your body's origin energy." He looked over. "Let me tell you, the water mist spirit pill and the minor marrow nourishing pill were just delivered by Ning Qin. He told you to use them to restore your body's origin energy." Ning Liang cried out in alarm, her face blank. Ning Yuntao's heart skipped a beat. "Lingling, do you know why Ning Qin is helping us?" Ning Chen. Ning Yuntao coughed dryly. "Then think about it carefully. Have you seen Ning Qin somewhere before?" Ning Liang closed her eyes. Recent memories replayed in her mind. This was her innate ability, retentive memory. As long as she saw something, she would instantly remember it. It was just that flipping through her memories was a great burden on her mind. Thus, Ning Liang's originally pale complexion lost all color. Ning and her uncle, that was. Her Liang a her. Ling had Yun Ming. Her uncle had tried his best to buy condensed fragrance pills, but to no avail. He had stood beside the speed car and comforted her. Not too far away, a black-robed figure was quietly standing on the steps. That quiet black-robed figure was blurry in the wind and snow. But looking carefully, it was extremely similar to Grandmaster Ning. The more she thought about it, the deeper the two figures overlapped. Finally, they fused into one. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Liang said, "Uncle, I seem to remember where I saw Grandmaster Ning." She immediately spoke of the scene in her memory. Ning Yuntao was overjoyed. Although Ning Liang said she didn't have absolute confidence, he was well aware of his niece's photographic memory. There was basically no way she would be wrong. This explained everything. In the windy and snowy afternoon, the warm light of the speed car sprinkled down on Ning Liang's body, covering her beauty and frailty with a gentle hue. The mysterious youth with a hidden identity stood on the high step. His eyes passed through the window and fell onto Ning Liang. He was immediately captivated by her beauty. Thus, the youth inquired about the Ning family's current predicament and stepped forward to shield her from the wind and rain. He couldn't help but admit that the scene that Ning Yuntao imagined was beautiful and warm. Moreover, it was actually very reasonable, and there were even some parts that were close to the truth. Thus, Ning Yuntao completely believed it. This wasn't a rash guess. Rather, besides this accident, he couldn't think of any other reason why Ning Qin would do this. He thought about how Ning Liang's illness would soon be cured and how she would obtain the most perfect husband. Even the entire Ning family would benefit from this. Ning Yuntao smiled and told his guest to Ning Liang. The girl who had been pretending to be strong suddenly blushed and her ears flushed red. She kept telling herself that her uncle's guess was too arbitrary. Moreover, Ning Qin had 7th-grade alchemy strength. Such a proud son of heaven could pursue any woman he wanted, so how could he possibly take a liking to a sickly little girl from an ordinary background? But Ning Yuntao's words kept circling in her heart, as if they contained some sort of magic that she couldn't dispel. What if her uncle's guess was correct? What should she do? Ning Liang leaned against the headboard. Her heart raced faster and faster. She subconsciously tightened her hands around the jade bottle containing the pills. Chu Taidu sat cross-legged on a perforated black jade bamboo mat. In front of him was a wooden table for brewing tea. Whether it was the thick and glossy purple clay teapot or the flawless white jade-like teacups, all of it showed that he was a person who knew how to enjoy himself. A piece of black jade bamboo, a purple clay teapot, or even a small teacup. If placed in the outside world, all of these items would be sold for an astronomical price. But in Chu Taidu's hands, they were only one of several commonly used tools for brewing tea. As an alchemy grandmaster, what he had accumulated over the years was not just his connections, but his wealth had reached an unimaginable level. Qi Cheng quietly stepped into the pavilion. Wrapped in a light and refreshing breeze, he stood in a corner of the pavilion. He was well aware of his honorable master's temperament. When he was brewing tea, he especially didn't like being disturbed. Chu Taidu finished sipping a cup of light blue tea and then placed the white teacup down. He lightly said, "What is it?" Qi Cheng took 2 steps forwards and bowed. "Honorable master, this disciple has already investigated. The Ning family is indeed purchasing a massive amount of materials to refine the Blazing Sun integration pill." Chu Taidu frowned. He reached out a hand list. Qi Cheng handed over a jade slip with both hands. Chu Taidu probed it with his divine sense. After several breaths of time, he opened his eyes. "This is a small pill. It basically has no effect on the Ning family's miss-cold poison." He frowned. Although the Ning family didn't have a decent alchemist, they had treated Ning Liang for so many years and used up a great deal of pills, so how could they not know this? Was it because he had no choice but to give up, or was there something else he was hiding? Chu Taidu's eyes flashed. "Have you found out who is helping the Ning family refine pills?" Qi Cheng said, "Reporting to Honorable Master, we have already found out that the person helping the Ning family refine pills is a guest of the Western Mountain Inn. This person doesn't know the Ning family before this, so we haven't figured out what his motives are." Chu Taidu hesitated for a moment. "Pay close attention to the movements of the Ning family cultivators. If necessary, send someone to contact this alchemist. This disciple understands. I won't disturb Honorable Master's peace. This disciple will take his leave." Qi Cheng turned and left, a cold light flashing in his eyes. By now, who in Four Seasons City didn't know that his honorable master was intentionally suppressing the Ning family? To help the Ning family refine pills was the greatest disrespect to his honorable master. Humph, if one dared to disrespect their honorable master, then they had to be prepared to pay the price. In his seclusion chamber, Qin Yu didn't know that his actions had caused a grudge against him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He sat down cross-legged and began to refine the pills in his body. When all his losses were restored to their peak, his eyes flashed open and a sharp light burst out from them. It wasn't beneficial to eat too many condensed fragrance pills, so having Ning Liang eat one was only a stopgap measure. It should be able to suppress the cold poison in her body for around 10 days. Thus, Qin Yu prepared 10 water mist spirit pills and 10 minor marrow nourishing pills for her. She would take one every day in the morning and evening. After 5 days, she would wait another day for the medicinal efficacy to be absorbed. At that time, Ning Liang's body would be in its peak condition and also the best time to dispel the cold poison. Thus, Qin Yu only had 6 days at most to refine the pill. The Blazing Sun Integration Pill. The small pill was a 5th grade pill and the large pill was a 6th grade pill. But because of the existence of the Deva Soul, this sort of 6th grade pill was much more difficult to refine than 7th grade pills. Qin Yu only had a single Deva Soul in his hands. Even with the little blue lamp, he had to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, if the refinement failed, it would be troublesome. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. A pill furnace covered with cracks and missing a piece of its mouth appeared. This was the 9th province furnace. 9th province, the pill I am refining this time is for the sake of saving someone. Don't be too greedy. As compensation, I will give you some pills first. He took out several jade bottles and tossed them out. The 9th province furnace opened on its own and a bright light swept out, pulling the jade bottles inside. After a burst of chewing sounds, the mouth of the furnace opened and closed again, giving a clang as a response. Success. Qin Yu smiled. This was a necessary step. Otherwise, if the Blazing Sun Integration Pill was refined and it was eaten up by the 9th province furnace, that would be a great joke. Let's begin. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. In the inn, Ning Liang's complexion was much better than before. The water mist spirit pill combined with the minor marrow nourishing pill displayed an astonishing restorative effect. Her complexion was ruddy and her eyes were bright and clear. Even her body was a bit more plump than before. Of course, it was all in the right places. Miss is so beautiful. We are women and we can't help but be moved when we see her. If it were any other smelly man, their eyes would fall out of their sockets. Humph. That's because our Miss's body is weak. Otherwise, those 3 beauties like Zhang, Ma, and Wei would all be far worse than our Miss. Ning Liang sat in front of the window, her hands propping up her chin. She helplessly listened to the whispers of several maids behind her. These were all people who had followed her since she was a child. In addition to her gentle temperament, she wasn't afraid at all. Chapter 435. The 3 maids stuck out their tongues. One of them said, "Miss woke up this morning and has been sitting in front of the window. Is she waiting for someone?" Another maid chuckled. "Did you forget? Today is the 7th day. Grandmaster Ning finished eating the pills he left behind yesterday, so he should be arriving soon." "Are you saying that the Miss is waiting for Grandmaster Ning?" Ning Liang's face flushed red. "If you speak any more nonsense, see if I don't tear off your mouths." "Miss, don't." As they were laughing, a surprised voice echoed out from the front courtyard. "Grandmaster Ning has arrived." Ning Liang's heartbeat quickened. As she thought about how long it would take for him to speak with her uncle, she calmed down a little. She couldn't help but look at the beautiful woman in the mirror. She subconsciously wondered if Ning Qin would find her beautiful as well. The sound of voices echoed out, followed by the sound of footsteps. A black-robed figure appeared in her line of sight. As if sensing her gaze, the black-robed figure paused and looked up. Their gazes met in the air. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Ning Liang nodded in return, her heartbeat quickening once more. The maids had already opened the door. Qin Yu and Ning Yuntao entered and the others remained outside. "All right, you can all leave. Ning Yuntao ordered. The three maids respectfully bowed and left. Qin Yu swept his eyes around. The closer he was, the more vivid he could see. He couldn't help but be startled by Ning Liang's beauty. After she had restored her origin energy, she had become even more dazzling. But in the next moment, he composed himself. He smiled and said, "Miss Ning has recovered well. In this state, the chances of dispelling the cold poison are much higher." Ning Liang didn't dare to look at him. She lowered her head and bowed. "I've troubled Honorable Ning." As for Qin Yu's strength, only Ning Yuntao and Ning Liang knew about it. The two of them were worried that if this was leaked out, there would be unexpected troubles. And since Ning Qin was so low-key, they didn't dare to speak too much. Qin Yu smiled. "All right, let's not speak any more. I will first examine Miss Ning's condition." He swept his eyes around. "Miss Ning, you should lie down on the bed. If everything is normal, I will immediately begin dispelling the cold poison." Ning Liang nodded. She took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Leaning against the headboard, she took the initiative to reveal her white wrist. Qin Yu placed 2 fingers on her. At the moment of contact, Ning Liang's body tensed. He thought she was nervous and casually said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." A moment later, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a smile on his face. "Very good. Miss Ning's body has recovered far better than I imagined. She can withstand the process of dispelling the cold poison." Ning Yuntao was overjoyed. "Great." His eyes were filled with excitement. "Lin Ling, you're going to recover soon. If old master knows about this, he'll be very happy." Ning Liang nodded again and again, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Honorable Ning." Qin Yu patted her hand. Subconsciously, as Ning Ling's Dao companion, this girl in front of him should call him brother-in-law. Qin Yu, who regarded her as a junior, didn't realize that his actions were a bit presumptuous. Don't let your mood fluctuate too much. In the process of dispelling the cold poison, there might be some pain. Just endure it and it will be fine soon. He turned around. "Fellow Taoist Ning, I will help Miss Ning catalyze the medicinal efficacy. This process cannot be disturbed, so I ask you to wait outside for a moment." Ning Yuntao glanced at the silent Ning Liang and was overjoyed. "Good. Good. I will wait outside. Honorable Ning, there is no need to worry. You can slowly treat yourself." As these words fell into Ning Liang's ears, her face flushed even redder. The door opened and closed. There were only the two of them left in the room. Qin Yu had a solemn expression. He said in a low voice, "Miss Ning, no matter how uncomfortable your body is, remember not to resist." These words pulled Ning Liang back to reality. She took a deep breath and said, "Honorable Ning, don't worry. I will only think of myself as dead." Qin Yu revealed a look of appreciation. This girl was truly smart. He turned his hand and took out a wax pill. With a bit of strength, the wax on the surface broke apart, revealing the crimson pill within. The moment this pill appeared, waves of heat billowed outwards. The air in the room suddenly became dry, making one feel as if their face was burning. "Eat it." Ning Liang opened her mouth and swallowed it. She stuffily coughed and her body shivered, a pained expression on her face. Qin Yu didn't dare to be careless. He grabbed onto her hands and magic power surged out like a billowing river, pushing the medicinal efficacy of the blazing sun integration pill through her meridians. With his magic power acting as a barrier, he could control the amount of medicine according to how much cold poison was deposited in her meridians to prevent the cold poison from erupting. Ning Liang's complexion relaxed a little. But she still bit her lips, not uttering a single sound. Qin Yu relaxed a little. Ning Liang's endurance was much stronger than he had imagined. Like this, he could concentrate on dispelling the cold poison in her body. Ning Yuntao stood guard outside the door. As time passed, his mood began to tumble and he couldn't help but worry. But as he thought of Qin Yu's orders, no matter how worried he was, he could only endure it and wait outside the door. The 3 maids, the attendant, and the other Ning family cultivators waited in a distant courtyard. All of them were silent, their faces filled with anticipation and dignified expressions. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, when the sun began to move to the west and the earth was covered in a dim yellow glow, there was a creaking sound as the door finally opened and Qin Yu walked out in a black robe. Grandmaster Ning. Ning Yuntao had a nervous expression. Qin Yu nodded. Everything went smoothly. In at most a month, Miss Ning's cold poison will be completely dispelled. His voice was calm, but it couldn't conceal his weariness. Ning Yuntao was ecstatic. Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, Grandmaster. In the distance, the Ning family cultivators that saw his expression all let out excited cheers. Zhong Yingming stood in a corner, his face full of shock. This Ning Qin could actually dispel the cold poison in his cousin's body. But to him, this wasn't good news at all. He squeezed out a smile and clenched his fists beneath his sleeves. A gloomy light flashed in his eyes, but there was also a bit of hesitation. Miss Ning's cold poison has just begun to move. Although a portion of it has been dispelled, her body is still weak and she has fallen into a deep sleep. Have the maids go in and help her freshen up. I will come back tomorrow. Qin Yu rubbed between his eyebrows and then walked out. Ning Yuntao's face was filled with gratitude. Grandmaster, you must be tired. Hurry and send Grandmaster back. Guard the gate for Grandmaster and do whatever he needs. Qin Yu waved his hand. You stay here and take care of Miss Ning. Yes. Watching Qin Yu leave, Ning Yuntao hurried into the room. There was a pungent smell in the air. Ning Liang had fainted on the bed, a layer of black oil covering her skin. Ignoring the smell, Ning Yuntao stepped forwards to inspect her. After determining that a portion of the cold poison in Ning Liang's body had been reduced, he could no longer suppress the joy in his eyes. Hurry! Hurry and help the miss wash up. Remember to be gentle and not disturb her rest. 3 maids entered the room and helped Ning Liang wash up. Ning Yuantao walked out, his face full of smiles. The attendant cupped his hands across his chest. Second Old Master, should we immediately inform the family? Ning Yuantao hesitated for a moment. Not for now. We don't want any complications to crop up. He swept his eyes around. Remember, no one is allowed to reveal anything about the miss's condition, otherwise they will be severely punished. Yes, Second Old Master. Everyone bowed. The hesitation in Zhong Yingming's eyes deepened. He drew back with everyone. Returning to his room, he paced back and forth. His complexion was cloudy and uncertain, but he couldn't come to a decision. With his heart full of worries, Zhong Yingming pushed open the door. He stood beside the pond in the courtyard and looked at the fish swimming in it, allowing the darkness to submerge him. His robes gradually became wet with dew. He let out a long breath and muttered, "Whatever, I can't harm my cousin in the end. As long as she recovers her health, there will be a chance to move her heart in the future." He turned and walked towards his room. There were faint sounds of conversation behind him. His thoughts stirred and he retreated into the shadows on the side of the road. 2 women walked in from behind him, talking and laughing in low voices. It was clear they were in a good mood. The miss woke up just now and her condition is much better than before. That Grandmaster Ning is truly skilled. Of course he is. We've only met a few times and he hasn't even revealed his true appearance, yet he has already made our miss lose her mind. I also saw it. When I mentioned the distressed appearance of the miss after her treatment and the worried expression on her face, it was clear she was afraid that Grandmaster Ning wouldn't like it. What's wrong with that? It's just treating the illness and detoxifying the toxins. Once the miss recovers, she will definitely be even more beautiful than she is now. Grandmaster Ning will bow down to her skirt. The voices of the 2 gradually faded away. In the shadows, Zhong Yingming clenched his teeth, his body shivering with anger. You slut! I've pursued you for all these years and I've never once disliked you or looked down on you because of your illness. You disdained my feelings for you and I thought you were pure and innocent. But in just a few days you've already hooked up with Ning Qin. Hatred, anger, cruelty, all sorts of negative emotions crazily tore at his heart. Zhong Yingming's handsome face twisted. Ning Liang, it was you who betrayed me. Don't blame me for betraying you. Zhong Yingming roared out in his heart. Ning Qin, do you really think you are the savior of the world and can change everything? I will let you know what fear and despair are. Zhong Yingming lowered his head and quickly returned to his room. Without hesitation, he took out a jade slip and recorded some information. Then, he crushed it to pieces. He let out a deep breath, a cruel and callous light in his eyes. Ning Liang, you are mine, you can only be mine. No one can take you away, no one can. Almost at the same time, in the eastern district of Four Seasons City, in the courtyard of the Chu family, Qi Xing awoke from his cultivation. He took out a jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. Then, his eyes widened in shock. He crushed the jade slip to pieces and leapt off the bed. Then, he pushed open the door and left. Soon, Qi Xing passed through layers upon layers of reporting and obtained permission to enter. In the main hall, Chu Taidu was dressed in silk undergarments. He was being served tea by a beautiful concubine with an enchanting figure. His eyes were light. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Qi Xing wanted to speak but hesitated. Chu Taidu lifted a hand. You may leave. The concubine turned and left. You can speak now. Qi Xing looked up. He said, Honorable Master, this disciple just obtained news that an alchemist named Ning Qin has refined the Blazing Sun integration pill. Today, he helped the Ning family's miss resolve part of the cold poison in her body. Chapter 436. The morning light was a bit hazy as it sprinkled down. A group of young masters who had been playing all night were laughing and laughing as they walked through the street. Their clothes were bright and their horses were wild and arrogant. Pedestrians quickly retreated, not daring to provoke them. This caused the laughter of these young masters to become even louder and more unbridled. Qi Xing smiled. Many years ago, he had also been one of them. That was truly a happy time that he missed. But now, he understood that in order to truly live a happy life, one first had to be strong enough. Secondly, one had to have a powerful backer. Thus, he bid farewell to his previous life and became a disciple of his honorable master. Although his talent wasn't the highest, he was still highly regarded by his honorable master. What he relied on was his ability to complete everything that his honorable master gave him. For instance, today. He looked up at the Western Mountain Inn's grand plaque. Qi Xing paused to admire it for a moment and then stepped into the inn. He casually chose a table and called for a servant to order some porridge and side dishes. Qi Xing slowly chewed and swallowed. When he finished eating the last bun, he patted his stomach and revealed a satisfied smile. At this time, the sun had already risen high in the sky. The bright sunlight sprinkled down, making him feel warm. I've eaten and drunk my fill. It's time to get to work. Qi Xing stood up and lazily walked towards the rear courtyard. He hadn't gone through the procedures yet, so according to the rules of the Western Mountain Inn, he wasn't allowed to enter the guest area. But at this time, the several servants guarding the entrance didn't seem to see him at all. They allowed him to slowly walk past. The Western Mountain Inn wasn't the largest, but in terms of garden scenery, it could be considered one of the best in Four Seasons City. Even if it was a world of ice and snow, it was still beautiful and beautiful. He passed through a bamboo forest that was covered in thick snow. He walked past a small lake that emitted heat and never froze all year round. Qi Xing looked up at the lakeside and saw two independent courtyards standing in the mist. Who is it? Stop! The attendant shouted out loud, his expression alert. Qi Xing stopped. He smiled and said, You are cultivators from the Ning family. Why aren't you guarding your miss? What are you doing here? The attendant's pupils shrank. Just who are you? Qi Xing's smile widened. My name is Qi Xing, a disciple of Grand Authority Chu. I have come to pay a visit to Grandmaster Ning Qin. His eyes swept over them. You should all know that with my status, I really don't have any reason to talk nonsense with you. So don't speak anymore, otherwise I'll be unhappy. Even if I kill you, no one will dare to say anything. The Zuodo stiffened. Along with several other Ning family cultivators, fear filled their eyes. Although Qi Qing was still smiling, they felt a bone-chilling cold. If he wanted to kill someone, he would really do it. Within the left chief's sleeves, a light flashed in his palm. He took out a jade slip and crushed it. He clenched his teeth and said, I have been ordered by Grandmaster Ning to stand guard here. No one is allowed to disturb him. Qi Qing interrupted him with his actions. He lifted a hand and pressed forwards. The pressure of a peak divine soul caused the Zuodo to freeze in place, unable to move at all. Creak. The door to the courtyard opened from the inside, and the black-robed figure stepped out. The moment his foot landed, the terrifying pressure that imprisoned Zuodo shattered. Qi Qing stuffily coughed and took several steps back. Anger and alarm flashed in his eyes before he immediately smiled. You must be Grandmaster Ning Qin. I, Qi Qing, have come to pay a visit to Grandmaster on the orders of my honorable master. The Zuodo had escaped death. His face was filled with gratitude. Thank you, Grandmaster, for saving me. Qin Yu lightly said, Let's go. Without even looking at Qi Qing, he led the Ning family members away. This sort of disregard was the greatest form of contempt. Qi Qing's smile stiffened, turning into indifference. Grandmaster Ning, my family's honorable master Chu Taidu is known as Grand Authority Chu. I have come here on the orders of my master, so I represent him. Your attitude is far too disrespectful. Qin Yu stopped. Beneath his black robes, his eyes were cold. In my residence you injured my people. If it weren't for giving Grand Authority Chu face, do you think you could have come out unscathed? Before I change my mind, leave this place. Qi Qing was enraged. But he had always been called a sinister and cunning person by others, so he didn't reveal too much of his anger. Instead, his voice became increasingly cold. Grandmaster Ning Qin, one cannot be too confident in themselves. Leave, or I will send you off. Qin Yu calmly said. Qi Qing took a deep breath. Very well. I will pass on Grandmaster's attitude to Honorable Master. I hope that Grandmaster will have a smooth journey in Four Seasons City from now on. He turned and left, soon vanishing from sight. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. To dare threaten him, if it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to cause trouble right now, he would have taught him a lesson. Let's go. Behind him, the Assistant General and the others all revealed looks of worship. Grandmaster Ning Qin was truly impressive. He didn't even give Chu Taidu any face at all. Ning Yuntao hurried over with some people. He had an anxious expression. Grandmaster Ning, are you all right? Qin Yu said, I'm fine. Let's go, we can't delay today's treatment. Ning Yuntao relaxed a little. It seemed that Ning Qin didn't have any intention of retreating. But as he thought about how he had just been treated yesterday and now Chu Taidu had received the news, his complexion paled. It was clear that there was a traitor amongst the Ning family cultivators. Damn it! Ning Yuntao roared in his heart. When Qin Yu entered Ning Liang's room, he turned and shouted, Gather everyone here. Soon, all the Ning family cultivators appeared in the courtyard. They already knew what had happened. Anger and apprehension intertwined on their faces. Zhong Yingming stood in the crowd, his heart restless. But, on the surface he maintained an enraged expression. Ning Yuntao coldly swept his eyes over the crowd. That's right, I don't know who leaked this matter, but that person is definitely amongst you. From today onwards, without my permission, no one is allowed to take half a step out of your rooms. I guarantee that I will definitely find that traitor. After a brief silence, Ning Yuntao said, Yingming, stay behind and help me deal with some trivial matters. Zhong Yingming's heart calmed down. He respectfully bowed. Yes, uncle. He stepped forward. After my cousin's treatment every day, she will need maids to look after her. The three of them grew up at home and don't have much contact with the outside world, so they should be trustworthy. How about we leave them behind? Ning Yuntao nodded. That's right, I didn't consider this thoroughly. The three of you stay behind and look after the miss. Everyone else, return to your rooms. He turned and looked at Ning Liang's room. It was quiet inside. It was clear the treatment had already begun. He frowned, a bit of worry in his eyes. Although Ning Qin hadn't changed his mind yet, since Chu Taidu already knew of this, he wouldn't give up. Could Ning Qin continue to persist? Ning Yuntao ordered, Yingming, immediately send a message to the family and inform the old master of this matter. Have him send a master of the family here. Since this matter had already been exposed, there was no need to keep it a secret any longer. He hoped that the Ning family would be able to resist Chu Taidu's suppression this time. At this time, there was a loud explosion coming from the front of the residence. Ning Yuntao's complexion changed. What happened? Bang bang, loud sound waves continued to spread out. Two cultivators fled in distress as the four people behind them chased after them. Although there were array formations supporting the courtyard, most of them were used for warning and isolation purposes. They didn't have much defensive ability. As the several people fought, shock waves of strength swept out, causing the ground to crack and buildings to collapse. It was as if everything had been flattened all the way here. Ning Yuntao stepped forwards, blocking the path of the two fleeing cultivators. Draw back! He lifted a hand and the aura of the Blue Sea realm erupted. The two cultivators revealed fear in their eyes, but that quickly turned to madness. As they screamed, the aura within their bodies suddenly rose. Their bodies were like balloons and the tiny blood vessels on the surface of their skin began to break apart. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies, making them look strange and fierce. Ning Yuntao's complexion changed. At this time, one of the people suddenly rose in speed, hurtling towards him like a boulder. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. As the cultivator approached, his entire body exploded. His flesh and blood were crushed into powder by the terrifying strength. Ning Yuntao shouted out loud. A layer of black light appeared on the surface of his body, and in the next moment, he was submerged in the explosive strength. And at this time, the other fleeing cultivator had already rushed to the front of the courtyard. His eyes were blood-red as he crazily rushed towards Ning Liang's room. Zhong Yingming's eyes widened, revealing shock and anger. He only wanted to destroy the treatment and make Ning Qin pay a price, but he never thought of killing Ning Liang. He stepped forwards and then drew back. This cultivator clearly had the heart to die. If he rushed forwards, there was a high chance he would be dragged down with him. The phantom of a great furnace suddenly appeared, protecting Ning Liang's room. The crazed cultivator crashed into it. Bang! The furnace phantom trembled and ripples spread out. But no matter how much the explosive strength ravaged it, it wasn't able to penetrate through at all. Ning Yuntao rushed out. His clothes were in tatters and he looked distressed. As he saw this, he relaxed. Then, anger surged out from the depths of his heart. He angrily turned around and glared at the people chasing him. You bastards, what are you doing? The four cultivators stopped. One of them sneered. The army is capturing a felon and has no intention of implicating you. The logistics department will negotiate compensation with you. You had best maintain your calm and take back the insult you just gave the soldiers, otherwise I guarantee you will regret it. As he spoke, he took out a token that shined with an icy cold light beneath the sunlight. Ning Yuntao froze. This was indeed a military token, and the person in front of him was a commander. Although he couldn't be considered a high-ranking official in the army, he still didn't fear the Ning family. The criminal has committed suicide. We have completed the pursuit mission. Let's go. The commander put away the token and led his 3 subordinates away, soon vanishing from sight. It's rare for the army to chase down a felon, but you actually encountered it. It seems the Ning family has been running into bad luck recently. At some unknown time, Qi Qing had appeared in the mess. He smiled, but his eyes were icy cold. But I think this should only be a small matter. Perhaps there will be an even more serious accident next time. What does Senior Ning think? He cupped his hands together and turned to leave. The attendant's face was covered in blood and his eyes were filled with anger. Second Old Master, the one who threatened Grandmaster Ning Qin just now was him. Ning Yuntao clenched his fists, anger tumbling in his heart. But he didn't dare to attack, otherwise he would provoke a terrible disaster for the Ning family. Today's military pursuit of a felon was clearly the handiwork of Chu Taidu. It was a warning to the Ning family and also a warning to Grandmaster Ning Qin. Bastard! Despicable! But Ning Yuntao was well aware that this was the result of Chu Taidu worrying about face. If he tore apart all pretense of cordiality and directly attacked, the Ning family simply wouldn't be able to resist. What to do? What to do? Ning Yuntao's thoughts were in chaos. Uncle, the inn manager requests an audience. Zhong Yingming quietly said. Ning Yuntao took a deep breath. Let him in. When the manager's rotund body appeared in his line of sight, he directly said, We will bear all losses. You can rest assured. The manager bowed, a bitter smile on his face. Senior Ning, why must you make things difficult for me? My humble and will return all the expenses you paid for these past few days. I ask Senior to leave with these people. Zhong Yingming was happy, but he still had an angry expression. We paid the money, so what right do you have to drive us away? Do you think we are easy to bully? The manager clenched his teeth. Guests, my Western Mountain Inn has been impolite today. But no matter what happens, you cannot stay here any longer. Please leave as soon as possible. Zhong Yingming wanted to speak but was stopped by Ning Yuntao. That's enough. Don't blame him. Let's just go to another inn. He swept his eyes over the nearly completely destroyed courtyard. Now, only Ning Liang's room remained intact. It stood alone in the ruins and chaos. Compared to the inn's expulsion, Ning Yuntao was more worried about Ning Qin's attitude. Chu Taidu had already revealed that he didn't hesitate to use any means necessary. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't be willing to be enemies with him. Chapter 437. Today's treatment was a bit faster than yesterday's. When Qin Yu pushed open the door and walked out, there was still some time before the sun set. Ning Yuntao hurried forwards. He wanted to say something, but in the end he bitterly smiled. Qin Yu lightly said, I understand. Fellow Taoist Ning, rest assured that since I helped, I will definitely cure Miss Ning. Ning Yuntao was overjoyed. Then, he revealed a look of guilt. This matter will definitely offend Chu Taidu. Grandmaster Ning Qin Yu smiled. I have my own plans. He swept his eyes around. Since we can't stay here anymore, we should leave as soon as possible and find another place to stay. Soon, everything was packed up. 3 maids carefully carried Ning Liang into the speed car, and they left the Western Mountain Inn. As they left, many eyes gathered on them. Some were filled with pity, but even more were filled with ridicule. After offending Grand Authority Chu, did they still think they could stay in Four Seasons City? Dream on. This was indeed the case. The Ning family went to over a dozen inns, but not a single one was willing to accept them. Ning Yuntao even ordered people to buy a residence, but the seller didn't even show their face before flatly refusing. This happened several times in a row. Ning Yuntao's complexion sank. He was a dignified Blue Sea cultivator and one of the leaders of the Ning family. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But the one he was facing was Chu Taidu. The entire Ning family had to bow their heads to him. No matter how angry or unwilling he was, he could only endure it. Chu Taidu wanted to force the Ning family into a corner, but they couldn't leave the city. Otherwise, Chu Taidu would lose all his scruples and their fates could be imagined. At this time, all cultivators in Four Seasons City received a message on their cell phones. Because the city's array formation is being repaired, there will be a curfew starting today. From dawn to 2 hours before sunrise, no one is allowed to stay outside. Otherwise, they will be sentenced to death for destroying the city's array formation. This message was sent out by the garrison. The Ning family cultivators immediately revealed looks of despair. Facing the endless methods of the other side, they simply didn't have the strength to resist. If they didn't leave the city, they would die. But even if they left the city, they feared the result wouldn't change. At this time, in the second speed car, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of foul air, restoring the losses he had suffered. The dark window rolled down and he looked up at the pitch-black curtain of night. His eyes flashed and he said, "I know a place that Chu Taidu absolutely cannot interfere with." 2 hours later, in the southern region of Four Seasons City, in front of a magnificent building, the Ning family stopped. The large signboard in front of him shone with a 7-colored light in the night. It was dazzling and gave off a majestic pressure. Dao Arena. Ning Yuntao revealed a look of understanding. The Dao Arena was spread throughout the land of divinity and demons, and there were great influences hidden behind them. Chu Taidu indeed didn't have the qualifications to influence them. But after a brief flash of joy, it turned into helplessness. The Dao Arena's fees were extremely high, and every cultivation room had a strict limit on the number of people who could use it. The Ning family, including Ning Qin, had a total of 16 people. They would need to open up at least 8 cultivation rooms to live in. The cost would be terrifying. But no matter how much he spent, it was better than being driven into a dead end. Ning Yuntao gritted his teeth, turned around and said, "Wait here, this old man will go handle the procedures." They hurried to the dojo, but after waiting for a while, Ning Yuntao did not return. Everyone looked uneasy. After another period of time, Ning Yuntao's figure finally appeared in their line of sight. His complexion was incomparably ugly. The Dao Arena could be rented and there were enough cultivation rooms available. But the Dao Arena did not allow short-term rentals. The minimum rental period was at least a month, and one had to pay in full in advance. There was no credit. This far surpassed Ning Yuntao's expectations. He struggled for a while, but the Dao Arena cultivators simply didn't budge. Qin Yu rolled down the window. Ning Yuntao walked over and bitterly smiled as he explained the situation. He clenched his teeth and said, "If there really is no other way, then we will rent 2 cultivation rooms first. Grandmaster and Lingling can stay there first and then I will bring the others away from Four Seasons City. I think that if Chu Taidu can't achieve his goal, he might not be in the mood to bother with us. Let's endure through today first. Second Old Master, we can leave through the transmission array. I don't believe that Chu Taidu can catch up to us." The attendant's head was wrapped in thick bandages. He hatefully said. Ning Yuntao shook his head. "It's useless. If he tampers with the transmission array, we will die even faster." Everyone fell silent. Qin Yu pushed open the door and stepped off. "I'll go." Ning Yuntao bitterly smiled. "It's useless. The Dao Arena's background is unfathomably deep. They won't give face to anyone." Qin Yu lightly said, "I never planned on giving them face to begin with. Since I can rent it, I'll just rent it." Ning Yuntao's mouth fell open. As he thought about how Qin Yu had casually given out the water mist spirit pill and minor marrow nourishing pill, he couldn't say anything. This person was likely an alchemy grandmaster, so it was naturally easy for him to save up spirit stones. It was normal for him to not care about such expenses. But this was the same as saving all of them. This was a graciousness. Ning Yuntao revealed a look of gratitude. The window of the hearse to the side rolled down, revealing Ning Liang's tired face. "Brother-in-law, how is it?" "It's fine. Grandmaster Ning will come forward to solve it. Lingling, our Ning family owes the Grandmaster a great favor this time. You have to work hard. Ning Yuntao's face was full of encouragement. If Ning Liang and Ning Qin became Dao companions, then they would be one family. If they were one family, then there was no need to speak so politely. He was even more enthusiastic about this marriage. Ning Liang pouted. Brother-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm going to get angry. As the window rolled up, she couldn't help but look at Qin Yu's back, her cheeks blushing red. All sorts of rumors concerning the young Miss and Grandmaster Ning Qin had already begun to spread out in secret. At this time, everyone in the Ning family revealed a happy smile. Even the attendant felt a bit sour in his heart. But as he thought about how Ning Liang could be saved and how he would have someone to rely on in the future, his heart was filled with blessings and blessings. Zhong Yingming smiled. His eyes drooped, concealing the ruthlessness and anger in them. Ning Liang, you are mine. You can only be mine. No one can think of obtaining you. Chu residence. Qi Xing had an admiring smile on his face. Honorable Master is truly thoughtful. He already knew that the Ning family would borrow the Dao Arena to take refuge, so he made arrangements ahead of time so that they had nowhere to run. Chu Taidu had a light expression. With your intelligence, don't tell me you didn't think of this before. Your flattery is a bit too low level. Qi Xing revealed an ashamed expression. Teacher is right. But even if this disciple thought of this, there was nothing I could do. Looking at the entire Four-Season City, only teacher can change the Dao Arena's attitude. Chu Taidu revealed a smile. Qi Xing was highly regarded by him not only because of his ability to handle matters, but also because his words were smooth. That's enough. Don't be happy too early. Although the Dao Arena's arena steward Kong has agreed to help, he can only do so within the rules. It is impossible for him to help with his full strength. Qi Xing said, Honorable Master, please rest assured that this disciple has already investigated. With Ning Yuntao's financial resources, it is impossible for him to rent 8 training chambers in a single go. Since you are handling things, I can rest assured. I will leave the following arrangements to you. Remember, Ning Liang must live. Chu Taidu's words were calm, but the meaning behind them left one's heart cold. Ning Liang must live. In other words, the life and death of others didn't matter. Qi Xing smiled. Yes, Honorable Master. An icy cold light flashed in his eyes. Grandmaster Ning Qin, what an imposing aura. He didn't place him in his eyes at all. The reason he didn't lose his composure on the spot was because Qi Xing was shrewd enough. But that didn't mean he wasn't angry. On the contrary, hidden beneath his shrewdness was a vengeful soul. Those who had offended him over the years had all met with bad ends sooner or later. Today, the first one to suffer misfortune was this Grandmaster Ning Qin. Grandmaster Ning Qin, who was judged to be the one to suffer misfortune, was now walking towards the entrance of the Dao Arena. In front of the Dao Arena was a square built from blue stone slabs. The cracks were perfectly aligned, as flat as a mirror. Qin Yu looked down at these blue stones. His thoughts suddenly flew far away as he thought back to his time at the Eastern Mountain sect. At that time, he was responsible for cleaning the blue stone road near the medicine garden. The color of those stone slabs was quite similar to the blue stones in front of him. His steps weren't slow or hurried. When Qin Yu arrived at the center of the Dao Arena, without any warning, the Dao Arena that was bathed in darkness suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. The light tore through the darkness. The pure white Dao Arena entered his eyes without warning. It was grand and majestic, as if it were the dwelling of a god. This sudden change startled Qin Yu. He fiercely looked up, a look of vigilance on his face. But besides the bright light, there wasn't any other change. As Qin Yu frowned, the light that tore through the darkness began to gather in the skies. After several breaths of time, a massive tablet phantom formed from countless rays of light appeared. A boundless aura swept out, like an ancient divine mountain. Shwa, a beam of light descended from the tablet phantom, covering Qin Yu's figure. Then, a grand voice sounded out, echoing through the highest heavens. The ancient perishment decree, share your glory with me. At this moment, Four Seasons City was shaken. Countless cultivators looked up in amazement, shock in their eyes. In the East region, in a luxurious residence, a seclusion chamber suddenly opened. A silver-haired old man stepped out. As he looked at the tablet phantom in the skies, his complexion changed. A cultivator on the ancient perishment decree. Shwar, his figure flashed, and he teleported far away. Garrison. In a large tent, a middle-aged general wearing heavy armor suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light bursting out. He stood up. His armor clinked and an invisible slaughter energy filled the air. He stepped out of the tent and looked towards Four Seasons City. His pupils shrank. Ancient perishment decree. In the next moment, his figure had vanished from sight. Chu residence. Chu Taidu pushed away the half-naked concubine that was clinging to him. He flicked his sleeves and opened the window. He immediately saw the giant tablet phantom with an unparalleled momentum. The ancient perishment decree, share your glory with me. Billowing voices echoed in all directions. For some unknown reason, Chu Taidu suddenly felt a trace of unease in his heart. The Ning family was right outside the Dao arena. Could this be related to them? But he soon suppressed this thought. Those that had the qualifications to be ranked on the ancient perishment decree were all peak peerless existences in the land of divinity and demons. Every one of them was born with extraordinary talent and were taken away by various great influences. How could a mere Ning family possibly be related to them? Taking a deep breath, Chu Taidu waved his hand and tore open space, stepping inside. At the edge of the Dao arena's square, the Ning family cultivators were all deeply shocked. Even Ning Yuntao's jaw dropped. Although he had already guessed that Ning Qin's background wasn't ordinary and it was likely that he had an honored status, he never imagined that he would be ranked on the ancient perishment decree. It had to be known that this was the Dao arena's ancient perishment decree. It was said that only those that destroyed themselves and emerged from death had the qualifications to be ranked on it. It represented endless hope for the future. In the rumors, only peerless proud sons of heaven and those that stood at the peak of combat had a chance of being ranked on the ancient perishment decree. Ning Qin was a grand alchemist, and yet he was ranked on the ancient perishment decree. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't be able to imagine it. He was simply a legendary, omnipotent genius. After the window rolled down, Ning Liang's beautiful face was revealed. After a portion of the cold poison in her body had been dispelled, her complexion had recovered a great deal, and she was even more beautiful and enchanting. She subconsciously covered her mouth. As she looked at the black-robed figure beneath the beam of light that seemed to be the center of the world, her eyes filled with shock. Honorable Ning, he was actually a cultivator on the ancient perishment decree. Her thoughts tumbled endlessly. Ning Liang couldn't help but be puzzled once more. Why would someone as powerful and dazzling as Honorable Ning Qin help the Ning family? Was it really as her uncle said? Did he fall in love with her? But Ning Liang didn't have the confidence that she could rely on her own beauty to capture this most dazzling star in the skies. Bang! The Dao arena's doors opened wide. A middle-aged cultivator led the way, and a large number of cultivators in the Dao arena's robes walked out. As their eyes fell on Qin Yu, they were all surprised. The middle-aged cultivator didn't rashly step forwards. For such a phenomenon to occur meant that this was the first time that this person had entered the Dao arena after being ranked on the ancient perishment decree. At this moment, it was time for him to enjoy the glory of the world. He didn't need to step out and cause trouble, all he needed to do was quietly wait. Kong Mingxiao already knew that the person in front of him was the alchemist that had helped the Ning family. He couldn't help but bitterly smile at his previous actions. Who would have thought that such a minor matter would actually involve such an important existence? Of course, since he already knew that Qin Yu was someone on the ancient perishment decree, Chu Taidu's greeting was meaningless. If he dared to make things difficult for him and neglect a cultivator on the ancient perishment decree, then his position as arena steward would come to an end. Chapter 438. Qin Yu frowned. He bitterly smiled. He never thought that coming to the Tao arena would cause such a change. Looking at the giant tablet phantom, although he didn't know what this so-called ancient perishment decree was, he faintly thought that it might be the karmic effect he had left behind when he left his name in the Tao arena. With such a vast momentum, it would be difficult for others to not know of it. This was completely different from his original intention of secretly collecting 36 soul treasures. Moreover, what Qin Yu worried about the most was that today's events would expose his identity and draw the attention of the immortal sect. It had to be known that he had left behind his true name. Thinking of this, Qin Yu didn't have the slightest bit of complacency from enjoying this honor alone. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. Whether he wanted to or not, he could only face this sudden situation. Shwa in the skies above the Tao arena's grand square, figures appeared one after another. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yu. In the dark night, the stone tablet phantom formed from light, and the beams of light that fell down were dazzling to the extreme. A cultivator on the ancient perishment decree. Just this name alone was enough to awe the world. The cultivators that arrived, regardless of whether their auras were strong or weak, all revealed looks of envy and awe. The first great character to appear was a silver-haired old man. He wore wide purple robes and his aura was condensed, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his mind. The South Peace Trade Association's master. This great character has actually appeared. This is the ancient perishment decree. Even in the entire land of divinity and demons, there are only 10 of them. This is enough for the South Peace Trade Association to value them. The purple robe flickered and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He immediately laughed. Fellow Taoist Ning Qin, my name is South Peace Taizhue. I didn't know who you were before, so I ask that you forgive me for my lack of manners. He flipped his palm and a purple card appeared. This is my South Peace Trade Association's most honored membership card. I hope that fellow Taoist Ning Qin will accept it as my apology. Many people sighed inwardly. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. With just a single action, he had pulled their relationship closer. Moreover, with this membership card, they would have a chance to continue associating with Qin Yu. Humph! A faint cold snort sounded out. Soon after, a loud clanging sound rang out. Although there was only one sound, it gave off an oppressive feeling as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging over, causing one's heart to tremble. An armored garrison general appeared. President Anand, I don't even have this kind of membership card. Aren't you being too generous? Anand Taiyue laughed heartily. The implications of being stationed here are too great. I don't dare to shoulder the crime of privately bribing the military. If the Shajiang army isn't worried that the military will hold me accountable, then I will order someone to hand over the membership card with both hands. Sha Chang has sneered. Don't use the name of the military department to pressure me. With the top membership card of the Anand Chamber of Commerce, I can save a lot of money when I buy military supplies. The old guys in the military department are more than happy. President Anand, I will remember your words. Don't go back on your words. Anand Taiyue shook his head helplessly. I can give you the membership card, but I will issue an order that only your people are allowed to buy military supplies. Otherwise, I will suffer a great loss. It's a deal. Sha Changhe grinned. Even so, he still gave off a fierce feeling. His eyes swept out, containing his spiritual will. If an ordinary cultivator were to face this gaze, their will would instantly collapse. But at the center of the square, beneath the pillar of light, the figure seemed as if he didn't feel anything at all. He remained calm and tranquil. A look of appreciation appeared in Sha Changha's eyes. He loudly said, "This old Shah is a rough fellow. This is the first time in my life that I have seen someone on the ancient perishment decree, so I was itching to test you. I hope that fellow Taoist Ning Qin doesn't mind. If you feel dissatisfied, then this old Shah will apologize to you." As he spoke, he cupped his hands together. Anan Taiyue smiled. "Sha Jiangjun, don't worry. Just what sort of broad-minded fellow Taoist Ning Qin is. He naturally won't care about such minor matters. But your apology is a bit too insincere." Sha Changha thought for a moment and then took out a jade box. "I heard that fellow Taoist Ning Qin is skilled in alchemy. This is a spirit plant seed that one of my subordinates inadvertently obtained. I heard that the quality is quite good. If this thing fell into the hands of a rough fellow like this old Shah, then it would be a waste. Today I will give it to fellow Taoist Ning Qin." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands together and said, "If so, then it would be impolite of me to refuse. I thank President Annan and Sha Jiangjun for their gift." As Anan Taiyue and Sha Changha handed over their gifts, their smiles became even brighter. Although the two of them seemed to be trying to undermine each other on the surface, the truth was that they had a very good relationship in private. The so-called undermining of each other showed how precious a membership card was and also gave Sha Jiangjun a reason to give a gift. Together, they pulled their relationship closer to Qin Yu. Killing two birds with one stone. The third great figure appeared. He was a middle-aged man wearing blue robes and a warm smile on his face. He subconsciously bowed. It was clear that he was someone who was used to serving others. The city lord is in seclusion. When he learned that Lord Ning Qin had arrived, he ordered this old servant to explain on his behalf. "I ask that the city lord be magnanimous enough to forgive my rudeness." Sun San's words were extremely polite. He took out a jade book with both hands. "This is a gift from the city lord. I ask that the city lord accept it." A cargo speed car arrived and stopped at the edge of the square. Although it was covered with a thick cloth, one could see that it was filled with gifts. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. This person was truly worthy of being the city lord's right-hand man. Just how long had it been and yet he had prepared such a large cart of gifts? His efficiency was perfect. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He cupped his hands together and said, "I ask fellow Taoist son to thank the city lord on my behalf." He already understood that since he was inevitably going to be exposed, it didn't matter whether he accepted these gifts or not. Since that was the case, why would he decline them? It was just that the weight of the ancient perishment decree was far more important than he had imagined. Sun San smiled. "This old servant will remember this and will certainly convey it." He turned and said, "President Annan, Sha Jiangjun, this old servant greets you." Anan Taiyue smiled and cupped his hands together. "Fellow Taoist son is too polite." Sha Changha's expression was much more respectful. "Greetings, Steward Sunday." It was clear that this Sun San who had come in place of the city lord and called himself an old servant, although he had an extremely ordinary name, he wasn't ordinary at all. Chu Taidu had already arrived, but at this time, he would rather not be here. Ning Qin, he had heard this name many times in the last 2 days. But he never imagined that he would meet in such a situation. Turning and leaving was a choice, but it wasn't a wise one. Those ranked on the ancient perishment decree, as long as they didn't perish midway, their future would be extremely terrifying. Regarding this, history had already provided the best proof. Chu Taidu took a deep breath and smiled. He seemed like a good friend of many years or someone close to him, without the least bit of awkwardness. He took several steps forwards and cupped his hands together. "Steward's son, Sha Jiangjun, President Annan, it's been a long time." After greeting them, he continued to say, "Fellow Taoist Ning Qin, I didn't know of fellow Taoist's identity before and I have offended you. I ask that fellow Taoist not blame me. Tomorrow, I will arrange a banquet and invite fellow Taoists to attend so that I can personally apologize to fellow Taoists. It had to be said that Chu Taidu was indeed an ambitious and ruthless character. He was able to pick up and let go. For someone of his status to do this was extremely rare. This was because he knew in his heart that no matter how unwilling he was, once Qin Yu revealed his identity, all of his hard work and plans would be for naught. That's right, the Ning family's treasures did cause his heart to heat up. If he could obtain them, he would have a tremendous harvest. But if he were to thoroughly offend an ancient parishment decree cultivator for this, the gains simply weren't worth the losses. This was because if he didn't retreat today, then even if he could obtain great rewards, it was likely that he would be completely erased in the future. Since he had to retreat, he might as well retreat thoroughly, retreat without leaving any leeway. As for face, Chu Taidu didn't think that lowering his head in front of an ancient parishment decree cultivator was a shameful matter. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if it was shameful, so what? Could face be used to eat or could it be used to live? In essence, Grand Authority Chu, who had a good appearance, was actually a very practical person. Sun San, Anan Taiyue, and Sha Changhe all had calm expressions. They weren't surprised by Chu Taidu's choice. If he didn't even have this bit of shrewdness, then he wouldn't be worthy of having such a great influence in Four Seasons City. Since Chu Taidu had admitted defeat, Qin Yu had no intention of entangling himself with him. Right now, he only wanted to settle this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the immortal sect were to learn that he was still alive, there would be endless troubles in the future. In order to prevent Ning Ling from learning the truth and having a rift with the immortal sect, Qin Yu was certain that they wouldn't mind using some unusual methods to make him truly disappear. Grand Authority Chu, you speak too seriously. Since this was all a misunderstanding, then let's forget about what happened before. Chu Taidu relaxed a little and his smile widened. I admire fellow Taoist Ning Qin's magnanimity, but in the end I was in the wrong first, so I cannot not express my gratitude. He flipped his hand and took out a jade box. Inside is a segment of a spirit root that I obtained by chance in my early years. It contains boundless spiritual strength. It must be a rare and precious treasure of the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, this thing has suffered a calamity and its vitality is extremely weak. I have used many methods but still haven't been able to successfully replant it. Today, I will give it to fellow Taoist Ning Qin. Perhaps with fellow Taoist's methods, you might be able to give it a new life. If Chu Taidu was willing to give away a segment of a spirit root that couldn't be cultivated, then it must be extraordinary. Qin Yu received the jade box and opened it. Boundless fluctuations of spiritual strength immediately erupted. Anan Taidu's eyes brightened. What a good treasure! If it can be replanted, it will surely be a transcendent treasure. Sun San nodded. It is indeed extraordinary. Grand Authority Chu is too kind. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with joy. He quietly closed the jade box and said, Grand Authority Chu's gift is too precious. I don't dare to accept it. Chu Taidu smiled. It is useless for me to keep it. A treasure is destined to meet someone. Perhaps the reason it has been dormant these past years is because it was waiting for fellow Taoist Ning Qin to appear. These words were beautifully said. Qin Yu smiled. He flipped his hand and put away the jade box. If so, then it would be impolite of me to refuse. With the little blue lamp in hand, there was likely no spirit plant in this world that he couldn't cultivate. Thus, that old ghost Chu Taidu's final words weren't wrong. This segment of spirit root was destined to belong to him. Kong Mingxiao had been quietly waiting for this moment. At this time, he finally stepped forwards. He smiled and said, Four Seasons City Branch Master Kong Mingxiao is honored by fellow Taoist Ning Qin's arrival. I wonder if there is anything I can do for fellow Taoist? His attitude was extremely gentle and his face was filled with friendliness. He had to repair his impression of Ning Qin as soon as possible, This was extremely important to him. Qin Yu had already noticed this Dao Arena cultivator who had been waiting in silence. But he didn't expect his status to be so honored. The master of a Dao Arena might not necessarily have a lower status than the Four-Seasons City Lord, and might even be a bit higher. With this person's status, he seemed a bit too polite to him, almost as if there was a trace of respect. Qin Yu didn't know whether or not this was an illusion. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "Greetings, Arena Master Kong. Today, I plan on renting several training rooms in the Dao Arena. I ask Arena Master Kong to make the arrangements for me." Kong Mingqiao discovered that Ning Qin seemed to have too many negative emotions towards him. His smile became even warmer. "Fellow Daoist Ning Qin is ranked on the ancient perishment decree, so you are the most important guest of the Dao Arena. You have the qualifications to use the Dao Arena's top training room at any time for free." His eyes swept over the Ning family at the edge of the square. He continued to say, "In addition, fellow Daoist Ning Qin can bring no more than 10 servants to use together." Qin Yu was startled. He immediately said, "If so, then I'll have to trouble Arena Master Kong. It is my duty." "Fellow Daoist Ning Qin, there is no need to be so polite." Kong Mingqiao smiled. "The top training room has been prepared. Once fellow Daoist Ning Qin has chosen the servants you wish to bring, you may use them." This was clearly an additional preferential treatment. After Ning Yuntao received the notice from the Dao Arena, he looked at the Dao Arena cultivator in front of him and sighed inwardly, as if he were a completely different person from before. This was the ancient perishment decree. Even if the Dao Arena was powerful and aloof, they still had to give it enough respect. Soon, he finished choosing the people he would bring with him. Ning Liang, the 3 maids, and the 2 Ning family youths. "Greetings, Arena Master Kong, Honorable Ning." Ning Yuntao respectfully bowed. Qin Yu said, "I will bring 10 people in. The remaining 5 will rent 2 more training rooms. If you don't have enough spirit stones, I can pay." Ning Yuntao hurriedly said, "I don't dare to trouble Honorable Ning. Now that the crisis has been resolved, I can bring a group of juniors and wait in Four-Seasons City. I will have Ning Liang, the 3 maids, and the 2 Zhuodou follow you into the Dao Arena." As Ning Yuntao thought about how the situation that had troubled the entire Ning family and left them with no way out had been reversed in the blink of an eye. Even someone as powerful as Chu Taidu had directly bowed his head and admitted defeat, Ning Yuntao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He had a much clearer understanding of just how strong Qin Yu was, and he felt even more grateful towards him. Although the Dao Arena had given him 10 people, that was only because of Ning Qin's face. Now that the crisis had been resolved, the Ning family naturally couldn't shamelessly take advantage of him. As for having the Zhuodou and the 2 juniors go in, that was because of their reputation. Ning Yuntao had considered this thoroughly. Qin Yu nodded. "That's also good." Kong Mingqiao smiled. "Bring Miss Ning and the others in first. I will personally escort fellow Daoist Ning Qin." The Dao Arena sent someone to respectfully bring Ning Liang and the others into the Dao Arena. Why would someone ranked on the ancient perishment decree help a mere Ning family? This rumored incomparably beautiful Miss Ning was likely the key. At this time, many cultivators revealed looks of envy. The Ning family was truly lucky. If they could really climb up to Ning Qin, they wouldn't need to worry about their future prosperity. After politely declining Southern Taiyue and Chu Taidu's invitations, they chatted with Sun San and the others. After familiarizing themselves with each other, they bid their farewells one after another. When Chu Taidu left, he had a warm smile on his face. His eyes were filled with affection and reluctance. If one didn't know what had happened, they might have been fooled by his expression. He was an absolute best actor. Of course, after returning to his residence, it was unknown whether or not Grand Authority Chu would be so depressed that he would bleed internally. Kong Mingqiao introduced several important figures of the Dao Arena to Qin Yu. Then, he had everyone disperse and return to their own duties. Then, he took the initiative to bring Qin Yu to the training room. Along the way, this person's words were witty and witty. He often spoke witty words that made one feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. His communication skills were superb. Qin Yu couldn't help but have a much more favorable impression of this arena steward Kong. At the same time, he decided that he had to figure out just what the ancient perishment decree was as soon as possible. This treatment was a bit too high. Fellow Taoist Ning Qin, the training room is in front of us. Your aura has already left a mark on it. Once you approach, you can open the entrance. Kong Mingxiao hesitated for a moment. He said, although there are only 10 people on the ancient perishment decree, the tests are extremely strict. Throughout history, anyone that manages to climb onto the ranking will attract the attention of everyone. Thus, this ranking isn't some secret. He cupped his hands together and said, if fellow Taoist Ning Qin has any needs, please feel free to tell me. If there isn't anything else, then I will bid my farewells first. Qin Yu cupped his hands together and watched Kong Mingxiao leave. A heavy light flashed in his eyes. With Kong Mingxiao's status, he naturally wouldn't speak nonsense. His words about the ancient perishment decree were clearly a reminder. The ancient perishment decree wasn't a secret. In other words, everyone that paid attention to this matter would be able to guess that Ning Qin was only using an alias. Then, following a series of clues, it was likely they would discover his true identity. As one of the 2 super influences in the land of divinity and demons, the immortal sect would inevitably have many channels of information. Once this matter was learned by them, Qin Yu's complexion became increasingly gloomy. He originally only wanted to help Ning Ling's loved ones, but he never imagined that things would develop to this point. If he were to say that he regretted it a little, then even if he had to do it all over again, he would still make the same choice. If he could watch as Ning Ling's loved ones were humiliated or even killed by others, then he simply wasn't worthy of obtaining Ning Ling's heart. Whatever, he would deal with the situation as it came. He would take things one step at a time. Perhaps this matter would soon subside, and it wouldn't arouse the attention of the immortal sect at all? Unfortunately, Qin Yu didn't know just how great of a stir his appearance today would cause. Any cultivator on the ancient perishment decree was destined to have an illustrious reputation that would cause clouds to stir from all directions. There isn't a single person on the ancient perishment decree named Ning Qin. Unless someone used an alias when they were on the ranking, then the name Ning Qin is fake. Just what sort of glory is it to be ranked on the ancient perishment decree? No one would use an alias to ascend the ranking. I dare to judge that Ning Qin's name is fake. There isn't a Ning family on the ranking, but there is someone surnamed Qin. Several years ago, he suddenly appeared and was ranked 9th on the ranking. When Qin Yu ascended the ranking in the past, he caused a commotion among the great sections. They sent out cultivators to search for him, but in the end they didn't find anything. It is rumored that his origins are mysterious. Only after he ascended the ranking and entered the Tao arena for the first time would such a phenomenon appear. In addition to all the other clues, I seriously suspect that Ning Qin is the 9th-ranked Qin Yu. Chapter 439. South End Mountain was a towering mountain that pierced into the skies. Clouds and fog lingered around it, and there were massive palaces. On the tallest mountain peak, several figures sat around a round table in a hall at the summit. Their expressions were solemn and excited. The ancient perishment decrees 9th-ranked Qin Yu. According to our investigations, he doesn't belong to any influence. A middle-aged cultivator on the left had sharp eyes. This is our chance. We absolutely cannot miss it. An old man across from him said, "That's right. My South End Mountains lineage has withered and there is a danger that there is no successor. Now we can only rely on us old fellows to support the facade. But there will come a day when we grow old. If we don't plan ahead, How will we have the face to see the various sect seniors in the future? He swept his eyes around. If we can receive Qin Yu as our disciple and carefully guide him, he will surely have great achievements in the future. He will be able to support the South End sect. I agree. We must recruit Qin Yu at all costs. Once we succeed, the South End sect will have no worries for the next 10,000 years. In the first seat was an old man who was emaciated. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Elder Qian, I'll have to trouble you to personally make a trip. If you compete with others, there is no need to have any scruples. The first middle-aged cultivator to speak stood up. He was slightly fat and his round face was tense and dignified. But now, he revealed an excited smile, instantly warming his face. Sect Master, don't worry, I understand. In the boundless mountain fog, one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Faint traces of black energy lingered in the air, blocking out all light. The pitch-black hall seemed as if it were refined from a single boulder. There wasn't a single crack in it, and the architectural style was simple and heavy, exuding a terrifying pressure. Those listed on the ancient perishment decree are all peerless proud sons of heaven. If you enter my sect and carefully guide me, you will be able to support the heavens and earth. Although this Qin Yu avoided all invitations, as his cultivation deepens, he will eventually understand that fighting alone in the land of divinity and demons is far too difficult. It is likely to draw all sorts of covetous eyes. Only by accepting an invitation and joining a large influence can he avoid these troubles and obtain sufficient cultivation resources to grow at the fastest speed possible. In the grand hall, there was only a single black stone throne. A black-robed figure sat in the center. He was at least 10 feet tall, and his blood-red eyes were particularly striking beneath his black robes. Go. Bring my name card and tell Qin Yu that the gate to dark purgatory is open to him at any time. As long as he becomes this seat's disciple, within 1,000 years, this seat will help him achieve supreme cultivation. The hall's door opened on its own, and a mass of black mist appeared out of thin air, twisting and turning into a black-robed cultivator. As you bid, my master. He retreated out of the hall and soared into the sky. This Qin Yu is likely the only person on the ancient perishment decree without any background. Now is the best chance to recruit him. Immediately send someone over and promise him the greatest benefit. Do your best to get him to join our North Sea Palace. Send someone to Four Seasons City and try to win over Qin Yu as much as possible. If you can't succeed, try to pull him closer. Beauties, treasures, everything has been prepared. Before Qin Yu becomes too strong, I must leave behind a favor. Within a day, countless forces made their moves. Those who believed that they were qualified to accommodate this great bodhisattva naturally thought of ways to recruit him. Even those with small doors and narrow alleys knew that there was no hope of recruiting him. Unwilling to give up, they all sent people over with generous gifts. In short, countless people were hurrying towards Four Seasons City. It was said that there were thieves and bandits that feared neither the heavens nor the earth. Now they had heard the news and were prepared to take advantage of this opportunity to make a massive profit. Of course, not everyone who obtained this news revealed their intentions to recruit Qin Yu. There were also some people who had sinister intentions. Immortal Sect, 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace. Great Elder Purple Moon had an indifferent expression, a cold intent in her eyes. Han Qingping, if you came here for Wenren Dongyue's matter, then there is no need to speak further. Xin Yuanin's cultivation is rapidly progressing every day. I will not allow her to be distracted at this time. Han Qingping had a calm expression. Great Elder, rest assured that I didn't come here today for this matter. He looked up and said, May I ask Great Elder if you know what happened in the Zhao Empire's Four Seasons City? Purple Moon frowned. What is it? It is said that the 9th-ranked person on the ancient perishment decree appeared in Four Seasons City a few days ago. Deep in Han Qingping's eyes there was a trace of worry. Purple Moon had a dissatisfied expression. So what? You and I have both cultivated to this point and you still can't see through this? Although the ancient perishment decree is rare, a heaven-gifted genius might not have great achievements. I have no interest in this matter. If lucid Netherrealm wishes to recruit you, then Elder Han may go. There is no need for you to inform me. Han Qingping's eyes were deep and profound. If it were only someone on the ancient perishment decree, then although I would care about it, I wouldn't disturb Great Elder's peace and quiet. He took a deep breath. But this person's name is Qin Yu. Purple Moon subconsciously frowned. After several breaths of silence, she sneered. So what? Does Elder Han believe that they are the same person? He absolutely does not have the qualifications to enter the ancient perishment decree. Moreover, do not forget that Qin Yu has already died. In the explosion of yin and yang energies, there is no way he could have survived. Han Qingping lightly said. This person suddenly appeared without the least bit of information about him. He also has no background and has appeared alone in Four Seasons City. Although I don't believe that the two of them are the same person, after analyzing all of this, I still feel restless. That is all I have to say. Great Elder, please make your own decision. Farewell. In the grand hall, Purple Moon furrowed her eyebrows, her eyes cloudy and uncertain. On the second day, an immortal sect team set out in a low-key manner, heading straight for Four Seasons City. Xin Yuanin sat beneath a pavilion atop a mountain peak. As she watched the team fly away, a trace of surprise flashed in her indifferent eyes. Honorable Master's aura, just what had happened that had alarmed her. However, this confusion only lasted for a second. Xin Yuanin's expression became indifferent once more. She was like a beautiful goddess, untainted by the world of mortals. After cultivating the sublime lost emotion code, her emotions became increasingly faint. Towards everyone and everything, she maintained an indifferent and distant attitude. It was just that this pavilion was an exception. Every time she came here, Shen Yuanin's tranquil heart that was like an ancient well in the mountains would begin to fluctuate. She swept her eyes around. The pavilion's furnishings were simple and the surrounding scenery was good. The open field of view brought with it a cool mountain breeze. She frowned, feeling that something was wrong. After a moment of hesitation, Xin Yuanin flipped her hand and took out a bottle of wine. She leaned against the railing and took a sip, her eyes filled with confusion. It seemed that a long, long time ago there was also a person who liked to sit here and drink wine. Who was he? Why, she couldn't remember at all. As the various people rushed towards Four Seasons City, Qin Yu suppressed the restlessness in his heart and concentrated on helping Ning Liang dispel the cold poison in her body. With the Great Sun Integration Pill, everything proceeded smoothly. After 10 days, the vast majority of the cold poison in Ning Liang's body had dispersed. But the illness was like spinning silk. If he wanted to completely cure her once and for all, he would need to pay more attention to the treatment process, and the speed would be greatly reduced. During these days, Qin Yu thoroughly understood just what the ancient perishment decree was. He flipped through the long introduction of the decree and found all sorts of praises and exclamations. He wryly smiled inwardly. All along, Qin Yu hadn't been confident in his own talent. He never imagined that he would be ranked on this decree that was said to be the most difficult to enter in the entire land of divinity and demons. It had to be known that in the ancient perishment decree, as long as someone didn't die midway, they would have great achievements. Qin Yu was suddenly enlightened. So he had such fierce knowledge. But as he thought of the influence of the ancient perishment decree, he could only sigh inwardly. He originally thought that the immortal sect wouldn't pay attention to this matter, but now it seemed that his thoughts were laughable. The fact that the immortal sect knew of this was already a foregone conclusion. The key was whether or not this news would arouse the attention of others. Logically speaking, regardless of whether or not the immortal sect valued this matter, His best choice right now was to leave Four Seasons City and avoid the attention of the immortal sect. But leaving suddenly had its drawbacks. First, there was Ning Liang's cold poison. If she gave it to others, they might not be able to completely cleanse her of the cold poison. If the remaining poison didn't disperse and it erupted once more, then even immortals would find it difficult to save her. This was the same as indirectly harming her life. Secondly, if he suddenly disappeared, it would make people even more suspicious. As long as Purple Moon had a brain, she would definitely investigate this matter. Thirdly, it was out of trust in the dojo. To be able to become the land of divinity and demons and be known as a third transcendent influence outside of the immortal and demonic paths, they naturally had the confidence to not be afraid. As long as he was in the dojo, even if his identity was exposed, he might not die. Summing up these 3 points, Qin Yu thought it over and over again and decided to stay. Of course, this was also a matter of a man's face. He couldn't just flee tens of thousands of miles in fear just because the immortal sect might send people. But this was something that existed in his subconscious. It was childish and irrational, so he refused to acknowledge it. Every day he would help Ning Liang dispel the cold poison. Then, he would spend the rest of his time recovering and perceiving the 5-element mountain. During this time, his progress in the path of metal became increasingly slow. But Qin Yu knew that this was because he was stuck before making a breakthrough. As long as he could break through this stage, his path of metal would enter large success. At that time, his cultivation would reach the peak of divine soul and his strength would inevitably rise. In the end, one could only rely on themselves. This was a truth that Qin Yu had understood a long time ago. Within the Tao arena, Qin Yu dispelled poison every day, restored himself, and cultivated. The Tao arena was like a barrier that completely resisted the raging tides of the outside world. He didn't know that people from all over had gathered in Four Seasons City, and all of their burning gazes were locked onto him. The Tao arena transcended the world, and no one knew of its true background. But no one doubted its strength. But even the powerful Tao arena couldn't completely withstand the increasing pressure from the outside world. This was especially true after the immortal sect and demonic path arrived. This wasn't fear, but respect. Kong Mingxiao announced to the outside that he would notify Ning Qin, who was in seclusion. As for whether or not he wanted to appear, that was up to him. So, on the 16th day, after Qin Yu helped Ning Liang dispel the cold poison, Kong Mingxiao sent a message to visit. Qin Yu's eyes were a bit tired. A sharp light flashed in them. He said, "Arena Steward Kong, please come in and serve me some tea. I will wash up and immediately head over." A moment later, Qin Yu entered the training room's grand living room. This was the Tao Arena's highest-level training room. In truth, it should be called a giant courtyard. The space was large enough to accommodate dozens of people living, and there were all sorts of facilities available. Kong Mingxiao stood up, an apologetic look on his face. "Fellow Taoist Ning Qin has worked hard to dispel poison, so I shouldn't have disturbed you. But this matter involves many people, so I ask that fellow Taoist not take offense." Qin Yu said, "Arena Steward Kong is too polite. May I ask why you have come today?" Kong Mingxiao cupped his hands together. "Recently, influences from all over Four Seasons City have gathered here because of fellow Taoist Ning Qin. They may wish to take you in as a disciple, or they may wish to take advantage of this opportunity to form karma with you." He smiled. "I must congratulate fellow Taoist Ning Qin. To be able to cause the world to seethe with excitement with your talent, just what sort of glory is that?" For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 440. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. After several breaths of silence, he slowly asked, "Who came?" "South End Sect, Gate of Purgatory, North Sea Palace, Great Thunderclap Pagoda." A long list of names appeared. Looking at the entire land of divinity and demons, these were all famous names. Finally, Kong Mingxiao paused, his voice slowing. The most important are the immortal sect and demonic path. Sure enough, they came. Even though he had already expected this, Qin Yu's heart still skipped a beat. He didn't reveal anything on his face. He shook his head and sighed. I never thought such a storm would be stirred up this time. Kong Mingxiao revealed a look of surprise. Fellow Taoist Ning Qin doesn't seem happy? Qin Yu shook his head. If I were to say that I am used to living a free life and do not like to be bound, would Arena Steward Kong think that my words are too perfunctory? Kong Mingxiao thought for a moment. A little. He smiled. However, the decision is in fellow Taoists' hands. If you aren't willing, then as someone on the ancient perishment decree, no one can force you. His words were filled with confidence. However, I believe that even if fellow Taoist is unwilling to accept the invitation, it would be best for you to explain yourself in person so as to avoid being too rude. Of course, this is only my suggestion. It's up to you to decide for yourself. Qin Yu let out a long breath. Since they've come, let's meet them. I'll have to ask Arena Steward Kong to make the arrangements. Beneath the black robes, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. If he could pass this trial, then he could wash away the suspicions of the ancient perishment decree's ninth ranker. He wouldn't need to worry about being targeted by the immortal sect in the future. How about tomorrow's banquet? I will set up a banquet in the Tao Arena's banquet hall and invite guests from all over. Fellow Taoist Ning Qin only needs to arrive on time. All right. Kong Mingxiao stood up and bid his farewells. After taking 2 steps, he turned around. He thought for a moment and said, Fellow Taoist Ning Qin, since you have accepted my first suggestion, then I will give you a second suggestion. If you really don't wish to accept the invitations of all parties, then it is best if you do not accept the gifts they offer you. If I've offended you in any way, please don't blame me. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Arena Steward Kong is thoughtful. I will remember this. She watched as Kong Mingxiao left. Even though she knew that Kong Mingxiao was trying to befriend him, she still had a good impression of him. After accepting the gifts, if he chose a side to join, he would have a strong background. The other parties would only think that his conditions were not good enough and would not say anything. But if you accepted all the gifts and didn't choose anyone in the end, would you be fooling them? To be hated and dissatisfied by so many powerful influences was an extremely dangerous matter. Thus, Kong Mingxiao's reminder was completely out of good intentions. He wanted to prevent Qin Yu from being blinded by the gifts and doing something that he would regret later. According to Qin Yu's understanding, those ranked on the ancient perishment decree could indeed become the most important guests of the Tao Arena. But, throughout the years, those ranked on the ancient perishment decree had never been connected to the Tao Arena. It was as if they were merely the creators of the list, and did not care about the people on the list. If that was the case, why would Kong Mingxiao treat him so well? He was a good person. Yes, this possibility existed, but it was infinitely close to zero. Perhaps the ancient perishment decree had other uses that outsiders didn't know about. Qin Yu shook his head, no longer thinking about it. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. If he dared to agree to hold a banquet and respond to invitations from all sides, then he naturally had some confidence he could hide from the immortal sect's investigation. Everything depended on tomorrow. The weather became increasingly cold. Snow had already fallen for 5 consecutive days. If it weren't for the garrison troops clearing the snow from time to time, the massive Four Seasons city would have already been submerged by the surging snowflakes. At this time, dark clouds covered the skies. It was only dusk, but the sky had already darkened. The dark vault of heaven was like a dark gray cloth. In the wind and snow, a hunchbacked old man walked through the snow, carrying a bundle of firewood on his back and a hatchet in his hand. His back was deeply bent, as if he couldn't bear the weight of the firewood. He slowly walked through the wind and snow. But this slowness was only a trick of the eyes. At first glance, the old man was far away, at second glance, he was still far away, and at the third glance, he had already entered the city. The several garrison troops that were guarding the city gates had their complexions change at the same time, fear in their eyes. This person, the small leader turned and shouted, "Shut up! About this person today, no one is allowed to say anything. Just pretend you didn't see anything." Old Woodchopper Fu was clearly an extremely terrifying existence. Now that powerhouses had gathered in Four Seasons City from all directions, the slightest mistake could provoke a disaster. This sort of character that couldn't be seen through was someone to be avoided as far away as possible. Woodchopper Fu entered Four Seasons City. His footsteps seemed slow as he passed by many pedestrians, but they didn't seem to see him at all. After passing through several bustling streets and turning into a small alley, Woodchopper Fu suddenly turned around. He said in a helpless voice, "The reason I came here today is to choose a mortal body. Does that count as breaking your rules?" A dot of light appeared, immediately enlarging into the outline of a human. The voice was ice-cold. "If you act recklessly, I will suppress you." Woodchopper Fu curled his lips, a bit of disdain in his eyes. But he clearly didn't want to make things difficult for an icy cold, rigid, and inflexible array formation. Good. I promise I won't stir up any trouble. Don't worry." The human figure didn't respond. It instantly turned into a dot of light and vanished from sight. Woodchopper Fu sighed. "An array formation actually dares to warn me. Ha, people, it's tiring to live." He turned around. Although he didn't quicken his pace, it was clear he had changed his pace. After several steps, he vanished deep into the alley. A moment later, Woodchopper Fu appeared outside the Dao Arena's grand square. He looked up at the dazzling signboard in the dark of night. His pupils shrank, revealing a bit of dread. "Dao Arena," he muttered to himself. He sighed. "I can't provoke him. I can only wait outside. That boy can't always hide here. Ha, it's tiring to live." The black weapon in his hand was a hatchet wrapped in tattered cloth. He casually waved it in front of him, and a crack appeared in space. Woodchopper Fu stepped inside. Qin Yu opened his eyes early in the morning. He had just finished a night of cultivation. Countless sparks flashed in his mind. His perception of the path of metal had reached the final juncture. A trace of enlightenment appeared in his heart. Qin Yu knew that he could only rely on himself for the rest of his cultivation. If he could comprehend it, he could reach large success in a single step, but if he didn't, then he might be stuck here for 10 years or even 100 years. Letting out a light breath, Qin Yu left the training chamber and went straight to Ning Ling's residence. Tonight's banquet would begin, and he would have to deal with the investigation from the immortal sect. He had to maintain 120% vigilance and couldn't be the least bit negligent. Thus, after sending off Kong Mingxiao yesterday, Qin Yu had the attendant inform Ning Ling that today's treatment would begin 2 hours early so that he could have some time to recover. "Greetings, Honorable Ning." The 3 maids respectfully bowed, their voices filled with awe. Qin Yu waved his hand. "There is no need to be so polite. Is Miss Ning ready?" A maid said, "The miss is already waiting. Honorable Ning can go in." Nodding, Qin Yu pushed open the door and entered. Ning Ling stood not too far away. She bowed. "Greetings, Honorable Ning." 9th on the ancient perishment decree. Every time she thought of this, she felt that the man in front of her was like a drifting cloud in the horizon, unreachable. But Ning Qin had always been gentle towards her. Even after revealing his honored status, this hadn't changed in the slightest, and he had done his best to treat her. Involuntarily, Ning Ling couldn't help but feel a bit of longing and anticipation in her heart. Qin Yu smiled. "Miss Ning, in another 10 days or so, the cold poison in your body will be completely healed. You might even be able to profit from this disaster and use this cold poison for yourself." He gestured with his hand. "All right, let's begin today's treatment." This was because every time she detoxified the poison, fragrant sweat would be released along with the cold poison, soaking her clothes and making them stick to her body. Thus, during the treatment, Ning Ling continued to lie on the bed, using a blanket to cover her body. She took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Qin Yu sat in front of the bed and, as usual, examined her condition. After determining that there was nothing wrong, he took out the Great Sun Integration Pill. The sun began to set in the west. When it was still hanging in the air, Qin Yu opened his eyes and let out a light breath. It's done. Ning Ling's body relaxed. Her complexion paled and she gasped for breath. I've troubled Honorable Ning. She could feel that as the cold poison in her body decreased, it would become increasingly difficult for Qin Yu to expel it. He would need to expend more energy and focus. Qin Yu said, "Clean up and rest. I will come back tomorrow." Ning Ling suddenly said, "Honorable Ning, I heard that you will be inviting everyone to a banquet today. I wish you luck." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. He pushed open the door and left. He returned to his dwelling and sat down cross-legged to restore his losses. Once his condition was restored to its peak, Qin Yu carefully washed his face and rinsed his mouth. He constantly pondered in his mind, making sure that he didn't make any mistake. Standing in front of the mirror, Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. His aura instantly converged, but it soon began to emit once more. On the surface, his aura didn't seem to have changed. But, if one carefully sensed it, they would discover that the inside was completely different. After fusing with Grandmaster Yao's soul, changing his aura wasn't difficult at all for Qin Yu. On the side of the Dao arena, there were already people waiting outside the training room. As soon as Qin Yu appeared, they all bowed and said, "Greetings, Honorable Ning Qin." Even if everyone knew that the name Ning Qin was fake, as long as Qin Yu didn't give it up on his own initiative, no one would pretend to be smart in front of him. "Let's go," Qin Yu lightly said. Several Dao arena cultivators led the way. Each of them had a solemn expression, but there was a trace of confusion in their hearts. Although they knew that the ancient perishment decree was extraordinary, with the status of the arena steward, he could even stand on equal footing with an overlord of a region. Did he really need to be so cautious? Of course, no matter how confused they were, no one dared to speak out of turn. This was because those that couldn't do these two things had already been eliminated. They simply wouldn't have the chance to become Arena Steward Kang's trusted aide. Soon, the banquet hall appeared in sight. From afar, it was brightly lit. Although powerful auras were restrained, when they wove together, they still formed a terrifying might that shot into the heavens. Invisible yet material, all of the wind, snow, and clouds were shaken to pieces. Even though it was snowing heavily outside of Four Seasons City, a bright moon hung high in the skies above the banquet hall. The pure moonlight was like water, gently sprinkling over the earth. Qin Yu took a deep breath and calmed the last bit of emotion in his heart. Then, he stepped into the moonlight. Kong Mingqiao's eyes flashed with surprise before he restrained himself. He loudly said, "Everyone, the master has arrived today." Shua. Chapter 441. The banquet hall was arranged in a buffet style. Around a wine tower made of crystal cups, several cultivators had calm expressions. Their eyes were calm and collected, as if they were completely unruffled. Even on this day, where the various powerful factions were gathered, they still emitted an aura known as pride. As cultivators of the immortal sect, there was no place in the land of divinity and demons that they couldn't go. They naturally had the confidence to do so. At this time, several people put down their wine cups and looked towards the entrance. One of them was a young female cultivator. As she saw that she didn't have a high status in the immortal sect, a light flashed in her eyes. At this time, she seemed to sense something. She furrowed her eyebrows and looked towards the opposite side. Her young and inexperienced face actually revealed a bit of dignity and dignity. Across from her was a long table. On the pure white tablecloth, there were all sorts of delicious foods placed on it. They were all placed in precious and exquisite utensils, but now they were in a mess. 4 black-cloved cultivators sat down, occupying the entire table. From start to finish, they didn't greet anyone at all. They simply buried their heads in food. When the immortal sect female cultivator looked up, she saw that the black-clothed youth sitting at the head of the table was brightly smiling at her. He held a golden and crispy leg of lamb in one hand and lifted a glass of wine in the other, greasy hand. Humph! The immortal sect female cultivator's eyes turned cold. She looked away, no longer paying attention to his provocation. Those that dared to recklessly eat and drink in today's setting and didn't fear the immortal sect at all were naturally the demonic path that had fought with them for countless years. They couldn't do anything to each other and could only live in harmony. How interesting! Because he was chewing on the delicious lamb, the black-clothed youth's voice was a bit indistinct. That old woman Purple Moon actually personally came. Is this little fellow Chin Yu really so popular? Or is it that 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace has too many yin and too little yang, so that old woman is looking for someone fierce to balance things out? He lifted a hand and drank a mouthful of wine, his eyes full of praise. Good wine, good wine. In terms of enjoyment, even if the demonic path and immortal sect were added together, they still wouldn't be a match for that person from the Tao arena. Only the heavens know where he got so many strange methods to brew such good wine. The black-clothed young man didn't seem to care about Chin Yu's arrival. The other 3 people beside him didn't pause at all as they continued to stuff themselves with food. Outside the banquet hall, Chin Yu walked in, bathed in the moonlight. His black robes were covered in a layer of silver sand. His figure was tall and slender, like a towering pine tree. From afar, one could feel the pride in his heart. He stepped into the banquet hall and faced all the honored guests. He cupped his hands together and bowed. I, Chin Yu, have failed to welcome you earlier. I hope that honored guests will not take offense. He was neither servile nor overbearing. The arrogance of a young man shined brilliantly. If it were anyone else, they might have been criticized for not knowing their depths, but Chin Yu's current performance was just right. As someone ranked 9th on the ancient perishment decree, he could overlook all of his peers in the world. It was natural for him to be proud. In the banquet hall, many people revealed looks of praise. It wasn't just because of Chin Yu's current demeanor, but also because he was decisive and straightforward in his actions. Now, everyone knew that Ning Qin was an alias, so if he continued to conceal it, it would be hard to avoid the feeling that he was toying with everyone. He stepped into the banquet hall and directly revealed his identity. Only then could everything proceed smoothly. This little friend Chin Yu not only had a heaven-defying cultivation talent, but he also had a natural way of interacting with others. This sort of person was naturally intelligent, so there was no need to beat around the bush. A middle-aged cultivator stepped out from the crowd. His chubby face was filled with a warm smile. Just by looking at him, one would have a good impression of him. Little friend Chin Yu, how do you do? I am Chien Duoduo, the 4th elder of South End Mountain. I have come here on the orders of my sect's sect master to invite little friend to join us. As long as little friend agrees, my sect can directly grant little friend the authority of an elder, and all sorts of cultivation resources can be used by little friend. If little friend can reach the peak Blue Sea realm within 300 years, my sect's sect master is willing to sacrifice his cultivation to use the wisdom imbuement art to help little friend take that critical step and enter a transcendent realm. The banquet hall instantly fell silent. Many cultivators stiffened before revealing looks of shock and annoyance. They all glared at Chien Duoduo. Everyone came here for Chin Yu. If you put out such high conditions, how are we supposed to play around? But South End Mountain had a long and glorious inheritance and was considered an old and formidable influence in the land of divinity and demons. Chien Duoduo's smile didn't change, turning a blind eye to these murderous glares. He originally didn't plan on making a move too early. The smartest method was to wait for others to speak first. Only then would he be able to demonstrate South End Mountain's sincerity. But now, Chien Duoduo no longer cared about this. He knew that this might provoke hostility from his sect. The immortal sect and demonic path had both arrived at the same time, causing alarm bells to ring in his heart. The demonic path was fine. They had their ancient inheritance rules, and they might not make a move today. But the immortal sect had no such restrictions. To any cultivator in the land of divinity and demons, these two great influences held an irresistible temptation. Thus, Chien Duoduo didn't dare to wait any longer. He feared that he wouldn't have the chance to put forth these conditions. Although the ancient perishment decree was incomparably transcendent and represented the status of a peerless proud son of heaven, as the most formidable influence in the land of divinity and demons, didn't they think it was too degrading to come here on their own initiative to accept disciples? Bastard! Chien Yu was surprised. He didn't think that someone would be so impatient. Chien Duoduo's eyes were sincere and filled with a faint desire. It was clear that he was sincerely trying to recruit him. Moreover, the conditions he had put forth were astonishing. It had to be known that just the Bodhi blessing was a great stroke of good fortune that couldn't be exchanged for anything. Seeing him remain silent, the complexions of many people in the banquet hall changed. A fair-skinned cultivator in a rippling robe stepped forwards. Little friend Chien Yu, the conditions that fellow Taoist Chien has put forth are indeed astonishing. But South End Mountain has withered away for a long time, and it is unknown what will happen in the future. You cannot be blinded by empty promises. Chien Duoduo was enraged. Yuan Sheng, don't go too far. With such slander, are you trying to provoke a battle with my South End Mountain lineage? Yuan Sheng shook his rippling robe. My North Sea Palace and your South End Mountain have already fought for tens of thousands of years. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chien Duoduo, by relying on you bunch of old fellows, your South End Mountain lineage will only be struggling at death's door. Once the end of your lifespan approaches, my North Sea Palace's younger generation powerhouses will gradually rise. What qualifications does South End Mountain have to fight with my North Sea Palace? He sneered, not fearing at all. Little friend Chien Yu, my North Sea Palace isn't trying to be overbearing. I only hope that little friend can see the facts clearly and not be deceived by others. I think that fellow Taoist Yuan Sheng's words are correct. Some people can boast when they see that their foundation will be destroyed in the future, but I fear that you won't be able to do so. South End Mountain is indeed ruined. This is an indisputable fact. Fellow Taoist Chien, I fear that you have come here today to stir up trouble. Everyone in the banquet hall jeered and ridiculed, belittling South End Mountain. Those that dared to speak up naturally didn't fear retaliation. Moreover, everyone had joined forces to kick someone while they were down. Although South End Mountain had several old bones and the sect master was a supreme being, he still wouldn't dare to stir up trouble here. Chien Duoduo's complexion paled and his heart was heavy. He was well aware that the words of the masses could distort the truth. He said in a low voice, "Little friend Chien Yu, what I have brought is the sect master's guarantee. As a calamity immortal realm supreme being, the sect master will not go back on his word. Yes, the South End Mountain lineage is indeed declining day by day, but it is because there is no successor that I am sincere in raising little friend Chien Yu. Little friend Chien Yu, please consider South End Mountain. I am filled with anticipation towards little friend joining us." These words were beautifully spoken. Moreover, they involved a calamity immortal supreme being. The banquet hall fell silent. Even if they felt disdain and discontent in their hearts, they couldn't say anything else, otherwise that would be disrespecting a supreme being. This was something that was absolutely not allowed anywhere. The calamity immortal realm stood proudly between the heavens and earth. Wherever they looked, that was their temporary territory. All life had to maintain the respect they deserved. This was a rule that all parties in the land of divinity and demons followed. May I ask where little friend Qin Yu comes from? Who is your master? Why is it that for so many years, even when the ancient perishment decree appeared, there was never a single trace left behind? Now that someone had the qualifications to speak up and forcefully change the topic, their strength naturally far surpassed South End Mountain. In the Immortal sect, a middle-aged cultivator spoke up, his eyes shining. And these questions also lingered in the hearts of all the cultivators present. At this time, all of their eyes revealed an inquiring look. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He was silent, as if he were hesitating. Kong Mingqiao smiled. Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, this is fellow Taoist Jin Russian from the Immortal sect. This was to ease the atmosphere and also to remind him that even as a hall master of a Tao arena, he still had to maintain a certain amount of fear and respect towards the Immortal sect. This was because the Immortal sect did indeed have the terrifying strength to stand proudly in the world and overlook all the changes in the world. Qin Yu let out a breath, a bit helpless. This involves my privacy. Well, there's no harm in saying some things. Following that, Qin Yu spoke of a story about a youth who had stumbled upon a lucky chance. He had gone into seclusion and cultivated until he amazed the world with a single feat. The plot of this story was so cliché that it was almost a joke. It was naturally impossible for the group of people in the banquet hall to believe it. But the key point was that Qin Yu used the story of entering the infinite realm and entering the nine-realm Holy Land from the giant tribe. This caused the entire story to suddenly become vivid and realistic. I was inadvertently recognized and obtained the inheritance of the mystic realm, thus obtaining my current achievements. As for why I was only exposed to the eyes of everyone after I entered the ancient perishment decree, that is because the mystic realm has restrictions. I must possess a certain level of strength before I am allowed to leave. His explanation was reasonable. Many cultivators nodded. Although they didn't believe him, most of them believed that what Qin Yu said was correct on the whole. Thinking about it, which of those that managed to enter the ancient perishment decree didn't have a heaven-defying stroke of good fortune? If it weren't for this, how could they have stood above countless cultivators of their generation? The 4 demonic path cultivators continued to eat and drink in large gulps. The black-clothed youth sitting at the head of the table chewed on a piece of barbecued meat as he mumbled, "Words are no proof. You should at least bring out some evidence. After all, the reason we came here is to find a future leader that will carry the banner of our sect, so we naturally have to be cautious." Kong Mingqiao frowned, a trace of unease in his eyes. The Immortal sect and demonic path were both investigating Qin Yu's identity at the same time. Could there be some hidden reason? After a brief pause, he said, "This is fellow Taoist Ho Yuango of the demonic path. Fellow Taoist Ho's avatar technique is endlessly profound. With thousands of avatars wandering the world, his true strength is unfathomably deep." There was a stir in the hall. Many people revealed looks of shock. It was clear they didn't know that this young man eating and drinking was actually the famous shadow demon. Ho Yuango laid down the barbecued meat and wiped the grease off his body. He had a helpless expression. "Arena Steward Kong, I have never liked trouble. Since ancient times, my demonic path has only accepted disciples through the demon ascension gate. We have never made an exception for anyone. So today I am only a guest. Why must you expose my identity?" As he moved, the 3 people at the table all stopped. Their bodies trembled, and they turned into 3 shadows that fused into the shadow beneath them. Ho Yuango burped, a satisfied look on his face. "Delicious, really delicious. However, little friend Qin Yu, shouldn't you give me a response? You've already explained the problem with the Immortal sect, but if you ignore my request, then I will lose face. Moreover, it will give others the impression that little friend Qin Yu looks down on the demonic path. Wouldn't that be bad?" As he spoke, he swept his eyes over the several people from the Immortal sect and revealed a strange smile. He discovered that these people from the immortal sect didn't seem too interested in recruiting Qin Yu. Rather, they wanted to know some information about him. This was interesting. Although he didn't know what the immortal sect was planning, Ho Yuengo didn't mind interfering. Perhaps there would be a pleasant surprise in the future. Kong Mingqiao frowned. Fellow Taoist Ho, little friend Qin Yu obtained a mysterious inheritance. This is his private matter, so we shouldn't probe too deeply into it. Ho Yuengo smiled. Of course, I admit that Arena Steward Kong is right. But, I am just curious, of course, little friend Qin Yu can choose not to speak. His eyes narrowed as he smiled. His expression was incomparably kind, but it also strangely gave off a terrifying feeling, as if he wanted to swallow someone whole. In the banquet hall, everyone was surprised. Many people revealed cautious looks. It was clear they sensed something was wrong. Could there be some unknown karma between this Qin Yu, the immortal sect, and the demonic path? Everyone's eyes gathered on him, waiting for his response. Indeed, if he first explained the problem with the immortal sect, and then refused the demonic path's request, then it would seem as if he was being treated differently. Qin Yu was silent. His aura was a bit cold. But in the end, he took a deep breath and said, "Good. Since Senior Ho insists on this, then I will comply." With a thought, the phantom of a purple moon appeared above Qin Yu's head. A faint purple light sprinkled down, as if the stars in the sky were like grains of sand, incomparably beautiful. But at this time, no one cared about the beauty of the purple moon. Everyone was sensing the aura it emitted. It was gentle, restrained, but also boundless and boundless. It was like a sea in the dark of night, calm without any waves. But once a storm rose, it could destroy the heavens and crack the earth. It was truly a great supernatural ability. Moreover, no one present had ever seen such a strange purple moon before. For a time, everyone believed Qin Yu's words even more. Ho Yuengo's eyes flashed. He clapped his hands and laughed. What a wonderful supernatural ability! My horizons have been broadened. I must thank little friend Qin Yu for giving me face. Then, he changed the topic. Since ancient times, my demonic path has passed down an inheritance rule that disciples can only be recruited through the demon ascension gate. No other methods are allowed. So, I cannot make a promise to little friend Qin Yu today. But, there is only a year left until the demonic path's demon ascension gate. If little friend Qin Yu is willing, then there is no harm in waiting for a period of time. My demonic path will not disappoint little friend Qin Yu. This was solicitation. Many people cursed inwardly. Didn't they say they were going to watch a play? How could they jump down and engage in melee combat? This was simply preposterous. Chapter 442. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you for Senior Ho's good intentions. I will seriously consider this matter. His voice wasn't close at all, but faintly cold. Many cultivators relaxed. It seemed that Ho Yuengo's actions had been far too overbearing, causing Qin Yu to reject him and feel anger in his heart. It wasn't likely that he would join the demonic path. All right. I apologize to little friend for my inappropriate conduct in the past. Little friend, you must be careful when making decisions in the future. Ho Yuengo said with a slight smile, not the slightest bit embarrassed. Everyone in the banquet hall cursed him for being a wily old fox. The banquet continued. Various influences appeared one after another, sending out signals of recruitment to Qin Yu. Some of those with insufficient strength directly presented a list of gifts and stated that if fellow Taoist Qin Yu needed anything, he could directly ask them. Their attitudes couldn't be any better. Qin Yu inwardly shook his head. If he were to gather all 36 kinds of soul treasures here today, then perhaps he really might be able to gather them all. However, if he accepted such a valuable gift, he would be stained with karma. In the future, when others came to ask him for help, he would have to return the favor. Furthermore, he had no intention of choosing either side today. In order to avoid trouble, he could not accept any gift. Amongst the immortal sect cultivators, a young female cultivator's eyes flashed and her lips moved. Jean Rushenkopf. Little Rain, come with me. I want to speak with this little friend Qinyu. As he said this, he started walking. The female immortal sect cultivator named Shui Xiaoyu respectfully followed behind. As soon as the immortal sect cultivators moved, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone from all directions. The volume of voices in the banquet hall suddenly dropped by several degrees. The crowd of cultivators that had been surrounding Qinyu began to retreat to the side. This was the might of an immortal sect. Jean Russian smiled. Little friend Qinyu, the previous questions were just customary. I hope you don't mind them. Behind him, Shui Xiaoyu lowered her head as if she was just following. Her 10 fingers formed a strange spell under her sleeves, and a sparkling light flashed in the depths of her lowered eyes. Qinyu cupped his hands together and bowed back. Senior Jin's words are too serious. Qinyu can understand and would never dare to hold any grudges against you. His movements were calm and his tone was calm. His performance was flawless. Within his soul space, a crescent purple moon sprinkled down light, covering his soul. It was hazy and blurry, making it impossible to see clearly. That's good. I wonder if little friend has any intentions of becoming a member of the immortal sect. Jean Russian's words were polite and he constantly smiled as he spoke. However, there didn't seem to be much sincerity in his words. Rather, it seemed more like he had come here to speak with Qinyu. Qinyu maintained his composure in response, but he was already on full alert. Within his Dantian Sea, the phantom of the 5-element mountain appeared and the path of metal emitted a sharp killing intent. Jean Russian's previous question was definitely because the immortal sect already had some suspicions about his identity. Although he didn't know what methods they had to investigate his identity, there was nothing wrong with being a bit more cautious. Shui Xiaoyu released her 10 fingers from her sleeves and let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't him. The person in front of him had a strange soul aura. There was a vast and cold feeling to it, and the magic power in his dantian was incomparably sharp and tyrannical. He should be cultivating some sort of metal attribute cultivation method, but this didn't match with the information Qinyu had. She really was overthinking things. How could that boy have the qualifications to be ranked on the ancient perishment decree? Jean Russian's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, Little friend Qin, please consider it. The immortal sect will await your reply. With that, he turned around and left. Qinyu's thoughts stirred. Did he pass the test? 2 hours later, Kong Mingqiao walked to the center of the banquet hall. He loudly said, Everyone has expressed their sincerity to fellow Taoist Qinyu. As for what choice he makes, that will be up to fellow Taoist Qinyu to consider. It's getting late, so the banquet will end here. He paused for a moment and then continued to say, Moreover, I have obtained fellow Taoist Qinyu's authorization to inform everyone that all gifts placed in the Tao arena must be completely taken back. I ask that no one leave behind their gifts and leave, otherwise I will have no choice but to donate these things to a charity foundation to help the remote villages within the borders of the Zhao Empire. Qinyu promptly said, That's right. Seniors, please don't make things difficult for me. This choice surpassed everyone's expectations. It had to be known that in order to leave a good impression on Qinyu, everyone who attended the banquet today had prepared a generous gift. With so many gifts added together, it could be called a massive amount of wealth. Qinyu could accept all of them without being criticized by anyone. Luckily, he refused all of them. This caused everyone to feel a bit more at ease. At the very least, no one rushed ahead of him. Was it because Qinyu was a noble person of unquestionable integrity and didn't want to accept gifts without merit? Or was it because he was wealthy to begin with and didn't need these gifts? Or was it because the grade of the gifts they prepared wasn't high enough to enter his eyes? As their thoughts raced, the guests in the banquet hall all stood up and bid their farewells. Before anyone left, they all said a few words to Qinyu. For instance, at this moment, standing in front of Qin Yu was the domineering elder Qian Duo of the South End bloodline. Little friend Qin Yu, my South End bloodline is in desperate need of talent. Little friend, you must consider my faction. I will remain in Four Seasons City until little friend makes a choice. Qian Duo's words were sincere and his eyes were firm. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. I thank Elder Qian for thinking so highly of me. I will definitely consider this carefully. The demonic paths Ho Yuango walked forwards. Although he was alone, his aura was overwhelming and disdainful, causing everyone to draw back. Qian Duo helplessly smiled and walked away. Little friend Qin Yu, the demon ascension gates opening will arrive soon. I hope that you can wait for some time. The demonic path is very sincere towards you. Ho Yuango said with a smile. Qin Yu said, this junior will consider it. The group from the immortal sect walked forward. The leader, Jean Russian, frowned, an undisguised chill in his eyes. Ho Yuango faintly smiled, not caring at all. He stepped towards the exit. The immortal sect and demonic path couldn't do anything to each other, so they could only choose to settle things peacefully. But both sides didn't like each other to the bone, so it was naturally impossible for them to get along. Through the endless years, all sorts of struggles had never ceased. The higher the level of the cultivators on both sides, the more they understood that it was impossible to reconcile with each other, and the greater the hostility between them. Jean Russian said, little friend Qin Yu, I hope that you will make the right choice and not be tempted by evil spirits. Ho Yuango paused. He turned and said, Jean Russian, those words aren't pleasant to hear. Do you want to fight me? Jean Russian sneered. Ho Yuango, you are indeed strong, but today you are only an avatar in Four Seasons City. Do you think I fear you? So what if it's an avatar? It's more than enough to deal with you. Ho Yuango's smile became even brighter, his eyes cold and without warmth. Shwa, countless eyes looked over. They clearly never thought that the representatives of the immortal sect and demonic path would have a direct conflict at the end of the banquet. Up until now, both sides had been restraining themselves and hadn't tried to provoke a fight. Was it all because of Qin Yu today? Or was there some other secret behind this? Xue Xiaoyu frowned. She didn't care about the battle between Jean Russian and Ho Yuango. The two of them had a grudge long ago and were old enemies. Her eyes fell on Qin Yu. A black robe covered his entire body, and this figure was strange. But, for some unknown reason, she felt a bit of familiarity from this unfamiliarity. And this familiarity caused her to feel disgust from the depths of her heart. After a brief hesitation, Xue Xiaoyu suddenly said, High Master Jean, we need to return to the immortal sect as soon as possible to participate in senior apprentice sister Ning Ling's burial ceremony. We cannot delay any longer. As she spoke, she locked onto Qin Yu from the corner of her eyes. Jean Russian maintained his composure. He coldly snorted, no longer speaking. What a pity! My Nine-Heaven Mirror Moon Palace originally could have had a proud son of heaven disciple whose talent might not have been any weaker than fellow Taoist Qin Yu's. But what a pity she couldn't pass the tribulation of love and ended up dying, her Tao fading away. Xue Xiaoyu's voice was gentle, filled with helplessness and regret. If I was rude before, I apologize to fellow Taoist Qin Yu on behalf of High Master Jean. Qin Yu's body stiffened like iron. Loud rumbling sounds rang out in his mind and all thoughts were tossed to the highest heavens. His face paled. After a long period of silence, he slowly said, Fellow Taoist, are you speaking of that fairy Ning Ling from Nine-Heaven Mirror Moon Palace? Xue Xiaoyu nodded. That's right. Does fellow Taoist know senior apprentice sister Ning Ling? Qin Yu let out a light breath. I've only heard of her. But I heard that fairy Ning Ling was the disciple of great elder Purple Moon. She had an incomparably noble status, and was highly regarded by the immortal sect, so how could she have suddenly perished? Xue Xiaoyu sighed. I have no idea as to the specific reason. I only heard rumors that senior apprentice sister Ning Ling's death was related to a man. Qin Yu was in a trance. A wisp of divine sense broke into his body without warning. He was instantly awakened. The purple moon in his soul space cried out, expelling this divine sense from his body. But it was clear that this brief delay had allowed it to sense some information. Xue Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly turned icy cold. A thick killing intent covered Qin Yu. A figure blocked in front of Qin Yu. Kong Mingqiao had a faint expression. Everyone, this is the Dao Arena. It's best if you don't make things difficult for me. Xue Xiaoyu looked deeply at him and then turned to leave. Jin Rushan and the others quickly followed. This sudden change left everyone shocked. This common-looking young female cultivator from the immortal sect was actually a terrifying powerhouse that had been hiding. They could clearly feel that killing intent just now. If they asked themselves honestly, there was no way they could have resisted it. Ho Yuango frowned, a gloomy light in his eyes. He immediately restrained himself and left. The banquet came to an end. But the final result wasn't beautiful at all. In particular, the killing intent of that mysterious female cultivator from the immortal sect cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Those ranked on the ancient perishment decree represented infinite possibilities in the future. As long as they didn't perish along the way, they would have great achievements in the future. But if he was targeted by the immortal sect, or if there was enmity between the two sides, would the immortal sect just stand idly by and watch as Qin Yu smoothly grew? For a time, countless news wildly spread out. Everyone's desire to recruit Qin Yu was greatly reduced. Qin Yu's mind was in chaos. He returned to his training room and took several deep breaths before he could barely restore his ability to think. The moment Xue Xiaoyu's killing intent erupted, Qin Yu knew that there was a trace of Purple Moon's divine sense hidden within her body. In other words, from start to finish, Purple Moon had been probing him. If something really had happened to Ning Ling, there was no need for Purple Moon to be so nervous. Right. The more nervous Purple Moon was, the more she wanted to target him, the more it showed that she cared, and the source of her concern was only Ning Ling. This must be it, this must be it. Nothing would have happened to Ning Ling, she absolutely wouldn't have. This was only a scheme Purple Moon used to probe him. Qin Yu tried to convince himself that this was the truth. But he was well aware of Ning Ling's character and how deep her feelings for him were. She might have fallen into despair because of him faking his death, and even had thoughts of destroying herself. Chapter 443. The invisible pillars of energy above the Dao arena dissipated. Thick clouds covered the skies once more, blocking out all light. Wind and snow swirled in the darkness, howling and howling. There was only a giant plaque above the Dao arena that emitted a seven-colored light. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers, sprinkling down a halo of light. Kong Mingqiao stepped out from behind a snowy pine tree. His footprints sank into the snow, emitting a faint sound that spread out in the darkness, as if it were some sort of reminder. He sighed and said, "I have no idea what sort of grudge exists between the immortal sect and fellow Taoist Qin Yu, but since he is in the Dao arena, I will not allow him to be harmed. Great Elder Purple Moon, please do not make things difficult for me." A figure appeared in the darkness. Beneath the dim light, her face was beautiful. This was the female immortal sect cultivator named Xue Xiaoyu. But now, her expression was cold and her eyes were filled with dignity. Hidden beneath this mortal body was a trace of Purple Moon's divine sense. As a calamity immortal realm's supreme elder, even if her divine sense descended through her mortal body, it was still terrifying enough. Moreover, as the great elder of Nine Heaven Mirror Moon Palace, she was one of the three giants of the immortal sect when the position of palace master was temporarily vacant. Her true cultivation was unfathomably deep. Kong Mingqiao, I will kill Qin Yu no matter what. Are you sure you want to stop me? Her voice was ice-cold, penetrating deep into the heart. Xue Xiaoyu took a step forwards and all the snow within 1,000 feet sunk down several feet. Kong Mingqiao lifted a hand. A dreadful potential rose up from the Tao arena, hidden like magma beneath the earth. Once it erupted, it could burn all things to ashes. Xue Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with killing intent. Kong Mingqiao, you know who I am and yet you dare to be so rude to me. Are you trying to provoke a war with my immortal sect? Kong Mingqiao lightly said, Great Elder has an honorable status. Unless I have no other choice, I would not dare to offend you. But Qin Yu is ranked on the ancient perishment decree and is an honored guest of my Tao arena. No one can touch him here. He looked up, his eyes sharp. If Great Elder insists on killing someone, then you must step over my corpse and then raise my 4 Seasons City Tao Arena branch division to the ground. You think I don't dare? Xue Xiaoyu was enraged. Kong Mingqiao said, Great Elder naturally dares. But in the future, you and the immortal sect will also have to withstand the anger of the Tao arena. Great Elder should know that although my master has a good temper, he is a person who is protective of his own people. Moreover, he has never suffered a loss. His voice was calm and naturally revealed a strong confidence. That's right, Kong Mingqiao was threatening Purple Moon. She could destroy this place and kill everyone here, but she and the immortal sect would have to pay the price for this. The Tao arena had been established in the land of divinity and demons for many years. Although they didn't recruit disciples or cultivate influences, there was a reason why the 300-plus Tao arenas had remained silent for countless years. Xue Xiaoyu became silent. Her dignified eyes were calm. A person in a superior position was like a calm lake, but this did not mean that she was not angry. On the contrary, it was an expression of extreme anger. The air was almost frozen, and an invisible pressure descended like a mountain. The accumulated snow within 1,000 feet sank bit by bit, becoming as thin as paper and covering the ground, turning into some kind of crystal. All right. I will give the Tao arena some face, but this junior Qin Yu must die. Xue Xiaoyu turned and vanished into the darkness. Kong Mingqiao let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His complexion quickly paled. Not everyone had the confidence to directly face a tribulation immortal almighty being, much less Great Elder Purple Moon, who had the status of one of the 3 big shots of the immortal sect. Even if he had the Tao arena behind him and could borrow the strength of the Tao arena to fight, Kong Mingqiao still didn't have the slightest confidence. Luckily, his master's reputation was great enough to temporarily force Purple Moon to retreat. But, if he was targeted by such a terrifying existence, his future days would become difficult. Kong Mingqiao shook his head and returned to the darkness, his aura restrained. Besides the thick clouds in the sky and the thick and crooked old pine tree on the ground, no one knew that a terrifying battle had almost erupted here. It was even possible that it would change the entire situation of the land of divinity and demons. All of this could only be witnessed by the thin paper-like snowflakes on the ground. Suddenly, a hatchet stretched out from within space, easily cutting open a channel. Woodchopper Fu stepped out, his eyes sweeping around, a look of praise in them. As expected, a newborn calf doesn't fear a tiger. This little girl from the immortal sect actually dares to provoke a tiger like the Tao arena. She really has guts. However, this boy is the mortal body that I chose, so I cannot allow him to be killed by you like this. Perhaps I should think of a way to drive you out of 4 Seasons City. Woodchopper Fu thought out loud. After a moment of thought, he turned and walked away. His steps were slow, but after several steps he had vanished into the wind and snow. The immortal sect had businesses in 4 Seasons City. Or, it was more accurate to say that in any city in the land of divinity and demons, there was an immortal sect influence. This wasn't too large, but it was beautifully constructed. The array formations within had been improved so that they could perfectly simulate the weather and the changing colors of the sky. Thus, at this time, clouds covered the outside of the courtyard and the sky was pitch black. Wind and snow fluttered about, but the interior of the courtyard was as bright as day. Beneath the warm light, one could see swaying grass and blooming red flowers. Xue Xiaoyu stood in the courtyard, her hands behind her back. She frowned, lost in thought. There was a pressure spreading out from her body, like a sun that one couldn't look directly at. Although the Tao Arena had always valued those ranked on the ancient perishment decree, they hadn't taken any drastic actions because of this. Today, in order to protect Qin Yu, Kong Mingxiao didn't hesitate to use his life, and even the entire Four Seasons City Tao Arena branch division. Was it really just because Qin Yu was in the Tao Arena? Or were there some hidden secrets that even she didn't know about? Her heart tightened and the chill in her eyes became even thicker. She couldn't allow any hidden dangers to exist in the relationship between the immortal sect and Ning Ling, otherwise, she wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to kill Qin Yu. Just as she said when she left the Tao Arena, Qin Yu had to die. Suddenly, Xue Xiaoyu's eyes erupted with a bright light, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the darkness. "How dare you!" With a loud shout, she turned and thrust out her palm. Her pale and delicate palm emitted a faint halo of light, as if it were made of jade. Space split open and a black dagger appeared. It was as cunning as a poisonous tongue as it shot towards her palm. Xue Xiaoyu frowned. The surface of her palm emitted a rich halo of light. The sound wasn't loud. The black dagger stabbed into her palm and then vanished into thin air, as if it had never appeared. Xue Xiaoyu's frown deepened. She looked down and saw a faint bloodstain on her palm. Her expression became even heavier. After several breaths of silence, with her as the center, everything within a 100-foot radius turned into powder without warning. This powder included the earth and the space above it. Everything within a 100-foot radius had turned into a death zone. Whoosh, whoosh, the immortal sect cultivators howled forwards. It was only now that they realized that two terrifying existences were fighting. Their eyes widened in shock and anger. Who was so bold as to attack Great Elder Purple Moon's divine sense body? Didn't they fear the endless retaliation of the immortal sect? "Don't come over," Xue Xiaoyu suddenly said. Her voice was young and tender, but at this time it was as cold as the winter winds. A cold, killing intent pierced deep into one's bones. She stepped forwards, but her speed wasn't fast. On her fifth step, a long and thin wound appeared on her cheek. The wound wasn't deep, and it stopped after a small drop of blood seeped out. On the 9th step, a second wound appeared on the back of her hand. On the 13th step, a third wound appeared. On the 22nd step, a fourth wound appeared. On the 37th step, a fifth wound appeared. On the 44th step, Xue Xiaoyu walked out of the 100-foot death zone. Her body trembled and she coughed. Blood gushed out from the corners of her lips. A sixth wound appeared between her eyebrows. "Great Elder!" Jean Russian cried out in alarm. Xue Xiaoyu didn't respond. The wounds on her body were regenerating at an astonishing speed. At the very least, they had healed on the surface. She looked up at the place where the black dagger had vanished, a dignified and fearful look in her eyes. The other party had retreated after failing to strike, and she didn't know who he was. This was extremely terrifying. Although her true strength was a bit lacking compared to the highest peak existences in the world, to be able to injure her without leaving behind any aura meant that the other party's strength had reached the highest level. However, the one who attacked should have only been an avatar. Otherwise, her mortal body that had descended with her divine sense would have long since been turned to dust. It would have been impossible for her to resist. But just who was it that dared to risk universal condemnation and attack her? In this world, those with such a cultivation were like great suns in the skies. Each one stood at the peak of the world, a true transcendent existence that stood above the highest heavens. They wouldn't easily attack. So, if they did, they had to have a reason. The one who attacked her had at most destroyed a part of her divine sense. This wasn't a serious injury, and could be recovered after some time. Thus, the one who attacked shouldn't be a mortal enemy of the immortal sect. Then, the other party's goal was... A bolt of lightning flashed in Xue Xiaoyu's mind. She had just returned from the Dao arena, and yet a transcendent existence had immediately attacked her. Was this a coincidence, or was there some connection between the two? A calamity immortal realm supreme being had already touched upon the heavenly Dao and was only a step away from the great Dao realm. Their aura blended with the world, and they could sense each other, forming an extremely strong divine sense. The so-called divine sense was a mysterious and indescribable ability. It could predict the enemy's advance, foresee dangers, and even faintly see fragments of the future. Purple Moon's heart chilled. This was because her divine sense told her that it was the latter. The one who attacked her today wanted to destroy her divine sense. At the very least, they wanted to severely wound her so that she would have no choice but to leave Four Seasons City. If she didn't leave, then the second attack would scatter her divine sense. The other party wanted to force her to leave Four Seasons City. This was clearly to protect Qin Yu. But this brat from the wilderness that came from the land of exiles, even if he had some unknown stroke of luck and managed to climb onto the ancient perishment decree, how could he possibly cause the highest powerhouses of the world to risk the anger of the immortal sect to attack him? It was clear that the one who attacked did this out of some need. Ning Ling. The one who witnessed this could only be Ning Ling. He must have sensed the cause and effect of this matter. He was certain that as long as Qin Yu was alive, there would be an irreparable crack buried between Ning Ling and the immortal sect. Once it erupted, it would be enough to completely separate her from the immortal sect and cause even more terrifying consequences. That's right, it was like this. Purple Moon's killing intent soared. Before, she was only 80% optimistic about Ning Ling. But now, Shen Yuanin, who cultivated the sublime lost emotion code, was 120%. She was destined to become the ruler of 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace. She would wield unsurpassed strength and become one of the 3 giants of the immortal sect, an existence that could look down on the world with disdain. 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace had been waiting for Ning Ling for countless years. They couldn't allow any accidents to occur, not even the slightest bit. Xue Xiaoyu suddenly lifted a hand. Using her slender and white fingertip as a pen, she drew in the air. Soon, a circular image appeared. There were several spots of light scattered about, flickering like stars in the night sky. In the next moment, in the skies above Four Seasons City, the layers of clouds were torn apart once more, revealing a radiant night sky. In this night sky, there were over a dozen stars that shined brightly. Jean Russian revealed a shocked expression. But he was well aware of his own status. Since Great Elder Purple Moon had already made a decision, he couldn't interfere. But there was one point that Jean Russian was well aware of. Something great was about to occur in Four Seasons City. In the distant immortal sect, Great Elder Purple Moon stood up. Pass down my orders. From this day forth, 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace will be sealed. Before I return, no one is allowed to enter or leave. As she finished speaking, she lifted a hand and pointed at the skies. In the vast sea of stars, countless stars suddenly lit up. Countless beams of starlight gathered into a column that fell down, covering her. The starlight column trembled. Purple Moon's figure had already vanished. In the next moment, in the skies above Four Seasons City, those shining stars gathered into a beam of light that fell into the circular image that Xue Xiaoyu had drawn. Dressed in purple robes, Great Elder Purple Moon had a dignified demeanor, her aura overwhelming the world. She stepped out from this beam of starlight. Tonight, the entire Four Seasons City was shaken. Countless cultivators had shocked expressions. As they looked up into the skies, at the beam of starlight that fell down, their eyes nearly glazed over. This is great star transmission. To control the rules of the world and borrow the power of the stars, one could ignore the barriers of space and instantly move through the endless space. This was a method that approached the realm of gods, and it could only be used by those at the peak of the world. It was a supernatural ability that belonged to Calamity Immortal Realm Almighty Elders. A Calamity Immortal Realm existence had arrived in Four Seasons City. This information was like an ancient divine mountain falling into the sea. Instantly, it was like raging waves that roared out in all directions. When the Immortal Sect group entered the city, they didn't hide their tracks. Soon, the news was sent back. The beam of starlight fell upon the courtyard where the Immortal Sect cultivators were staying. In other words, the Almighty Elder that arrived now came from the Immortal Sect. In that instant, countless well-informed individuals recalled the scene that occurred not too long ago in the Tao Arena's banquet hall. Nine Heaven Mirror Moon Palace's great Elder Purple Moon's divine sense had arrived, and for some unknown reason, she wanted to kill the 9th-ranked Qin Yu on the ancient perishment decree. Could it be that the Immortal Sect Almighty Elder that arrived at Four Seasons City tonight was that 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace's great Elder Purple Moon, a transcendent existence that actually possessed the status of one of the Immortal Sect's 3 giants? Countless cultivators were increasingly shocked. They couldn't help but wonder just why the honored great Elder Purple Moon would want to kill Qin Yu no matter what. In the dark of night, Ho Yuengo had a dignified expression as he looked at that exquisite courtyard in the distance. He discovered that things seemed to be spiraling out of his control. Any almighty being that dominated their own domain wouldn't easily step into another domain. This was likely to be interpreted as some sort of provocation. Moreover, Purple Moon was a transcendent existence that could represent the Immortal Sect. For her to personally arrive meant that there was more to this matter than he knew. Suddenly, Ho Yuengo's pupils shrank. Without hesitation, he rapidly drew backwards. His reaction was fast and decisive to the extreme. But in the eyes of the person who attacked, he was far, far too slow. As Ho Yuengo retreated, his body suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, he exploded in the air. There was no blood or broken bones. He was like a human-shaped bubble. A black light flew out, extending into Ho Yuengo's figure. "Purple Moon, you've gone insane." From the courtyard, a beautiful woman in purple robes walked out. She looked to be around 30 years old, and her beauty was unrivaled. But at this time, no one paid any attention to her beauty. Or, rather, no one dared to look at her face for even a moment. A boundless aura, as deep as a sea abyss, radiated through the entirety of Four Seasons City. Beneath her aura, this massive city that was home to tens of millions of lives began to tremble. In the skies, the thick cumulus clouds were like frost beneath the blazing sun, rapidly melting away at an astonishing speed. Bright moonlight accompanied by a faint starlight covered her in a layer of haze. She seemed even more aloof and remote, like an empress of the divine realm that had descended to the world, majestic and dignified. "Ho Yuengo, you have been disrespectful to me. For me to not kill your soul fragment here is already a kindness beyond the law." A calm voice, stimulated by a terrifying cultivator, resounded through all of Four Seasons City. Massive waves of sound tumbled in the air, causing the thick city walls to tremble. Ho Yuengo clenched his teeth. Good. Good. I will remember this matter. Great Elder Purple Moon, we will settle this in the future. Whoosh! His body shrank into a black dot of light that howled away. Purple Moon's eyes flashed with an icy cold light. "Those who threaten me die." She lifted a hand and pointed outwards. There was a miserable scream as Ho Yuengo's soul fragment that had flown out of Four Seasons City was blown to pieces in the air. At this moment, countless cultivators revealed looks of fear. Although Ho Yuengo wasn't an almighty being, because of his avatar technique, his strength could be called the strongest beneath almighty beings. There were even rumors that he had once contended with a first-level calamity immortal. This sort of character was highly regarded even in the demonic path. Purple Moon killing Ho Yuengo's soul fragment could be considered the greatest conflict between the immortal path and demonic path in the last 1,000 years. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it might even trigger another war between the immortal path and demonic path. At that time, there would be another war that would sweep through the entire land of divinity and demons. No one would be able to escape, and everyone would be drawn into a quagmire to struggle for their lives. After exterminating Ho Yuengo's soul fragment with a single finger, Purple Moon turned towards the Tao arena. After a moment of silence, she stepped forwards. Whose strong winds rose between the heavens and earth. Bolts of purple thunder descended from the void, illuminating the countless panic-stricken faces on the ground. At this time, the stars and moon hung high in the skies. Without the slightest cloud cover, purple thunder wove together into a net beneath the curtain of night. Chapter 444. Beneath the curtain of night, the moon and stars intersected and purple thunder roared. Woodchopper Fu was extremely far away from the Tao arena. But with his cultivation, distance was meaningless. He could clearly sense everything and his eyes were full of praise. Good. Good. You are truly worthy of being the immortal sex baby girl, your courage is admirable. This time, there really is a great show to watch. What a pity that I have to hide to see this show, living is tiring. Suddenly, Woodchopper Fu frowned, a strange look in his eyes. If you think living is tiring, then why do you still live? I've heard you say these words for so many years. Even if you don't find them annoying, I find them annoying. There was a gentle smile in his voice, as if he were joking with an old friend, casual and natural. Woodchopper Fu turned around, a helpless expression on his face. Why did you come looking for me? Today I only came to watch the show. This matter has nothing to do with me. I can't even lie down and get shot at. Living is tiring. Unfortunately, his innocent face didn't move him at all. As the smiling middle-aged man in front of him looked at him, he gave off an indescribable feeling. He was clearly a man and his Adam's apple was obvious, but his pretty face could make 99% of women in the world feel ashamed of their inferiority. If Qin Yu were here, he would also marvel at his beauty. Ning Ling, Ning Liang, and even Yu Qi could be considered the world's top beauties. But compared to him, they were actually a bit worse. To use beauty to describe a man was not to ridicule or despise him. Rather, this was the most appropriate word to describe him. The middle-aged man in white clothes was as beautiful as a monstrous monster. His eyes were warm like warm jade and his posture was calm. Just by faintly smiling, he exuded an air of elegance and elegance. Don't complain. We are all acquaintances here, so there is no need to put on such a show. The middle-aged man arched an eyebrow and his smile widened. Let's make a deal. How about you help me and ask this immortal sect person to leave? Woodchopper Fu shook his head. No way. This little girl isn't too old, but her strength is quite good. Moreover, with her status, she definitely has life-saving method. Anyone who faces her will have a headache. Pausing for a moment, he gloated and said, What's more, they're here for your business today. It has nothing to do with me, so why should I make a move? Tao Arena, your business. This outrageously beautiful middle-aged man was actually one of the most mysterious powerhouses in the land of divinity and demons, the master of the Tao Arena. In the legends, he was a man who had once fought with the heavens and managed to escape unscathed. Their fierce and courageous deeds spread throughout the land of divinity and demons for many years, inspiring countless cultivators to diligently cultivate. They hoped that one day they would be able to follow in the footsteps of their predecessors and reach a boundary where they could contend with the heavens. If they were to find out that the unparalleled ferocious man in their imagination, who could run a horse on his shoulders and pull a bridge under his crotch, was actually this pretty boy in front of them, their idle image would probably fall apart in an instant. The Tao Arena Master's smile didn't diminish in the slightest. Old man, you should know that I am someone who cannot suffer a loss. I cannot watch on helplessly as Purple Moon destroys my Tao Arena. However, if I were to make a move, you'd better consider it carefully. At that time, you might be dragged into it as well. Based on what? Woodchopper Fu was enraged. Are you trying to be reasonable? Are there no laws? I'm just an old man on the verge of death. Can't I just hide on the side and watch from the sidelines? You even want to implicate me? Solitary Westgate, your name is strange, but has your personality become so twisted? The Tao Arena master called Solitary Westgate smiled and nodded. First of all, I think my name is quite good. Second of all, Purple Moon is about to arrive and there isn't much time left for you to consider. So, do you want me to take action and bring you along, or do you want to take the initiative and ask her to leave for me? Hurry up and choose. I refuse to accept this. It's useless to refuse. Solitary Westgate refuted. He lifted a hand, a helpless expression on his face. It looks like you've already made your choice. It's been a long time since I've been active and I've gained some insights in these past years, so I've improved several small methods. Old man, I'll allow you to comment on them. Woodchopper Fu shouted out, Hold on. He clenched his teeth. Brat Westgate, consider yourself ruthless. He raised his hatchet and slashed behind him without looking back. In the distant skies, great Elder Purple Moon was approaching the Tao Arena with the momentum of wind and thunder. Suddenly, her complexion changed. Woodchopper Fu. She lifted a hand and pressed down. Space instantly shattered and a pitch-black saber light flew out from the shattered space. Bang! A terrifying collision instantly arrived. Even in the land of divinity and demons where masters were like clouds, the vast majority of cultivators had never witnessed a battle between Calamity Immortal Realm's supreme elders. Today, the cultivators of Four Seasons City were fortunate enough to see this scene. But most of them would rather die than experience something like this. They saw that a massive chunk of space in the skies seemed to be dug out. In the pitch-black darkness, one could see with the naked eye that the tumbling destructive strength was like a tsunami in a black sea. If a terrifying might erupted, it would be enough to instantly destroy most of Four Seasons City and send millions of lives to hell. Everyone's hearts seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. Horror gushed out from the depths of their hearts, causing them to stiffen as if they had fallen into an icy lake. Right now, Qin Yu was also one of them. As he looked at the terrifying collision occurring in the skies not too far away, his pupils shrank and his soul instinctively screamed out. Purple Moon was directly approaching the Tao Arena. Thus, this battle was the same as erupting at the edge of the Tao Arena. If the destructive strength of the battle spread out, the Tao Arena and everyone within would be instantly crushed to powder, their bodies and souls destroyed. Although Qin Yu knew that once his identity was exposed, Purple Moon wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to kill him, he never thought she would be so overbearing as to directly arrive at Four Seasons City with her true body. What Qin Yu didn't know was that Woodchopper Fu had played a great role in this matter. His actions had caused Purple Moon to feel an intense sense of unease, leading to the current situation. He naturally didn't know that Woodchopper Fu, who had inadvertently caused all of this, had been captured by the Tao Arena Master to calm down this storm. Two world phantoms arrived. The edges ruthlessly collided, covering the shattered space and isolating the terrifying strength within. Purple Moon stopped, her eyes as cold as swords. Woodchopper Fu raised his black wood-chopping knife, a helpless expression on his face. Little girl Purple Moon, if I said that this wasn't my original intention, would you believe me? Purple Moon lifted a hand and a long sword appeared in her palm. The one who tried to destroy my divine sense was you. Her voice was calm, but anyone could feel the icy cold killing intent within. This wasn't a question. Woodchopper Fu bitterly smiled. He had really been discovered. But he hadn't done so to begin with, so he had been hoping for a fluke. Although Purple Moon was still a distance away from the boundary of a supreme powerhouse, she had already touched upon the edge. After exchanging moves twice with her true body, she would naturally be able to sense it. That's right. But I didn't want to destroy your divine sense. I just wanted you to leave Four Seasons City. Otherwise, with my true body here, there would be no way for you to escape. Woodchopper Fu was quite straightforward. Since he had been seen through, he might as well admit it. A cold light rose in Purple Moon's eyes. I wonder if you can give me a reason? Woodchopper Fu cursed inwardly. The reason was that Purple Moon wanted to kill Qin Yu, but he had taken a liking to his mortal body. But today, solitary Westgate's arrival at Four Seasons City had caused him to smell something strange. Thus, he couldn't speak of this matter. He was clearly in the right, and to a certain degree, it could even be said that he stood on the same side as Purple Moon. But he couldn't clearly explain himself, and could only silently shoulder his own responsibility. This grievance, living was tiring. Seeing Woodchopper Fu remain silent, Purple Moon's expression actually calmed down. She placed her sword horizontally in front of her and slightly bowed. Then, Purple Moon would like to experience Senior's heaven-splitting saber art. With the cry of a sword, in the next moment, a Purple Moon appeared in the world phantom behind Purple Moon. What was astonishing was that countless arcs of deep purple thunder wove together on the surface of this Purple Moon. Even though there was a world phantom that isolated the aura inside and outside, all the cultivators that saw this Purple Moon could still feel the endless annihilation it contained. Qin Yu didn't understand why this mysterious old man would appear to stop Purple Moon. But this seemed to indicate that he might not die today. His heart calmed a little. As he looked at the Purple Moon phantom and the Purple Thunder Moon that appeared, his eyes flashed. Within Qin Yu's soul space, there was also a Purple Moon phantom. But the shape of the moon wasn't complete. It was only a crescent moon. Although there were enormous differences between the two moon phantoms, Qin Yu's intuition told him that there might be some connection between them. But at this time, he didn't have the mind to think about these things. He suppressed his thoughts and focused on the battlefield. A battle between Calamity Immortal Realm's supreme elders could be called a stroke of good fortune for any cultivator. If one could obtain some harvest from it, it would be worth several years or even dozens of years of bitter cultivation. Rumble, rumble, within the Purple Moon phantom, countless arcs of deep purple thunder erupted. They surged outwards, constantly colliding in the air and fusing together. After several breaths of time, they turned into a thunder dragon. This thunder dragon had purple eyes and purple scales. As it roared, it was like a dragon of destruction had descended to the world. Purple Moon let go of her sword. The sword howled out, sinking into the thunder dragon's forehead and becoming a single horn in its eyes. As the thunder dragon grew a horn, its body nearly swelled up in several breaths of time. Its aura rose at an astonishing speed. It reared its head back and roared. Its giant tail swept out and its massive body tore open the edge of the world barrier. Like a predator at the top of the food chain, it broke into Woodchopper Fu's world phantom. This was a lonely world. Mountains and plains were covered with countless bamboo. It was impossible to see where they ended, as if it were a sea of green bamboo. But if one looked a bit more carefully, they would discover that every bamboo in this sea of bamboo had clear chisel marks on their surface, as if they were riddled with scars. But not a single one of these bamboos fell down. They still pointed straight into the heavens, like unbending spines. Dragon Cloud. Where the thunder dragon landed, endless thunder clouds appeared. Thick purple lightning illuminated every inch of this silent world. The thunder dragon slowly landed above the sea of bamboo. Its massive body coiled up as it stared at the sea of bamboo, a cruel and ruthless light thickening in its eyes. Suddenly, the thunder dragon opened its mouth and spat out dragon flames. This was an incomparably terrifying condensed power of thunder, as well as a combination of countless sword intents. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. At this time, in his eyes, the dragon flames spat out by the thunder dragon were like a peerless swordsman slashing out with his sword. He could even hear the cry of a sword resounding through the highest heavens. In perceiving the five-element mountain, the first thing Qin Yu chose was the path of metal. Metal was the white of the West, and it was the master of slaughter. The victory of this sword strike was the first he had ever seen in his life. His metal cultivation had fallen into a bottleneck, and at this moment, he began to tremble. This pleasant surprise had come too suddenly. Qin Yu never imagined that his lucky chance to make a breakthrough in the metal path would come so quickly. His entire mind was immersed within, as if the only thing left in the entire world was that world-dazzling sword strike. The dragon flames fell from the skies like a meteor, dragging a long tail behind it. It stirred up endless fluctuations that rumbled out in all directions. The wind suddenly surged, and the quiet sea of bamboo violently tumbled. Countless bamboo branches collided with each other, emitting crackling sounds. This sound was like a layer of ice cracking, crisp and clear, as if something was starting to flow at this time. The thunder dragon's tyrannical eyes revealed a dignified expression. Without warning, in the endless sea of bamboo on the ground, from the cutting marks of the bamboo, a trace of saber intent gushed out. The saber intent was extremely weak, like a drizzle falling from the skies. But the rain was far too dense, and the amount was impossible to count. Once it surpassed a certain limit, this quantitative change would produce a terrifying qualitative change. Thus, when they gathered together, it was like the following process. Rainwater became a stream, the stream became a river, the river became a great river, the river became a vast ocean. Trillions of weak saber intents perfectly fused together. The momentum was vast and mighty, as if a great sun had arrived. It came in an upright and dignified manner, its brilliance able to divide the heavens and earth. Heaven-splitting saber art. A saber could split open the heavens, incomparably tyrannical. Qin Yu's heart shook. The bottleneck of the metal path trembled even more fiercely. Some of his doubts that were shrouded in shadows began to rapidly vanish as he comprehended them. The Thunder Dragon's sword strike was the turning point for a breakthrough in the metal path. Then, the saber strike in the sea of bamboo would provide a formidable boost to his breakthrough. Perhaps in dangerous and hopeless situations, there were many great good chances. Although Qin Yu was at the heart of this storm, he had still managed to break through his shackles. He already had a premonition that large success in the metal path would come today. Whoosh! A dazzling saber light shot out from the sea of bamboo. The dragon flames were instantly split in half. Then, they trembled and collapsed, dissipating into nothingness. In an instant, the dragon flames shattered. The saber light didn't stop. It cut straight down at the Thunder Dragon, its momentum indomitable. It seemed as if even the heavens and earth would be cut apart and pierced through by this saber strike. The Thunder Dragon's eyes blazed with cruelty. It reared its head back and roared into the heavens. The horn between its eyebrows erupted with a trillion layers of purple light. The halo of light overlapped, forming countless layers. Each layer was condensed from trillions of sword intents. But there was only a single saber light. It came from the earth and shot towards the heavens. Facing the layers of purple light and trillions of sword intents, the Thunder Dragon didn't hesitate at all. It cut down. Puff, like a tearing bubble, the purple halo of light couldn't stop the saber light at all. It was instantly cut to pieces. Although the sword intent was endless, it couldn't stop the saber light at all. As it cut down, its color became increasingly dim. But its aura didn't weaken at all. Instead, as time passed, it became increasingly strong, increasingly terrifying. It was like a saber had drunk its fill of blood, arousing its desire to kill. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly closed his eyes. But the scene of the saber light tearing through the halo of light with unstoppable force kept replaying in his mind. Within his mind, the countless lines of rules began to wildly decompose and reform. They became increasingly simple, and their aura became increasingly swift and fierce. 10,000, 1,000, 110, it seemed he had reached his limit. No, this wasn't enough. It could continue decreasing. 9. 7. It was starting to become difficult. At some unknown time, Qin Yu had already sat down cross-legged. Wind rose up around him. Although it seemed gentle, it could easily crush apart a mountain. At some unknown time, the Tao Arena Master with the strange name of Solitary Westgate had appeared behind Qin Yu. He stared at his back, praise in his eyes. With his boundary, he could easily see through Qin Yu's current transformation. It was like a rough stone was being shed, gradually emitting light. He flicked his sleeves and the rules of the world instantly changed, covering up Qin Yu's aura so that it couldn't be sensed by the outside world. After what seemed like several breaths of time, and also like several years, within Qin Yu's Dantian Sea, the five-element mountain phantom began to tremble. Now there was only a single line of rules left over in his mind. This line of rules was extremely simple, like the tip of a pen dipped in ink. But, if one looked carefully, they would discover that it emitted an aura called the Great Tao's simplest form. The Tao of metal pressed forward, using its endless sharpness to break through trillions of obstacles. This was enough. It only had a single line. Enlightenment swelled in his mind. At this time, Qin Yu's five-element mountain's Tao of metal had reached large success.